Hey guys, hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. Hey, Barbara. Hey, how are you? Hey, Cindy. Hey, Christine. Um, so fingers crossed. I have us some testimony to review while we wait for 30. The jury was supposed to come back in at 10:30, which is 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. I have it up on my back screen. I have not seen a timer clock, but I will see if I can find the timer clock. So I, I know I need me a timer clock. So we will kind of look at some Old Testimony while we wait. I got some queued up for us, and we'll kind of go from there and hang out. Those that want to hang out or rewatch some testimony uh, in regards to this case. I'm doing great. Barb, how are you? I'm hanging on. We just started a new case today, so hanging in that one, and yeah, this one guy is like, I'm so worried, y'all. I don't know. I'm so worried. I don't like being worried, but I'm worried, and I'm worried, and that's all I'm gonna say. I'm trying to stop being worried. I'm hoping they got a lot of support down there. I'm pretty sure that only person that I know is Sylvia that's down there. So hopefully we'll get an update or something from her. Right now, we'll, Old Testament. We'll watch, I'll watch more feed to make sure if anything comes through, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, here we go. I think the first testimony I have up there is a detective where he was trying to get Chris alibi, and I think then we'll go into Chris' testimony. Then we'll go into any type of statement. Yeah, I hope so. Oh, okay, Barb. That should be nice. Let's see here. Well, I hope that you feel better, Barb. And Cindy, I definitely hope you're right. They got me worried. But I'm hoping they went home, had them a nice weekend off. They gonna come in and vote, and they gonna be like, "Oh, okay, everybody's on the same page now. Let's go through every count and see where we at." We got 12 counts they got to go through. So, and we'll see from there. And everybody gonna be like, "Oh, guilty, 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 guilty." But we shall see. Okay, here we go with the first one, guys. Eye out.
Testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. If you would, please state and spell your name for the record.
My name's David Griffith, DavidGriffeth.
And sir, what do you currently do for work?
I'm a technology consultant. I primarily manage public safety information technology stacks.
Okay. Before you did that, did you ever work for the Athens Clark County Police Department?
I did.
How long did you work for ACCPD?
I worked for ACCPD for just under 15 years, from November of 2004 until October of 2019.
Okay. And what was your title when you were with ACCPD?
I was a criminal analyst.
All right. Let's back up a little bit. And what did you study when you were in college?
Finance at the University of Georgia.
All right. Did you take a little break before you received your degree?
I did. I was in school at UGA from 89 to 93. During that time, I started a software company. And my senior year of college, I left school to pursue that software company, sold the assets of that company in 2003, and went back and finished my last couple of classes to obtain the finance degree.
Yeah. Well, I just found this out now, but I think we were at UGA at the same time. I was a freshman, and
yeah,
when you went back. But so that software company, after you sold the assets of it, went back and got your degree. What were you doing after that?
I didn't really know what I was going to do. I just by chance ended up attending the Citizens Police Academy. I guess let me back up a little bit. I was in a church group. I made some offhanded comments about police officers to a buddy of mine that was a police officer in Athens, Clark County. And he challenged my assumptions about law enforcement in the community and said I should attend the Citizens Police Academy. So I did. The Citizens Police Academy at the time, and I guess it probably still is, was a kind of a public outreach effort to bridge the gap between the community and law enforcement. And it was I think it was a 12-week course. One night a week you would go, and some aspect of the department was presented to you, and you would get to see the inside operations of the agency. During that Citizens Police Academy, the command staff asked me to apply for a position at the agency that they had open. It was the crime analyst position. And I thought, well, I'll apply, and they offered me a job, and I thought, well, maybe I'll do this for a couple of years, and a couple of years turned into 15 years.
Initially, when they brought you on, was your technology background an attraction to them?
It was. The chief at the time, Jack Lumpkin, was looking to modernize the police department's technology stacks, and so I could offer some expertise in that area.
The crime analyst field in general in law enforcement, kind of what stage of its development was it in when you started with ACCPD?
It was a very new position that a lot of agencies did not have at the time. Athens was kind of on the cutting edge. The best way to describe it was it was a specialized unit that was trying to figure out its way in law enforcement and what role it would play at the time.
In your work as a crime analyst, were you ever involved in any trainings?
I was. Over the course of 15 years, I had hundreds of hours of training as it relates to this trial. I was trained in all facets of intelligence analysts through the years, but specifically cold case homicide training. At the time I was hired in 2004, this case had languished a little bit, and they sent me to cold case training at GBI headquarters. It was a cold case training put on by DHS and FLETC. That was a 40-hour course. And they also sent me to the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, to do cold case training there. That was another 48-hour homicide training course.
Okay.
And in addition to that, I think I went to Brunswick, Georgia, and did 40 hours of training with an NCIS.
Okay. And so those were the trainings that you attended. Did you ever conduct trainings for any other crime analysts?
I did. Sometime shortly after the GBI training, FLETC approached me and asked if I would be an adjunct instructor for FLETC FLETC's the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center down in, they've got multiple campuses, but the main campus is in Brunswick, Georgia. They train federal law enforcement across the nation. And so from 2007 to 2011, I was an adjunct instructor for FLETC and helped develop curriculum to train analysts across the nation.
At any time during your career with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department, were you assigned as a crime analyst to work on the murder of Tara Baker?
I was.
Okay. And if you recall, it's been a while, when do you think you first had contact with the case file?
Sometime in late 2005. I've got a very vivid memory of meeting the Baker family at the Arch on the 5th anniversary of Tara's death. So I know that in January of 2006, I was actively working on it.
Okay. Well, was there a detective at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department that when you first got the case file, you were working on it with in conjunction?
There were two, Sean Potter and Courtney Gale.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury how crime analysts work in conjunction with detectives? What's your role in that relationship?
So we were a support unit and that brought a specialized skill set to help analyze the case file. Our role was to help, at that time the case file was very large. So multiple volumes of statements, supplementals, evidence. It would have been thousands of pages at that point. So my role was to review the case file, make an assessment of where we were, what avenues we might explore going forward, and to give a broad overview synopsis of the case.
And so what kind of organizational condition was the case file in when you picked it up for the first time, or I guess we're assigned to it for the first time? I'm not sure you could pick the whole thing up.
No, you couldn't pick it up. It was literally multiple volumes locked away in the Criminal Investigations Division at the police department. So the case file at that time was what I would call analog. It was literally paper reports assembled in 3-ring binders. It was in good order. Lots of care had been taken to keep it in good order through the years. At that point, lots of investigators had worked on the case. My role was probably something like attorneys would get ready for a trial in court. I wanted to assemble a timeline of events so that we were sure we understood. Let me back up a little bit. When you've got a homicide investigation going on, this case had dozens of active investigators in the days immediately following the crime. There were investigators from the Athens-Clarke County Police Department, the University of Georgia Police Department, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They were all working collectively to gather information and put together this case file. So what happens is those agents and case investigators go out and conduct interviews, collect evidence, and they write reports about what they've discovered or found or collected, and they're assembled in this case file. So my role was to go through that case file and to assemble a common book of facts, chronology. The software that we used to help assemble that knowledge was called Case Map. It's probably still used today. So that software labeled things like a cast of characters that would be the subjects that were part of the investigation, the witnesses, the persons of interest, the victims, the facts of the case, so the dates and times, the events that happened, the evidence that was involved in the case, so the trace evidence collected at the scene, all the evidence that you're going to talk about during the course of this trial.
So at any point, did an opportunity come up to discuss this case with other law enforcement professionals?
On many occasions.
Right. That was an imprecise question. I'll try again. Did any of those occasions involve the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell me what that event was?
So at some point in 2006, one of the avenues that we pursued was we submitted the Tara Baker case to the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. What that entails is we prepared a synopsis of what we knew about the crime and what had occurred and what we knew about the victim and the offender, and we transmitted that information to the specialized unit at the FBI. The FBI, after receiving that report, asked the agency to come present the case file for peer review in Quantico, Virginia. That was sometime in 2006.
Did you take advantage of that opportunity?
We did. Myself, Sergeant Courtney Gale, who was with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department, Jesse Maddox, who was a GBI agent. I believe he's probably the SAC in Athens at this time. Monica Bumgarner, who was also a GBI agent. She now works for the ATF. We traveled to Virginia to present the case.
Can you describe, what does that mean or look like to present the case at the FBI Cold Case Symposium?
I can. We were one of, I believe it was 8 agencies that presented cases. So basically, the investigators and analysts from these agencies come together and present their cold case in a roundtable type form. So we all sat around and discussed our cases, made a formal presentation, and then collectively we talked about what each agency could do to further its investigation in the case.
Okay. In preparation for that, what's the depth of, I guess, information and knowledge about the case that you're presenting that's necessary to be able to present at a symposium like that?
The expectation is that you'll be able to present every aspect of the case that's important to the investigation. So you would need to know the case from beginning to end, all the facts, all the chronology, all the people involved.
And obviously, I think you said that was, you believe, sometime in 2006. It's been, depending when in 2006, 19 or 20 years since then. Has your memory faded a little bit since then?
Oh, yeah. I probably have forgotten more than I recall about this case after 20 plus years of working on it.
It's a pretty large file.
It is.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you recall the name Chris Melton?
I do recall the name Chris Melton.
Okay. So did ACCPD investigate Mr. Melton after this crime occurred?
We did.
And did you have an opportunity to review that investigation?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did Mr. Melton become, in your estimation as a crime analyst and being part of the continued investigation for a number of years, no longer a viable suspect in ACCPD's mind?
Chris Melton, of course, was a person of interest from the very beginning. If you looked at homicides in aggregate across the nation, more often than not, the offender in a homicide's known to the victim, and often it's somebody that's close to the victim, a significant other, boyfriend, spouse. So Chris Melton was a person of interest for the agency, very much so. The agency went to great lengths, I guess colloquially in the inner workings of the agency, that the investigators would say, we're trying to either put this person in or put them out of the case as a suspect. I don't know that anybody would say Chris Melton was absolved as a person of interest, but he was not. Let me back up. So we went, the case investigators very diligently tried to put together a timeline of Chris Melton's actions the day before and the day that Tara's body was found. And that effort alleviated a lot of suspicion in the minds of the investigators that worked on the case. Collectively, the thought was Chris Melton is not at the top of the person of interest list. The timeline that the case investigators assembled related to his activities had him, and I'm working from memory here, had him at home the night before Tara's body was found. His parent.
Say at home, where do you mean?
Well,
Yes.
Lack of personal knowledge. Hearsay.
All right. Hearsay objection. Mr. Yalamachili, any response?
Judge, I think Mr. Griffith has information, personal information about the timeline that was assembled by the agency. Obviously, the state will be calling witnesses to establish Mr. Melton's whereabouts at the time that this murder occurred. But I do believe that this witness has personal knowledge of the agency's timeline.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So, Mr. Griffith, you were talking about the steps that the agency took in order to establish a timeline.
Right.
Can you talk a little more about what witnesses or were witnesses interviewed in order to establish that timeline?
sure. The agency interviewed Chris Melton, Chris Melton's parents, a coworker of Chris Melton's, I believe his name was Josh, and interviewed bank employees related to a banking transaction that occurred the day that Tara's body was found.
And so, and you said interviewed, was the timeline that the agency put together established that there were individuals who said Mr. Melton was with them during the time that Miss Baker was murdered?
Based on the collective statements of all of those people, it would have been virtually impossible without some magic technology to move you from here to 60 miles to the west for Chris Melton to have killed Tara Baker.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Can you let the jury know what year Chris Melton's timeline was finally confirmed?
I would say it was 2000 and, well, I can't say what year it was definitive, not without looking at the supplementals, but it would have been early on in the investigation.
Sure. And this was based on an interview with Chris Melton. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And you just tell me if you agree or disagree. Mr. Melton said he started his morning at his parents' home at 7:15 a.m. Do you agree, disagree, don't know?
Do we have can I use the copy of the timeline that I brought with me?
May I see it? Is that okay? May I see it?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Questions open. Let me do this. Let's start this way, and I'll get back to Chris Melton.
Okay.
And thank you for allowing me to see this. Can I use this for a second? If you need
Sure.
it, I'll bring it to you. And the information in here is all information within your personal knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct. I just understand that that document was prepared by me more than 20 years ago. So
That's fair. I want to talk about the mitochondrial DNA analysis. Okay. What I understand is on page 5 of 36 of your report, the cold case, FBI cold case form, it states a request has been made to have mitochondrial DNA analysis done on one Caucasian pubic hair, which has not matched any elimination hair submitted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know, you know that mitochondrial DNA test was completed. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay. And that pubic hair came back to match Mr. Chris Melton. Is that, well, excuse me. I said that wrong. That mitochondrial DNA test came back that it could not exclude Chris Melton as a contributor of that hair.
I don't know that that's accurate.
Okay.
I think my recollection is it matched a roommate. My recollection could be wrong though.
Sure.
There was a lot of hair involved in this.
Sure. Was seeing a copy of the mitochondrial DNA report refresh your recollection?
Surely, yeah.
Court's indulgence.
No. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to show you. I'm going to mark as Fence Exhibit 32. And Your Honor, thank you for the 5 minutes.
You're welcome, sir.
Let the record reflect that I've already shown the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 32. May I approach you?
Absolutely.
I'd like you to look at, take your time, look over the entire document. But the particular page that I'm going to ask you about in regards to response to my prior question is page 4, the first paragraph and the last sentence in the first paragraph of page 4.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, I understand this is being offered to refresh Mr. Griffith's recollection.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I got the first paragraph. What was the other part of the last page?
So the fourth paragraph on the last page. I'm sorry. The fourth paragraph on the last page in the, saying that wrong. Page 4.
Third paragraph.
Page 4, first paragraph, last sentence.
And Judge, I do believe the witness can just review whatever he would like out of the report that he believes would refresh his recollection.
I mean, I think that is correct. You can,
I don't disagree with that, John. I was trying to direct.
Okay.
Have you looked at it?
I have.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed?
It is. So the hair. Yeah. So, all right. I'll let you ask a question.
Yes, sir. So in regards to the hair that was found on Miss Baker's buttocks, Chris Melton could not be excluded as a source of that hair. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so could not Ashley Hall.
So let me ask you this. We talked about his alibi, okay? And you mentioned in regards to his alibi that he was with a coworker. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Okay. Did you obtain any employment contracts to ensure that those two work together?
I did not.
Okay. Did you go to any place of employment that did you go to any place of employment that they may have worked on January 19th that confirmed that they were coworkers?
I did not. I did not personally interview Mr. Melton or the coworker.
Court's indulgence, Shona. Were you aware that Mr. McCourty and Chris Melton stayed less than a mile away from each other?
I have a recollection that they lived in close proximity to each other.
Okay. Were you aware that those gentlemen went to high school together?
I don't know that I was aware that they went to high school together.
Were you aware that were you aware that Josh McCourty drove Chris Melton to Athens?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that when Chris Melton gave his alibi to law enforcement, Josh McCourty left the police department?
I don't know that that would have been relevant to any of my analysis.
Okay. The statement that you made is that Chris Melton's alibi has been confirmed. And I want to go through the steps that you all have taken as an agency to confirm his alibi. So as of right now, we've established that you did know that, or you may have known that Josh McCourty stayed less than a mile from Chris Melton, but you did not know that they went to high school together. We agreed on that fact, correct?
No, we don't agree on that fact. I may have known, it's been 20 years. I'm not going to remember all the details. I think I was doing good to pull up the first name Josh from memory, actually.
Yes, sir. But you told the jury on direct examination that you confirmed his coworker. Is that right?
That's my recollection, is that we interviewed his coworker, we interviewed his parents, we interviewed bank employees that were at the bank the morning he visited the bank. And that's how we came to put together the timeline of events surrounding
Mr.
Melton.
And I want to take it piece by piece, step by step, so the jury can understand what was done to verify this timeline. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. And please forgive I have to grab a couple of different things to go over that with you. So please.
Sure.
Would you agree that during ACCPD's investigation, you all were unable to speak with any supervisor that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
I can't say. I don't recollect.
Okay. And that would be a fact that and I know it's been 20 years. I'm just asking this to put it on the record. Would you agree that fact would be significant?
My recollection of Melton's timeline is essentially this. Josh showed up at his house. They drove to the bank to withdraw some money. They went to a truck to a company to have some work done on his truck, if I recollect. Those are all the details I can pull from memory off the top of my head.
Sure. So if you don't know, you could just say, I don't know. Okay.
Okay.
I think we've already agreed, but I asked just in case. You're unable to speak with any co-workers that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m.
I did not speak with any of Mr. Melton's co-workers other than reading supplementals and putting together the timeline after the fact. I couldn't attest to what was said or not said or who was interviewed.
Sure. But to your knowledge, you wouldn't disagree that as you sit here at this time, that you don't know if that was done?
I don't know.
Would you agree that you don't know at this time whether or not ACCPD spoke to any receptionists that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
I don't recollect.
Would you agree that as you sit here today, you don't know if ACCPD was able to speak with any eyewitnesses that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
Can I have the report that I handed you back?
Absolutely.
Refresh my memory.
Now, I would ask you this. I've read the report. I know there's some language in the report. I would ask that, and just to let you know where I'm headed with these questions, I'm going to ask you very specific questions. And if you're If you say that it's confirmed, I'm going to follow it with how. Is that fair?
Sure. Okay.
All right. So I believe the last question I asked you is, as you, you're unaware as to whether any any eyewitnesses confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19th, 2001.
Here's what I can definitively say about Nash Plumbing. Back in 2006, when I was reviewing the case supplementals and interviews related to this investigation, my note says that Chris Melton and Josh McCurdy visited Nash Plumbing from approximately 7:45 to 9 a.m. on the morning of the 19th. That was based on an interview that Billy Ricketts did on January the 19th, 2001 and January the 21st, 2001. I think the best source of information related to that interview would have to come from Mr. Ricketts or from the people that were the subject of his interview.
Sure. Can you repeat those times to the jury?
Sure. 7:45 a.m. to 9 a.m.
All right. So you were unaware that Josh McCordy told law enforcement that at 8 a.m. he was in Grayson at a house. Were you aware of that fact?
I can't say that I was or was not. I don't recollect.
Well, you spoke of Detective Ricketts' report. Would you like to see Detective Ricketts' report to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Court's indulgence. I'd like the record reflect that I am showing, and please forgive me, officer. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Cruz. I represent Mr. Edrick Faust. It has been a long day.
David Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Please forgive me. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state Detective Ricketts report from January 21st, 2001. Let the record reflect that I am showing the witness, Detective Ricketts report from, I said the date wrong. I need to correct the record. From January 20th, 2001.
Okay. So my notes list Ricketts' report from January the 19th and January the 21st. Okay.
And I'll give you all three. I'll give you the 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Okay.
And what I'll do to make it easiest, since we're talking about Josh, I want to start with Josh. Is that fair?
Sure.
All right. It's okay if I approach you?
Mhm.
Mr. Griffith, I would like for you to read the second paragraph on that document, second paragraph, line number 4.
Okay.
You would agree that Josh McCourty stated at 8 a.m. he was in Grayson checking the house for leaks. Is that correct?
He said that they went to a house to check leaks.
At what time?
8 a.m.
But you just told this jury that from 7:45 to 9 a.m. they were at Nash Plumbing.
Well, the jury that I was, this is my recollection of what happened. It's based on these notes here.
Understood.
Right.
Will we agree at this time that there's at least one error in the notes?
So, sir, this is a supplemental report written by a case agent. Hopefully at the time that we prepared this, we went back and listened to the interviews directly, but I can't recollect what we did 20 years ago. But the case synopsis that we took with us to the FBI in 2006, we collectively made the analytical determination that from 7:45 to 8 a.m., Melton was at Nash Plumbing.
So the time has changed from 7:45 to 9 a.m. to 7:45
I'm
to
sorry.
8 a.m.
From 7:45 to 9 a.m.
Excellent. May I approach?
Sure.
And just to make sure that we're clear on what we established that Josh said that he was in Grayson at 8 a.m. Would you agree with that?
Yes. That's what the supplemental report that I read says.
Okay. And the one that you mentioned that your notes were based off of, is that right?
No, my notes were based off reports from the 19th and the 21st.
Okay. So we'll go to the 19th. Showing the state Detective Ricketts report from January 19th, 2001.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes, sir.
And I guess no objection. I think that is Detective Ricketts' report from January 19th of 2001. I don't know that the witness has been asked an additional question that he has said he doesn't recall in order to refresh his recollection with this report, however.
Sure.
That's fair.
Sure. Chris Melton stated that they went to Grayson, Georgia after 9:30 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't know that I can say, I don't have a recollection of what Chris Melton said at this point 25 years later. I'm looking at the notes that are here in front of me to try to recollect, but I can't definitively say what Chris Melton said.
Would Detective Ricketts' January 19th, 2001 report refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
And I would like you to look at paragraph 2. Sentence 3, the third sentence from the bottom to the bottom of the page. And let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness, Detective Ricketts' January 19, 2001 report.
Okay.
So Chris stated they were in Grayson at 9:30 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And just to make it clear for the jury, so Josh McCourty's alibi for him and Chris is at 8 a.m. we're in Grayson. Chris Melton's alibi for himself is at 9:30 a.m. We're in Grayson. Is that correct?
That's what we referenced the interview that Ricketts had. We probably listened to the interviews.
Officer, we've already talked about this. We already agreed on this. We talked about this earlier. So you didn't tell me that the January 19, 2001 Ricketts report was the report that you
So we looked at the total collective case file back when we prepared this in 2006, which would have been the interviews. You know, if there were video or audio interviews, we would have reviewed those. We would read those supplemental reports. Our collective assessment was we felt like Chris Melton was nowhere near Athens, Georgia during those hours.
But officer,
Whether it's in Grayson or at Nash Plumbing, or it wasn't Fawn Drive in Athens, Georgia.
but you would agree with me, law enforcement officers don't go off feelings, they go off evidence. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. But it's not abnormal to take statements from different individuals and have time variations in their statements. You know, it's difficult for people to remember what they did yesterday.
Sure. What if they say they went to different places? Is that abnormal? Is that abnormal?
I don't think they say they went to different places. They collectively agree that they went to Grayson, right, to check a house for leaks.
Sure. So this is what I like to do. I like to show you the January 20th, 2001 report from Detective Ricketts, and I would like you to advise the jury of where Mr. McCourty said they went after leaving Nash Plumbing. Is that fair?
Well, Judge, I am going to object to that. Refreshing recollection isn't handing Mr. Griffith a report and asking him to relay to the jury what the report says. Question needs to be whether or not the report refreshes and brings to mind independently a recollection of that event. Sure.
Any response, Mr.?
I agree.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Josh McCourty stated after leaving Nash Plumbing that him and Chris went to Chick-fil-A. Would you agree with that statement?
That's what the report said.
So Josh McCourty said they went to Chick-fil-A. Chris Melton said they went to Truck Customs. Would you agree?
I think they did both, probably.
Well, we'll get into that. We're going to get into that. But Chris's next stop was Truck Customs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Chris says that they were at Truck Customs around 9:30 or sooner.
That's possible. I don't remember, you know, what exactly his statement was.
Sure. Was seeing the report refresh your recollection?
All I'll be able to tell you is what that report says. So if that report says,
well, officer, don't move the ball on me.
But what you need to recognize is that's a summary of an interview that was conducted with this individual, and it's a summary that's paraphrased. So that wouldn't have been the best evidence for us at the time. Looking at this case file, we would have listened to the interview. Hopefully, I don't recollect if Ricketts recorded it or not, but that was the expectation at the time, is that you would record your interviews. We would have listened to the recorded interview.
So I want to make sure that you and I are on the same page. So it's not Ricketts' reports that you relied upon, it was the recorded interviews that you relied upon.
So we looked at the totality of the case file when I started looking at this case, which included audio recordings, video recordings, supplemental reports that case agents and investigators wrote. The totality of the case file as it was when we picked it up in 2005.
Sure. So I asked you a couple of questions. If you don't remember, we'll play the audio recording for you. Is that fair?
Okay.
And Judge, I mean, I am going to object. I think the witness has testified that all this will do is give him an opportunity to say what is in the report or what is in the recording, not develop an independent recollection of his own. I think that was his testimony the last time that a report or anything else was offered to him. So I'm going to object to that. Detective Ricketts I anticipate is going to testify in this trial. So I'm going to object at this point to using cross-examination as a method to just read in portions of a police report.
May I respond?
course.
The state opened the door to this line of cross-examination. This witness, nowhere in the discovery file, mentioned a statement that we confirmed Chris Melton's. Let me rephrase that. The anticipated testimony for this witness based on the state's discovery file had nothing to do with confirmation of Chris Melton's alibi or non-confirmation of Chris Melton's alibi. When the state elicited an answer from him stating that we confirmed Chris Melton's alibi, it would be impossible for Chris Melton to be in Athens at the time, and he relied on these reports in making that decision. The state opened the door to this line of cross-examination. That's one, but I think that misses the issue of the state's objection. In regards to the state's objection, Mr. Griffin stated that he relied on these reports as well as the recorded audio and coming to his decision, Your Honor.
So let me ask you this question, Mr. Cruz. What is it that you're trying to do right now?
Confront the statement that he made that Chris Melton's alibi was confirmed. It was not, Your Honor. We have the evidence to show that.
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move on.
Yes, ma'am. Officer, I have no more questions for you.
Okay.
Any redirect, Mr. Yalaman-Chile, of this witness?
I just want to clarify because there were a couple questions that Mr. Cruz asked you that I think the tail end of your answer may have been cut off. Just want to clarify a couple things. Mr. Cruz asked you if Josh McCurdy said.
Objection, Your Honor. You just stated that we could not go down that line of questioning, so I would ask that the same restrictions placed upon the state.
Okay, well, that's not exactly what I said, but what is your specific objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Yalaman-Chile, how is that relevant?
I'm simply asking the witness to clarify the answers he gave to two questions that Mr. Cruz directly asked him.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Cruz, based on that?
I would simply ask the same restriction that's placed on us, that we can't get into that with this witness. I would ask that the same restriction is placed on the state. As I mentioned, Your Honor, they opened the door to this line of questioning. I was confronting the answer. If I can't ask about it, and I stopped as soon as he made his objection on the report stated that I couldn't ask those questions. I would ask the state not to make, let me rephrase that. I would ask that the state is the same restriction are placed on the state that's placed on the defense.
And if I,
that line of questioning.
if I could respond briefly.
You may, sir.
This is a question that Mr. Cruz did ask and received a response to with no objection. So I don't understand that argument. And I believe it is something that's proper and redirect to ask about specific responses to questions asked on cross-examination and the answers that were admitted in front of the jury.
All right. Yes, sir.
He's trying to skirt around the honorable court's ruling. Your Honor has made it clear that that line of questioning is not appropriate for this witness. If he didn't object to it, he can't open the door, allow the questions, object. The honorable court says, no, those questions are not allowed. And then get up and follow up on the questions that I understand the honorable court is saying are improper for this witness. So I would ask that the state not be allowed to ask those type of questions.
All right. Thank you. All right. So with regard to the actual objection, I think, Mr. Cruz, you're misstating what the court did. I have said this before. The use of the word restriction is not appropriate. The court made a ruling based upon the law and the analysis of the objection and what it entailed. It is not actually called a restriction. The state made an objection, the court ruled on it, and I sustained that objection. With regard to this particular moment, the state is asking to redirect based upon two questions that the defense asked that were permissible. I'm going to allow it. You may proceed.
So I want to start first with a question that was asked to you. I think Mr. Cruz asked you a question of Mr. McCurdy said he was in Grayson at 8 a.m., I believe was the question. Your answer said they were. What do you mean by they?
So Josh McCurdy said that that's what the supplemental report said, they. So I think the best way to let's back up and talk about what I know. Collectively, at the time, we were reviewing all of the interviews that had taken place previously in this case, where we looked at Josh's statement, Chris's statement, the parent's statement. Collectively, they all put Mr. Melton to the west, way out of Athens, Georgia. There may not have been perfect agreement in the minute-by-minute recollections of where people were, but at the end of the day, there were multiple people that put Chris Melton over at his home, near his parents' home.
Well, and I'm sorry, and I just want to stop you because I think I might have asked my question poorly.
Okay.
But
Hang on one second, Mr. Yellowman. I think Mr. Cruz has an objection before you continue. Go ahead, sir.
The state has opened the door again, and I would ask for the opportunity to cross-examine this witness on the statement that the witness just made before the jury.
You will certainly get the opportunity to cross-examine. I don't know. I'm not going to respond to the opening the door at the moment. I don't know that that's necessarily an objection, but if you need to recross this witness, you certainly may do so. Go ahead, Mr. Yellowman.
And I'm sorry, I'll ask it more precisely. They is a plural pronoun, correct?
I take that to mean, based on my collective knowledge of the case, that Josh and Chris.
Okay, that was my only question, and I'm sorry, I should have asked it in a more precise manner that way. Mr. Cruz asked you about some mitochondrial DNA results, and he said this result indicated that Chris Melton could not be excluded in the report, and your answer referenced one other person in addition to Chris Melton. Who were the people who could not be excluded as contributors of that hair?
One of Tara Baker's roommates and Chris Melton.
Okay.
I believe it was Ashley Hall.
That's it, Judge. Just those two questions.
Recross, Mr. Cruz.
Absolutely, Your Honor. And I just want to follow up on a specific question that the state asked you. He asked you what did, he stated that on cross-examination, I said he, you said they, and they means Chris and Josh. Is that correct?
That's how I took it.
Okay, that's fair. And then he asked you about the timing of being in Grayson at 8 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you a different question from what I asked you before. Chris Melton stated that he was at Nash Plumbing at 7:45. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. Yeah. So my notes say that, and this is a case summary that was presented to a bunch of investigators at the FBI, right? We believe, based on the totality of the interviews that we listened to, the case supplemental reports that we read, that Chris Melton was not in Athens, Georgia. He was over near Nash Plumbing.
But officer, you already said that you all didn't confirm, or you're not aware of you all confirming Chris being at Nash Plumbing.
That's not what I said. I said I couldn't confirm, but I'm looking at this case file multiple years down the road, looking back at interviews that were done in 2001. As I sit here today, 20 plus years later, I may not recollect accurately what we looked at 20 years ago. But my understanding of the case is we felt collectively at the time that Chris Melton was not, that it would not have been possible for him to have been in Athens, Georgia and killed Tara Baker.
Okay. And that was based on, I think we agree, just you all's collective feeling. Is that correct?
No, not our collective feeling, our collective review of all the evidence that had been collected to date.
So let's talk about the evidence. You would agree that law enforcement spoke to Chris Melton's parents 4 months after Ms. Baker's death?
I couldn't tell you when they spoke to them. Here, 20 years later, I don't know what day they spoke to his parents.
Mr. Griffin, we can't have it both ways. We can't say we're sure that we confirmed Chris Melton is away from Athens, Georgia, and then when we asked about the specific...
I don't think those are my words.
Hold on. I'd ask that Mr. Cruz ask questions to the witness, not make comments about the witness's response.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Yes.
Ask a question, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. But you'd agree that I believe it was I won't even say the date, but in May of 2001, law enforcement went to interview Chris Melton's parents regarding his alibi for the first time.
I cannot tell you when they went to interview them for the first time. Sitting here today in 2026.
That is fair. Did you look at any report that discussed when they went to interview?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Would seeing that report refresh your recollection?
All I would be able to do is read back the report to you at this point. And that, I'm not trying to be belligerent or difficult. I can't tell you, what we did 20 years ago to a certain date.
But officer, you just told the jury what you all did 20 years ago. We just want to understand the foundation of it. Is that fair?
Again, Judge, Mr. Cruz is to ask the witness questions, not make comments about the witness's responses. So I would object to the form of the question.
That's correct. Mr. Cruz, ask a question if you want to.
I do want to, Your Honor.
And go ahead.
Please forgive me. And I'll say, please forgive me, Mr. Griffin. Let's take it step by step, okay? You relied on Detective Ricketts' January 19th and January 21st report. Is that fair to say?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Is that fair to say?
Yes. And the only reason I can say that is because I have it in my notes that's what we relied on.
Okay, excellent. And we've agreed that from 7:30 to 7:45, Chris Melton stated that he was at Nash Plumbing.
My notes say that from 7:45 to 9 a.m., Chris and Josh McCurdy were at Nash Plumbing. And that, this is a summary of a lot of interview that took place. So as I sit here today, all I can tell you is we didn't believe they were in Athens, Georgia. Now the best way would be talk to Chris Melton.
Well,
right? And Josh McCurdy.
I just want to follow up on your statement. So let me ask you this. Is it fair to say that we shouldn't, and this is the best way I can frame it, so please forgive me. Based on our conversation here today, your report may not be the best place, your report may not be what we need to trust in determining whether or where Chris Melton was on that date. Is that fair?
We started out talking about what my recollection and understanding of the case file was, and my analytical assessment in 2006, and still to this day, is that Chris Melton was not in Athens, Georgia, and that's based on all the testimony of the people that we've talked about.
And that's Josh McCurdy, correct? Chris Melton, and Chris Melton's
You could say yes or no, please, sir.
Yes, and bank employees at a bank. I want to say it was a Wachovia, but off the top of my head, I can't be certain.
You would agree with me that Chris Melton wasn't at the Wachovia until 9:08 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't know for certain.
But you spoke to 4 people. Is that right?
No, more than 4 people.
Okay, so it's no longer Josh McCurdy, mom and dad, Chris Melton, and bank employees. Who else did you speak with?
My recollection is we spoke to Chris Melton, Josh McCurdy, Chris's mom and dad, and 2 bank employees.
So for the purposes of this conversation, we'll take the bank employees out of it. You and I have agreed upon that you didn't know that Josh and Chris went to school together. Is that right? We've agreed on that.
No, we haven't agreed on that. I don't remember if I knew that or not. Right now, as I sit here, I don't recollect.
Did you note it in your report?
Not in the report that's in front of me, no.
Okay.
And I'm not sure why it's relevant. What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Well, we could talk about it after court, but as of right now, the Honorable Court has said I only can ask questions. So can you answer that question for me, officer?
What's that?
The question is it in your report that Josh and Chris went to school together?
No, and I don't believe that I would have included it in my report if I'd known it.
So your report does not include all the details relevant to this case. Is that fair?
I think it includes the key details that were important to our investigation at the time that I prepared it.
But officer, you told the jury that Josh and Chris were employees. Would you agree that that gives a different significance from high school high school classmates. I'll say that.
Absolutely. The totality of the relationships between all the people involved are for the jury to weigh. Absolutely.
And were you aware that Chris Melton was his parents' only child?
I believe I was.
And is it fair to say, do you have children, officer?
I do. Yeah. And parents will do a lot for a child.
I don't even have to ask my next question then, officer. In regards to Nash Plumbing, that's really what I want to focus on. I want to focus on the Nash Plumbing. I want to make sure that we're on the same page. We've gone from, I believe, and correct me because I think I'm going to say this wrong. We've gone from 7, I'll say this. Give me the times that you state Chris is at Nash Plumbing.
So on this timeline, we have from 7:45 a.m. to 9 a.m.
at Nash Plumbing.
Mm-hmm.
And we've established that Josh McCourty said at 8 a.m. they were in Grayson, Georgia.
Right.
Okay. And we've also established that Chris Melton said after 9:30 a.m. they were in Grayson, Georgia.
Right.
Okay. So you'd agree this is one contradiction in the alibi.
And like I said before, there are going to be contradictions when people are trying to recollect minute by minute.
That is fair.
History, right?
That is fair. Would you agree that after leaving Nash Plumbing, Chris Melton stated that they went to...
I think it was Truck Customs.
Correct. However, Josh McCourty stated they went to Chick-fil-A. Is that correct?
That's what the supplemental report has in it. Yeah.
Sure. And this is a question I want to ask you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You would agree that Josh McCourty was asked if he went to the bank with Chris Melton. Would you agree with that?
Yes. I feel certain that was a question that was asked of him.
Okay. And Mr. McCourty said he didn't remember.
I don't recollect what I can't tell you what he said.
Would he in the recording refresh your recollection?
The same objection as before, Your Honor. This witness has indicated repeatedly that all the reports or recording would do would prompt him to say what is in the report or recording because he didn't interview. Anyway.
Sustained.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Court's indulgence. Chris stated that they went to, well, excuse me. Do you recall Chris stating that they went to Forsyth and met with a contractor named Mike? Do you remember that?
I don't remember those details.
Okay. Do you remember anyone at ACCPD ever speaking to a contractor named Mike that could confirm that Chris was in Forsyth?
I can't say with certainty whether or not a contractor in Forsyth was spoken to.
Okay. And I ask you this, and I'll let this probably be my final question. When it comes to the questions I asked you, there's no certainty, but you would agree when the state asked you if Chris...
Object to that question. It's argument.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say we aren't... Outside of the 3 individuals you spoke to, excluding the bank, is it fair to say we don't have any other evidence of where Chris Melton was between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
Mr. Cruz, what I can tell you with certainty is that as I sit here today in 2026, my assessment of Chris Melton's timeline in 2001 as an investigative analyst that's investigated hundreds of violent crimes is that Chris Melton has substantial testimony from other people that puts him away from Athens, Georgia at the time Tara Baker was killed. And our assessment in the analytical unit at the Athens Clarke County Police Department was that Chris Melton could not have killed Tara Baker.
That's based on those?
That's based on the totality review of the case file at the time that we looked at it in 2005. And that's what we presented in Quantico, Virginia at the FBI Academy.
Sure. And even the FBI advised you all to investigate Chris Melton's hard drive. Is that correct?
I recollect that there was a suggestion to look at his hard drive and an email from Christine DePoyster. I don't know that Chris Melton had a hard drive to look at.
Well, this is what I follow up with. If ACCPD was so certain that Chris Melton was away from Athens, why would the FBI request or instruct you all to look at his hard drive?
It goes back to something I said before. We did not eliminate Chris Melton as a person of interest. He was not at the top of our list of persons of interest. So, from an analytical standpoint, we had to look at, could we absolutely eliminate him? I would not absolutely eliminate my mother from the crime. If somebody came and said that my mom could possibly have been involved, but it made it, the totality of the statements that we reviewed made it seem very implausible that Chris Melton was in Athens, Georgia at the time Tara Baker was killed. Now, if you presented some significant evidence, if Chris Melton was seen on video in the neighborhood with a timestamp of 8 a.m. on January the 19th in 2001, that might change my assessment. But
can I ask you this?
Sure.
You'd agree that Mr. Faust wasn't seen on video at 8 a.m. in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I didn't say he was, but I was talking about what might change my mind. Now, if we saw a video of Mr. Faust in the neighborhood, that would be a clue, right?
But you also didn't see any video of Deer Park. Is that right?
I don't think I saw any video from Deer Park.
And outside of the bank, so we're not talking about the bank. We're going to assume that the bank is at 9:08. Between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., you all didn't collect any video where Chris Melton was located. Is that correct?
The only video that I recollect being collected, or I don't think it was collected, I think it was seen, was Chris Melton in a bank.
That's fair. And to conclude my questions for you, FBI stated search the hard drive. That wasn't done, was it?
I don't believe there was a hard drive to be searched.
So that's a no?
I cannot say with certainty that we didn't search a hard drive as I sit here today, but I do not have any recollection of searching a hard drive.
Okay. Well, I thank you so much for your time. I thank you so much for answering my questions. Your Honor, those are my questions for this witness.
Any redirect, Mr. Yalamanchili?
No, Judge.
May this witness be excused. Mr. Yalamanchili, may the witness be excused.
Judge.
Any objection from Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's so funny that the first thing that comes up when we're doing this is our guy Christopher. You remember him? Mr. Wolfenberger, who was also it was a cold case in Georgia that we tried to get through, that they tried to convict, and that didn't work out so well. They are still in jury deliberations. It really doesn't, it just has it like staring at a wall on law and crime. So just so y'all aware, at least the one good thing, and I'm not sure exactly why that works that way over there, but I'm not into, however they do their stuff over there. I'm gonna let that be the way it is. So let me get our next testimony that we're going to watch over here as we wait on our verdict. Oh, wait a minute. I see some camera movement. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me put y'all in there.
To go back on the record with regard to State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24-00547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30, and this is question number one.
Question number one.
To the judge. The jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. Mr. Yalamanchili, Mr. Golden, any response before I say what is allowed?
Your Honor, I think the jury has to recall those facts for themselves, both as it relates to the DNA reports. They were admitted into evidence, but I don't believe that they would go back to the jury due to the continuing witness rule. And as it relates to Mr. Ricketts' testimony, the jury would need to recall that themselves as well. That would be the state's position.
All right, Mr. Cruz.
As far as the testimony regarding Ricketts, I do agree. They do have to go off of their notes. But as far as the DNA reports, they aren't evidence. I would say they would like to come out here and look at them, and you can pass it around to the jurors through the jury box. We have no issue with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the law. The law allows both of these requests to be had. The jury is allowed to rehear testimony, obviously, as long as it's in the courtroom. We're going to queue it up for Ricketts' testimony if they still want to hear it. And the jury is allowed to review anything in evidence, but it has to be, of course, in open court. It would be subject to continuing witness rule if it were back in the jury room. But in open court, they are allowed to look at anything that's been admitted to evidence. So I'm going to have the jury come on out, just have them come out, and I will respond to their question in total. Thank you. I'm going to ask counsel to go look at the reports while they're listening and make sure you all are in agreement what we're talking about. Thank you. All right, very good. Thank you. Just counting, make sure everybody's here. You all may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here resuming the trial, State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust. I've already put this on the record, but since you're in front of us, I'll put it on again. SU 24 CR 0547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30. Thank you all for being on time today. I'm having you out here because I'm responding to your message. And the message reads, the jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. The answer to both of those questions are yes. You can see anything that's in evidence. It has to be done, of course, in open court. The attorneys are going to get together and make sure they know what reports you're referring to and have you look at them out here in open court. But while they are doing that, we are going to replay the transcript of Ricketts' testimony. And there's no video, but the transcript is allowed by law to be heard again by all of you. So as soon as Ms. Satterfield is ready to play it, this is not a perfect system in terms of being able to sort of transcribe it to all of you. And so if it's faint, sometimes we put a microphone to the actual computer. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. You ready? All right, very good. You may proceed. Thank you, Ms. Satterfield.
State calls Bill Ricketts.
Yeah, Bill Ricketts.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand and take note. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, if you would, please speak towards the microphone and just state and spell your name for the record.
William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Ricketts, R-I-C-K-E-T-T-S.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and what capacity do you, or is there a particular agency that you work with within the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, sir. I'm supervisor of the law enforcement section of the Transportation Security Administration.
Okay, prior to working for TSA, were you involved in law enforcement in a different capacity?
Yes, sir. From 1992 to 1996, I worked at the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and from 96 to 2001, I worked with the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
Okay, and were you working with the Athens Clarke County Police Department assignment or role at ACCPE?
At that time, I was currently signed with the robbery homicide unit. I was in transitioning out into training at the time, but I was robbery homicide during that time.
Okay. And were you working on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. So I want to start kind of at the beginning of the day. Did your assignments at robbery homicide take you anywhere outside of that?
Yes, sir. That morning, I was, I believe it was Milledgeville, Georgia. I was at the state penitentiary working a cold case homicide from, I believe, 1996. I spent the morning there and then drove back to Athens with one of the DA's investigators. I came back to Athens that morning. I would say lunchtime, so somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And so just to clarify, though, this cold case homicide you were working from 1996, did that have anything to do with an individual named Miss Tara Baker?
No.
Okay. And so when you got back, you said around lunchtime or so, was there anything unusual that you noticed when you got back to the police department?
Yes, sir. We got back to the police department, pulled in the background, really parking all of our vehicles and forensics and the CID units were gone, which I told the other investigator that wasn't a good sign for us for the day. And it was not. We went inside, and it was early in the days of cell phones, so we went inside and I got assigned to go back out over the phone drive.
Okay. And you said go back out over to Fawn Drive. Was that related to Miss Baker's murder?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived at Fawn Drive?
I arrived back on the scene and met with Lieutenant Durham. Crime scene folks were there. Talked to outside for just a few minutes with folks there. And then I began to talk to Lieutenant Durham, and he took me on a tour of the scene to get a look around so we could start taking some notes and look around. They had already been working for a pretty good bit of time before I got there. He showed me around the location, the crime scene. We looked at that. I took some notes. And then he kind of put me up to where he wanted me to go start doing some canvassing door to door and wanted me to do some other items that he had on his checkoff list that needed to be done.
So I want to start with your canvassing door to door. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Matt Owens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you also speak with an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Owens, what did he tell you about anything that he may have seen that day?
Objection, your second.
Any response to the objections?
Your Honor, I do believe Mr. Owens testified in this trial, and then Mr. Cruz challenged the credibility of certain things that Mr. Owens had said. So I believe that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
I did not challenge the credibility of Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens testified on it. I didn't ask Mr. Owens any questions of this thing.
Mr. Yellen, showing any response to Mr. Cruz's statement before I made
Your Honor, the defense is contending that he challenged nothing about the truthfulness and accuracy of Mr. Owens' statements. That I don't believe the prior consistent statement would be admissible.
I'm going to sustain it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, so you spoke with Mr. Owens. We're not going to get into the details of what he said. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
I did.
Okay. What is it that Miss Riker relayed to you?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Any response to the objections, Mr. Yellen?
As it related to Mr. Owens, I don't have definitive memories of the ways in which Mr. Cruz may have asked questions or attempted to impeach that witness.
Guys, I'm gonna put up the testimony that they're looking at. Y'all can have a phase 2, but it's the same testimony. I just find it contradictory, so I'm putting it up right where they at phase 2 for.
So I do think that this
So
would
let
be
me show
admissible as a
you.
prior consistent statement.
Okay, yes, sir.
So I
Because them not showing us, well, it's gonna drive me crazy.
requires our examination of Mr. Riker, the only thing we wait for the statement.
Because we don't have a phase 2, unfortunately.
Prior statements, the testimony she gave in court, used her prior statements from the day she spoke to establish what her accurate testimony was.
Mr. Cruz, I remember the statements, and I take it as that we're going to overrule your objections on
So, Ms. Ricketts, as it relates to Ms. Riker, what did she relay to you?
She said that morning around 8:15 in the morning, she left to go to class. She saw a male subject, black man, walking down the street from the area of Cooper Road towards her apartment. Now, she said the male subject had to stop in order for her to back out of the driveway and go on. Her description, was a medium, average looking height, medium, no hat, medium hair. It had a orange or bright red shirt, baggy pants, possible jeans, but they weren't dark in color. She gave us that description while we were sitting there talking to her. She was surprised that morning, and it was kind of a foggy rain morning that morning. I do remember driving down that morning. I wasn't at the scene during that. That morning was a heavy fall, kind of rain kind of morning, not next. And she said it was kind of odd to have somebody cutting through just the warm area at that time of the morning.
Was the unusualness also based on weather that she described?
She described the weather and then how the subject was almost walked into her car. It was one of those where if she hadn't seen him, she thinks maybe if she had seen him, they might have run into each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you conduct other canvas interviews?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into the details of those, but just talking about what you did that day. Eventually, did you end up back at the Athens Clarke County Police Department?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Durham sent me on several other assignments to take care of, and I did end up back at the police department later that afternoon.
Okay. While you were at the police department, and this would still be January 19th of 2001, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was.
So while you were at the police department, did you have any contact with an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
I did.
Okay. And who did you understand Mr. Melton to be at the time that you spoke with him?
I understood Mr. Melton to be the boyfriend of the deceased. From being out at the scene, I had not yet seen or met, at this point, but I understood that's who he was.
Okay. And you said by being out at the scene, to your knowledge, had Mr. Melton been brought to the scene at some point during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the purpose for which he was brought to the scene?
He identified the body, which I was told via digital camera from the crime scene. I was out on the crime scene answering some questions there. I believe Lieutenant Durham.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Melton?
Yes, I did.
Was there anybody else present when you were speaking with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir. His father came with him. We weren't expecting him at the police department. He arrived, and he and his father were there together. So we decided to do an impromptu interview there in the office.
And where in the police department in particular did this interview take place, if you recall?
We were kind of over in that forensics area. We were not actually in an interview room. We were over in the forensics office. If you think of it, it's like a small conference room. I won't say a common work area, but a small conference room there where we could have a little bit of privacy and a table where we could sit and talk. The area was pretty busy that whole afternoon. Had several things going on at the same time, but that's where we decided to sit.
Okay. So what, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about his relationship with Ms. Baker?
So we sat and began to talk.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that Mr. Cruz attempted to impeach Mr. Melton regarding the, status or general place that his relationship with Ms. Baker was in at the time. And so I think that these would be prior consistent statements on that issue.
There was none, Judge. During our cross-examination of Mr. Melton yesterday, the exact statement he gave Detective Briggs about his status, Mr. Melton testified to. My concern, Your Honor, as you saw with Mr. Ryder, is the state is attempting to use this officer to change the testimonies of other witnesses. That's why we're raising our case the other day. Ms. Ryder has testified, Mr. Melton has testified. If it truly is a prior consistent statement that was not enlisted or left hanging, which will lead to a misinterpretation, yes, we're here. But just to ask this officer testimony that other officers, that the actual witnesses come in and get themselves, I ask that court, sustain our consent objection to that.
Anything further before next week?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the prior consistent statement rule for admission has to do with exactly the situation Mr. Cruz just described, as far as the witness having testified, the defense attempting to impeach that witness, and then later that witness's prior consistent statements from the time coming in to show that that impeachment is incredible. So it's the very purpose of the rule.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with that, Your Honor. Prior consistent statement is if I challenge the credibility of this witness on that statement, and then the state comes in and say, hey, he's elicited testimony that the witness has said one thing, but we have a consistent statement from the past showing that his testimony in court is consistent with the statement that he's made before. We don't have that issue here because Mr. Melton, the same testimony that Detective Richards can give to the court, Mr. Melton, and I can say the statement I want because I don't want to put it, I don't want to take the witness. But I would just ask that if there are prior consistent statements that the state would like to use, that's fine. We want to get to those, but just to ask Detective Richards what other witnesses told him, would ask them to sustain our discussion.
All right, thank you. I think for the first time in this trial, you both are right. You're both correct about what a prior consistent statement is. I'm going to sustain and overrule the objection. I'm going to do both. So this is what I'm going to limit the state to. With regard to the statements that you are seeking to elicit, they need to be connected to the issue of impeachment and any necessity for a prior consistent statement. It cannot be, for example, as Mr. Cruz has just outlined, an entire narrative of the interview with Mr. Miller. So I'm going to ask you to limit your questioning. I'm going to make a ruling that you have to limit your questioning this witness to the specific areas that you're seeking and arguing need a prior consistent statement.
Yes, Your Honor. And so I will not ask the witness, what did he tell you? I will try to be direct, which should give Mr. Cruz an opportunity if he has additional objections to bring them up at that time.
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Ricketts, I want to ask you very specifically, what is it that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker at that time?
That is hearsay with that exception. I would object.
All right. Mr. Galvin, any response to the objection?
I was just restating the previous question I asked, and I think it is directed in the manner that the court informed or instructed me to ask it in order to be admissible as a prior consistent statement, exception to the hearsay rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you the question again. What is it on January 19th of 2001 that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker?
He said they had a serious relationship and had talked and had intentions of marriage in the future.
Okay. And then, I want to take you forward a little bit and talk about the general nature and status of their relationship at the time. What, if anything, did he tell you about the plans that he and Ms. Baker had for that weekend?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Mr. Galvin, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, again, it is a prior consistent statement. Mr. Cruz, in his cross-examination of Mr. Melton, indicated that at the time leading up to Ms. Baker's murder, the two of them may not have even been in a relationship. He referred to Ms. Baker as his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. So prior consistent statements regarding the fact that they were in a relationship and had plans together that weekend that both were excited about would be a prior consistent statement that would be admissible.
Ms. Cruz, anything further, sir?
Sure. Mr. Galvin-Childy's purpose for admitting this isn't because Mr. Melton or Alice is inconsistent testimony, inconsistent statement. It's the statement that matters. Not the general view, not the general theory of the witness. The statement. We did not get into, on cross-examination, Mr. Melton's plans with Ms. Baker on the weekend after her death.
about just the weekend after the incident was in fact brought out on cross-examination. The articulation the state has made about what a prior consistent statement is with regard to that issue is accurate, and I'm going to allow you to the objection.
So, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you again, and I'm trying to make this a specific tailored question. What, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about plans that he may have had, Ms. Baker had, for that weekend?
Yes, he went in depth about Tara had plans that evening with friends and family for a birthday party on the 19th for that night, and then he had planned something for her on Saturday night where they were going to meet together that evening on Saturday the 20th.
Did he express anything to you about their feelings regarding those plans?
Yes, on the Friday, numerous times when we were talking, he said that Tara wanted him to drive down and be there for the 19th for the party at the winery with folks from the law school and for the law firm where she worked. He didn't think scheduling wise.
I am so sorry about that. This testimony is an accurate testimony in Brandon's file. The disadvantage that Mr. Faust has right now, when they are bringing in another witness to testify regarding what Mr. Melton may or may not have said, they have no way to cross-examine Mr. Melton on that information. I would ask that the state ask Detective Ricketts questions related to Detective Ricketts' personal knowledge, not information he's heard from someone else. Let's pause under his assumption. But to the last question, to answer our objections.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Yellow-Chili. I know the witness is in the middle of the statement. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I think it's the same argument that the court just ruled on, a minute ago, that this is admissible as a prior consistent statement. And I believe it falls within that exception to the hearsay rule, as the court's already indicated.
Mr. Cruz, let me just ask you a question so I understand your objection. Are you arguing that this information is not elicited? Mr. Melton's on the stand?
I am arguing that the statement that was just made from Detective Ricketts doesn't exist in the case file. So what I'm not saying it's intentional.
I'll let you respond to
I'm sorry, it's not saying this is intentional from the state. I don't think it's intentional. But what's going on here is Mr. Melton testified yesterday. I'm assuming the state didn't get the information that they would have liked Mr. Melton to say, so they brought in Detective Ricketts to now become a serious Chris Melton. And they'll ask Detective Ricketts, well, what did Chris Melton say about this? What did Chris Melton say about that?
Hang on just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this up outside your presence.
That's the yellow at the bench office. I don't know if it was. Getting through that will be with you as soon as she can find it. Thank you.
Did Mr. Melton talk to you at all or say anything to you about plans that he and Miss Baker had for that weekend and their feelings surrounding those plans?
Yes. He advised that Tara was very excited about her birthday coming up the weekend, and that she and friends from law school and the law firm she worked at were all getting together at the winery Friday night. And that Chris had made plans on Saturday the 20th to meet and take her out and to celebrate her birthday.
All right. And as it relates to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on Friday morning, January 19th of 2001, is that something that y'all discussed in your interview?
Yes, one of the reasons Friday night that he wasn't going to be down is for work on Friday. The new area where he was working and things of that nature was taking time away. He had jobs doing that Friday, so he said Saturday would be a much easier thing. And she had her college law school friends and her law firm friends and all to do the dinner on Friday night.
Okay. Well, and so my question, I might not have been clear, and I apologize for that, is did he talk to you about where he was Friday morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
He spent the night and had spent most of the nights that week with his mom and dad. And it was at their residence. I have the address here if you need it, but he was at their residence that night until they went to work that next morning.
Okay. Now, I don't think we want to or need to say any specific addresses, but when you say until he went to work that morning, did he talk to you about when that was and where he went on that morning of January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. He laid that morning out for me. So his morning was to have his helper, his friend Chris, show up to help him that morning at the house there between 7:15 and 7:30. And then they left to start their day.
Okay. Did he talk to you about where they went when they left to start their day?
Yes, sir. His first, on this encounter on the 19th, they stopped at Nash Plumbing first off, load up with gear and equipment for that day, for the projects and the jobs that they were going out to do. He said they loaded up to there, and then they were headed over to try to make a stop over at Truck Customs. Chris explained in the interview that he was trying to get a ladder rack put on his truck, then he had to measure it, and then he would go back later in the day and they would install that ladder rack. Was I understand the conversation we're having. That location is in Loganville, Georgia, and he went there in order to get that measured out. They left there and went over to Grayson, Georgia, in order to do a job there, a check for leaks, that kind of thing at that house. From there, they went on to Forsyth, met up with a contractor there to look at doing a house there at Forsyth. Now, the house there, I guess it wouldn't have boarding on it, but no paper and shingles, I guess, if that makes sense. And I think they were just getting pretty wet. They were going to lay the house out to the initial plumb of the residence that day. But there was no cover on the roof, so they were kind of getting wet. So Chris said he rolled and went back by Truck Customs just to stop in and see if maybe they happened to be ready on his way back to his house. And when he went back to the house, he just dropped Chris.
All right, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, I mean, I think it's all still responsive to the initial question of what Mr. Melton relayed to him about what he was doing and where he went that morning.
I am going to sustain the objection. I do think it is there. I'm going to ask the questioner to walk their witness through appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Ricketts did, so we're at Truck Customs at this point. Did Mr. Melton tell you where, if anywhere, they went from Truck Customs?
Due to the weather and whatever else, he went back to the residence, dropped his helper off in order to let him go eat and see if they could maybe wait the rain out and see kind of how that would go. He advised that they would be up together later and try to complete some more work or go back by Truck Customs.
And I'm sorry, let me just ask you some questions as we go along here. You just testified that he had dropped his helper. What was that person's name?
Chris.
Well, Chris Melton.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to look back. I apologize.
That's all right.
Give me one second. I'm so sorry.
state before I make a ruling.
I think that's correct. We can go through asking those couple of questions.
All right, very good. I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to how to refresh a witness's recollection, but I'm going to overrule the objection with regard to having the report on the stand. A witness is entitled to have it on the stand. You just have to use it appropriately. So may continue.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, before you refer to your report, please, indicate to me that you may need to do that. We'll go through the appropriate questions. And my understanding from your last answer is at this time you can't necessarily recall the name of Mr. Melton's number. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you think referring to your report would help you refresh your recollection?
It would.
Okay. Please refer to the report. Do not read from it, and just let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Yes, sir. His first name is Josh.
Okay. So I think, do you recall now after having reviewed your report that individual's name?
Yes, John McCurdy.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you would just testify that Mr. Melton dropped Mr. McCurdy off at Mr. McCurdy's residence, is that right?
They were back at Chris's house. They needed both the vehicles from my understanding because Josh went there. When they go back to Truck Customs, Josh, he was going to have to follow him back to Truck Customs in order to leave Chris's truck there. They didn't need the second vehicle. So he went to lunch at that time.
Okay, did they ever return to Truck Customs?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what did Mr. Melton, what did Mr. Melton tell you about where he went after he left Truck Customs?
He went to Truck Customs, he said around 3:45, 4 o'clock for an appointment that he had there. And he got a page that he received while he was there. He received that page, made a phone call, and then went to Athens to the address on Drive.
Okay, and this, when you say the address on Fawn Drive, we talk about Miss Baker's residence where she was killed?
Yes.
Okay. During this interview, this is January 19th of 2001, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Melton's hands?
I did.
Okay. What did you observe about Mr. Melton's hands?
During the interview, while we sat and talked, Mr. Melton, for lack of better words, just picked at his hands and messed with his hands, pretty much just moving glue and things off his fingers from his fingernail beds and just kind of making that kind of movement while he was moving with his hands. You can see that. And then I had the opportunity to fingerprint him for prints. And at that time, we didn't use computers like we do now. We had to do manual prints, ink prints. So I printed him both hands on the printing, pretty much with a desk just like this. Start with outside and work the inside. So I had to hold and sit there, hold his hands, and roll each finger out as I made fingerprints. And then I would move over to the other hand and do the same exact thing and work through all 5. So all of his fingerprints were done there at the police department after we finished this interview.
And you yourself did that rolling of the prints? Is that what you just testified to?
I did.
Okay. And I just want to go through that process again a little more slowly. Did you just testify that all 10 of his fingers would have been printed?
Yes,
sir. Correct? Okay. And when you're going through that process, you make contact with the person you're printing?
Sure. So unlike now, you have to take your hand and you hold the print with the finger. You go to the far side and you roll it because you're getting ink. So now with a computer, you can sit and look at a screen and kind of move it around. But with this, you got to dip his hand in ink. You take it and roll from side to side, and then you would move one at a time from finger to finger. So I dip, roll, and roll, and then get the thumb, and then you move around to the other side. And each time you do that, you have to grab the hand, and you have to hold the hand and do it. And they have to kind of hold their hand real loose and kind of give you kind of control of the hand. It's a much better system we have now. But at that time, I had to sit and hold his hand during that time while we were doing that.
All right. And so I want to fast forward a couple of days and then rewind back a couple of days. Did you have an interaction with Chris Melton on January 21st of 2001.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that interaction, did you and Detective Newton take any pictures?
Yes, we did. We took pictures.
Okay. In particular, on Mr. Melton's hands, when y'all met with him on January 21st, was there anything that caused you to take pictures of his hands?
Yes, he had marks on his hand on Sunday that weren't there on Friday evening when we talked to him. And so when we were taking pictures, we took pictures of those also with the rest of his body.
So when you met with him on January 21st and you saw the marks, you took pictures of those, or Detective Newton, y'all took pictures of
Yes, on the 21st, we saw those. We did the other stuff we had to do, and we also took those pictures.
Were those marks on his hands on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed him and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. If they had been, would you have taken pictures of them the way you did on January 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a little bit of an aside. Have you ever worked with plumber's glue and some things related to plumbing?
Sure. So there's primer and there's glue, and the glue gets all over your hands. You have to peel it off, things of that nature. On the interview on Friday, I was just watching the individuals we were interviewing. He was picking at his hands. One, I think, for concentration and trying to cope, if that's a word, I don't know, but he was just trying to pick at his hands and pull that glue off. None of the stuff that I had to do, like if your hands are extremely dirty, like if I got somebody else, I needed to print them, I have to clean their hands in order to take prints. So there was nothing on his hands that impeded with me taking fingerprints. So I didn't have to go scrub his hands, which I had to do before, where we had to get somebody and scrub their hands in order to get prints. We didn't have to do that. Blue primer is usually purple, and I won't say it's see-through, but it's not. It doesn't block, and glue doesn't either. It just peels up, and you have to peel it off.
So, well, and let me ask you this question then. Was there anything about the things on Mr. Melton's hands on January 19th of 2001 that would have prevented you from seeing these injuries if they had been there?
No, there was nothing covering his whole. From the picture, you would have had to cover his hand from about where my shirt stops all the way to his fingertips to cover that up, and his thumbs and that area right in there. So you would have had to cover everything. And the plumber's primer and the glue, it gets on your skin, but it's not that bad. I plumbed the house when I built my house. I'm not very good at it, but I got more stuff. But you can see through it. Like if you cut yourself or anything like that, you're gonna see that.
Okay. So I want to go forward to January 20th of 2001. So this is the day between the first day and time that you ever talked to Mr. Melton and the second day and time that you talked to Mr. Melton. Did you take any investigative actions in order to I guess, see if you could talk to some of the people that Mr. Melton had mentioned to you about being with him or around him on Friday morning?
Yes, we made phone interviews on Saturday from the police department.
Okay. As specifically as it related to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th, who did you talk to on January 20th?
I talked to Josh, and I also talked to Mr. Teeters.
Okay. And you've already testified about who you understood Josh to be. Who did you understand Mr. Teeter to be?
From Truck Customs.
Okay. And is that the Truck Customs that you were making reference to?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to turn the Illinois off, or can the court turn it off? I just don't want to put something down here inadvertently and have it displayed. Because I almost did. Thank you. Okay. Well, and so as it relates to Josh McCurdy, what did Mr. McCurdy tell you about his whereabouts and Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001?
He drove to Chris's house that morning, approximately 7:15. He said to 7:30, and he said their first stop was at the plumbing. They went there first. And if I could refer to my notes, I can give you the letter. He also mentioned that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also.
Do you, and so as you sit here, are you having difficulty recalling the remainder of what Mr. McCurdy told you?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that reviewing your report would help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please do so? Then don't read from your report, but let me know when you finish.
Yes, sir. So he does mention that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also for some breakfast.
Did Mr. McCurdy tell you anything about where they went after Chick-fil-A?
To Grayson, which is just right down the road.
And was there a particular time he said he believed that they had gone
He
to
thought it was between 8 and 8:15.
Okay. And from there, did he tell you anywhere that they may have gone after that?
He mentioned Forsyth and the place with the rain, and he was talking about just how wet they were getting and weren't able to get in out from underneath that rain. He said that it was just too much rain to get any work down there.
Okay. And so after they left Forsyth, did Mr. McCurdy say anything about where they went next?
He did mention they went back to Truck Customs that afternoon.
Okay. Did they go anywhere between Forsyth and Truck Customs?
They did stop for lunch, for the lunch break that they mentioned earlier, if I didn't mention that.
Okay. And then did Mr. McCurdy say anything about anything that happened while they were at Truck Customs in the afternoon?
He mentioned the page in detail, and then he talked about how they left Chris's truck there and he drove him to Athens. He didn't want Chris to have to make that drive, but he drove him all the way to Athens.
Did he say anything about any fears that Mr. Melton had or any actions that Mr. Melton took as they drove to Athens?
You know, he said that while they were in the truck that Chris was calling information, trying to track down other parents of the girls there, trying to make contact as he drove from that area. To say Loganville because it's easiest split there, but as they drove down from Loganville to Athens, he was trying to get information and see if he could make contact with family members.
Okay. And did he say anything to you about any types of worries or fears that Mr. Melton had?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
In response to the objection.
Judge, under 24-8-8035, past recollection recorded. I believe yesterday during Mr. McCurdy's testimony, the foundation for that was laid, and this would be that past recollection recorded being admitted under exception to the hearsay rule of 24-8-8035.
All right. Mr. Cruz.
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the law. So, 8035 is not applying this case. The state, if they wanted to use past recorded recollection, is not Detective Bridges. They would use it with. It was Josh Corey who they could use it with. I'm becoming concerned that the state is trying to use Bridges to ride everybody else's testimony. So I'm just asking the court to instruct the state not to elicit hearsay. If it's something that's a personal observation of Detective Bridges, that's lawful, that's legal. As far as just going through witnesses and saying, hey, what do they say about this, what do they say about that, I believe that is a problem.
But your objection is hearsay.
It is.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. So I'm going to move forward then, Detective Ricketts, and talk to you. You've already mentioned that you had a conversation with Mr. Teeter, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think we need to get into the contents of that conversation. But I do want to go forward with you to January 21st of 2001. Did you have contact with Mr. Melton again on that day?
I did. He voluntarily came back and met with us.
Okay. When Mr. Melton met with you, did he have anybody else present with him?
His family was with him, but they came back with him, but his dad was with him.
Okay. When you spoke with him, and I think you already mentioned taking photographs of him, who all was present when that was happening?
Just Chris and Detective Newton and myself.
Okay. And did Mr. Melton give you any additional information beyond what he told you on Friday evening about where he was on Friday morning?
We went back over the timeline of events from Friday, and Chris added that he had stopped by the Wachovia Bank in Loganville just after 9, which he did mention on Friday, which we took note of that. And then on Monday, some other detectives went to run that to ground. That information went past on Friday, but Chris talked about it with me on Sunday. Everything else pretty much stayed the same except for that.
All right. And so when he was meeting with y'all on January 21st, did anything come up regarding blood sample?
Yes, so at the end of our conversation at the police department, we talked about the crime scene, things of that nature. It's the first time that I brought up with Chris that there was the possibility that Darren had been sexually assaulted. We had a brief conversation about DNA and some things of that nature, and I told him that at some point we would need to get consent and he would need to do a sample for us, and he agreed. So the warrant wasn't necessary, but he agreed to go with us after our Piedmont Hospital to do that.
Did you attend or observe that blood draw?
I did. We went there. They followed us over. We made contact because it was a Sunday, and we had a nurse in the lab do that for us. And I observed both vials be drawn, placed in the evidence bag, and then I took them back to the police department and placed them in the evidence.
Did Mr. Melton make any statements to you about the last time he and Tara had sex?
He did. From going over my notes and listening to the recordings, I can't give you a precise date. His voice trails off there, but it was in that week period of time, sometime between that last weekend. I want to say it was Saturday or Sunday would be my best recollection. That the recording goes off. Kind of. That
Let's talk about.
Good.
Sorry,
That's okay. Sorry.
there. Let's talk about the tools that you had in 2001. Obviously, nowadays we all walk around with these guys that have a recording function on them. When you were a police officer in January of 2001 and you needed to record an interview with an individual, what equipment were you provided with in order to do that?
We were using micro cassette recorders. Audio wasn't always the best, but we did pretty good on it. You can listen to them. It's pretty hard to. We used those. I laughed talking to some of the officers with the Ranger this morning. They didn't understand that this was the first area of time when we were doing these reports that I wanted was word processing. So if that makes sense, we were done everything else before that typewriters. So word processing was kind of new, and we were using micro cassette recorders, which weren't great. At the Clark County at that time was in the process of putting up interview rooms with video cameras and things of that nature, but they weren't. That was not literal.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that this was a period of time when, like, the use of technology and the tools that y'all had available was in a period of transition?
Huge.
So, as you were there on January 21st, I want to go and retrieve some things from evidence and show them to you. So, you bear with me for just a moment.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Ricketts, I'm going to hand you two exhibits. They both have been admitted into evidence already. They're defendants exhibits 29, and then, I'm sorry, I said two exhibits, two sets of pictures. So D29 has been marked collectively, so all the pictures are D29. And then I'm also going to hand you defendants exhibit 37, 38, 39, and 40 that have been admitted into evidence already as well. So I'll hand those up to you. I'm going to give you a chance first to look through them, and then if you just let me know when you've had a chance to look through them, I'll continue asking you questions to that point. Okay. Detective Ricketts, in the collectively marked exhibit that I handed to you, where there's one number but a bunch of pictures, do you recognize those pictures?
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. These were taken at Piedmont at the Greenville.
Okay, and again, who was present when those pictures were taken?
Detective Newton, that's his arm right there in the picture right there. He took these photos here, and I took the other photos.
Okay, and those images, the injuries that are depicted on those hands, were those present on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed Mr. Melton and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. And then the other set of pictures that I handed you, I want to ask you a few questions before we talk about those. I think they're defendants in exhibits 37 through 40, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you noticed those injuries to Mr. Melton's hands, was there any explanation provided by him for where those injuries came from?
I talked to him about those. He advised that when he got back to his apartment, went in, was alone for a period of time, that he kind of lost it. He said as soon as he walked in the door, it was there on the right side when you go into his apartment, and he just punched the wall numerous times, and then he said he sat on the floor and cried.
Did you ever go to Mr. Melton's apartment after you talked with him about those injuries and how he received them?
Yes, sir. I believe it's the 23rd. Went over. I believe that's the correct date. But yes, sir. I went and I took these photos in the apartment.
Okay. And when you say these photos, are you referring to defendants exhibits 37 through 40?
I am.
Okay. The damage that you saw to the wall, was that consistent to you with the injuries that you saw on Mr. Melton's hands?
It is.
Detective Ricketts, thank you so much for your time. I don't have any other questions for you right now, but I'm sure Mr. Cruz may have some.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Sorry, cross-examination.
Yes. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess and allow everybody to use the restroom. We'll be off the record until about 10:25. Don't discuss the case.
My name is Attorney Mike Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. Under the authority of this honorable court, I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Okay, excellent. Detective Bridges, you were with ACCPD, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, and during the time of this investigation, you were with ACCPD. That's correct. Would you agree that ACCPD dropped the ball on this investigation? Yeah. You believe ACCPD followed up on all leads? Yes. Confirmed all information?
I think so. I would like to add something to that if you would allow me to.
I can't answer any questions. We can talk about it after though. So that's okay this time.
No, I think I'll answer that question. Yes, I wish if you look back at any case 25 years ago and look at it with fresh eyes 25 years ago, yes, things would have been done totally different. I think with some options and things that we've had. Everything that I can say to, and I will not answer on behalf of ACCPD, but on the days that I was a part of this case, I would say, I think yes, we did. But I think if you look at anything 25 years back, I think if you look at something I did last week, there'd be things that I would like to improve on. But I don't think drop the ball would be a word I would ever use.
Sure. Do you believe ACCPD followed the evidence appropriately?
Yes, the evidence to my knowledge, I believe they did. defending Chris Melton.
So that is a yes or no question.
Please repeat it.
Yes, sir. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend Chris Melton?
No.
Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend the state's case?
No.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about a couple of things that you talked about on the record examination, right?
Okay.
For starters, would you have any reason to disagree that January 19th, 2001 was 9,153 days?
Sounds appropriate.
And I'm going to use this whiteboard over here.
Yes, sir.
So 9,153 days since 1/19/01. Fair?
Sounds correct.
In 2001, can you tell us what team won a Super Bowl?
I cannot.
In 2001, can you tell us what team won the World Series?
No.
In 2001, can you tell us what your favorite song was?
No.
So no to Super Bowl and feel like you're right. This is terrible. No to World Series. No to favorite song. And you would agree that your notes say nothing about Mr. Melton picking anything off of his hands, is that correct?
No, sir. I'm going back from the recollection of the audio cassette tapes from that day.
So your statement to this jury is that based on the audio cassette of that day, it refreshed your recollection that Mr. Melton was picking items off of his hands.
Yes, sir. You asked me about the Super Bowl. Not an NFL guy, not a baseball guy.
That's all.
Crime scene for Tara Baker, I'll never forget. The interviews.
This yes or no question.
Well, Judge, your question. What's this allowed to explain his answer?
Have you heard on that, Johnny?
You may be, yes.
I would disagree with that. The witness on cross-examination, my job is to posit to the witness yes or no questions. If the state wants the witness to elicit further testimony, they do that on redirect. And at this time, Your Honor, I pretty much give the witness what the answer is. They can answer yes or no, and we decide which direction we go from there. So I would ask that the witness is not allowed to control cross-examination, to control Mr. Faust's rights to cross-examination. And we're allowed to ask the witness leading questions that the witness answers appropriately.
Okay, so this is not about witness control, this is about what the law allows. And cross-examination questions are yes or no questions, certainly. But the law allows a witness to answer yes or no and then explain if he or she chooses to make an explanation. And so I'm going to overrule your objection. He is allowed to explain if he chooses to. If there are further objections the court needs to make with regard to those explanations, I certainly will hear it. If you'll ask the question, Mr. Cruz, thank you.
Sure. Now we'll draw that question. My understanding is the audio is what refreshed your recollection in regards to what was on Mr. Melton's hands.
Yes,
And that audio is from January 19, 2001.
that's correct.
Okay, and you've already listened to the audio because the state provided you with a copy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you were to hear that audio, you would recognize it. Is that fair to say?
tell you if this is the audio from.
Correct. If you recognize it, it's accurate, which you recognize it as.
This sounds like the beginning of the audio from the 19th.
Correct. You and Mr. Chris Melton.
Yes, sir. His father.
That's fair. Does it sound like a fair and accurate rendition of that recording as you remember it?
It does.
And what I'd like you to do is going to mark that flash drive, which has been identified by the witness as the interview between Detective Ricketts and Chris Melton on January 19th, 2001, as the then says it 44. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as the then says it 44. So this is what I want us to do with this. Detective Ricketts. I'm going to allow you to listen to this. Okay? And can you look up at the portion where you discussed with Chris Melton what's on his hands? Is that there?
Yes.
And just to make sure we're clear, this recording, based on your prior testimony, this recording refreshed your recollection about Mr. Melton taking his hands, what was on his hands, things of that nature. Is that everything?
Yes.
And I rushed with the children. Okay. And if you would, once you hear that portion of the recording, just let us know the timestamps. Second bridge. Can you go to minute mark 4048, 4049? Or 4048, start at 4048 and play it to 4051. Did you hear? Yes. Okay. And you agree that the statement that you made led you to say that Chris Melton was taking things off his hand, that he had different fluids on his hands, was you need to wash those things up or anything? Is that you?
Yeah, I believe I said, do you want to wash those things off? Is that?
Can you write that down? Do you want to wash those things up?
Yes, sir.
And that is minute mark, you would agree, 4048 to 4051?
Yes, sir. That was helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, I would move to admit the defense exhibit 44 for the purposes of moving minute mark 4048 through 4051.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Is that it?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just to clarify for the record, is it my understanding, Mr. Cruz, that you're just seeking to admit those 3 seconds of the recording?
Okay, for now, we're gonna admit more of it now, just those 3 seconds. So, the statement, do you want to watch those things? It says nothing about picking at fingernails, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we agree that it's the 9,153 days, right?
Correct.
It says nothing about picking off his hands, or picking glue off his hands, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, it says nothing about whether the glue is transparent or not. Okay, would you be shocked to learn that Mr. Melton testified himself that he had seen it on his hand?
No.
Okay, but that would be inconsistent with the testimony that you just gave the jury here today, is that correct?
No, lumber glue on semen. I would categorize it the same thing.
Well, he said 3, and he included bonus.
Okay.
So, would that testimony differ from the testimony that you just gave the jury on direct examination?
I don't think so.
That's fair. 9,153 days. We don't remember the Super Bowl, we don't remember the World Series, we don't remember our favorite song. But the simple statement, do you want to watch those things led you to tell the jury that Chris Melton's hands, you could see? Is that right?
Yes, sir. It was the totality of this interview, sitting in that interview room, looking across the table at a dad and son. And Chris, as he would make comments, you hear that, he'll tone in, tone out, not a person to show emotion or things of that nature, but would sit and pick at his hands and pull. And it was just, I won't say a nervous tick, but it was what he was trying to do, I think, to keep his focus, would be my opinion. That is what we're talking about with there. We're ending the end of the interview where I've got to get fingerprints, and I just asked him, hey, do you want to watch those things up? Do you want to get that stuff off of there? That's all it was. If he'd have had a high amount of semen or whatever else on his hands,
It's not responsive in there.
I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to non-responses at the end of this particular statement.
What you just stated, that's nowhere in the police report, is it?
no,
You got your reports, is that right?
that's correct.
It is not an audio recording you've heard, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the evidence that you personally provided in this case, the very first time you've ever made that statement is before this jury here today, is that correct?
What do you mean?
Sure. Based on your notes and based on the audio recording. You have never said before that Mr. Melton was picking at his hands, picking items off his hands, is that correct?
No.
But we would agree, 9,153 days later, you stated, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also stated on direct examination that Mr. Melton wanted Miss Baker at his, excuse me. You also stated on direct that Miss Baker wanted Mr. Melton at her birthday party on Friday, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you interview Miss Virginia Baker?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
So you're not aware that, but you did not interview Miss Virginia Baker, is that correct?
No, the only people I did were some roommates and other folks who corroborated what Chris said for me there.
Do you know if Chris Melton had talked to those roommates and told those roommates the same thing he told you?
I would have to look at my notes, but one of them mentioned it to me in her statement, I believe.
Sure. Tell us the date that she mentioned
Okay.
that.
Give me one more second, just to make sure I give you a good direct answer.
Absolutely.
So those statements aren't going to be about the birthday party. I don't know if you want me to read what I've got about the relationship with Tara. I don't want to say it. So I don't have anyone do what you said. So I'll say no to that because that's on a different relationship.
No. So the specific answer to my question is no. No one else said anything about Mr. Melton.
To my knowledge, no, then it was a different statement.
So the statement that you gave on direct is inconsistent with your notes.
Which was the statement I made on direct?
That Mr. Melton, well, that Mr. Melton and Ms. Baker had plans on Saturday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I asked you, I'm paraphrasing, had that been corroborated by anybody else? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your answer to that question is no.
question, yes.
So you just simply took Chris Melton's word for it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was my point there.
Do you think in a criminal investigation, especially involving murder, aggravated assault, burglary, aggravated sodomy, arson, it is important to take more than someone's word for it? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I believe the question actually was about party pride. That's what we're talking about. Not Saturday party pride.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify the record, the fact that Tierra wanted Mr. Melton at the party Friday, that was based on Mr. Melton's word. Is that correct? That's correct. And the same for Saturday, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Melton did not provide any proof of any plans he had with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Did not.
Going to allow the questioning that the report is advised us to be cautious about, and me and Mr. Yalman Chili approach the bar, please. Alright, so you know Mr. Melton's guarantee, is that correct?
Correct.
You know how to say the address. Ms. Baker's address was 160 Pond Drive, is that right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm asking on the court to take judicial notice under CPA 4-2-201B, 2, of the distance between Mr. McCourty's parents' home and Ms. Baker's home.
Judge, judicial notice does not bring a fact before a jury as a trier of fact in a jury trial. It is just something that the court can take notice of. It is if it is a previously established fact. So the method in which Mr. Crease is attempting to use judicial notice, I don't think is proper.
That is not true, Your Honor. I have case law one, but I read the statute. The statute provides a judicially noticed fact shall be a fact which is not subject to reasonable dispute, and that it is either, under subsection 2, capable of accurate and ready determination by resorting to sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. And C says a court may take judicial notice whether or not requested by a party. And D is the language that shows that the same argument is not law. A court shall, this is no discretion here, a court shall take judicial notice if requested by a party and provided with the necessary information. The limitation in this state is put on the court's ability to take judicial notice is not a limitation in the law. We're relying on the statute, like the show state, okay, the statute as well as the item of judicial notice.
I'm familiar with the law, Judge.
May I approach you?
First of all,
Roger, with these actions.
I don't think it's a law, Mr. Cruz. Any other arguments, sir?
No.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection. I agree with the state's rendition of the statute and the appropriate things that are to be used for judicial notice. I'm going to sustain your objection.
Do you have your phone?
I do.
All right. Can you go to Google for us, please?
If I can turn it back on, it's off. Is that okay with the court?
I don't have any prohibition against that.
Okay. I have it on flight
I'm
mode.
not objecting trial. There's an objection, I will hear.
I just don't want us to even.
That's the thing.
Okay, I will assume that.
Okay. Can you go to Google Maps or whatever you use, Apple Maps or Google Maps, and just
Okay.
and I'm gonna approach you.
Sure.
And for purposes of the record, I am going to provide Detective Ricketts with Chris Phelps' parents' address.
Give me directions.
No, you need directions. Do you have it pulled up?
I have the address for it.
All right. You need directions to 160 Bone Drive, Athens, Georgia, 30605. Hold it up. I want to ask you about time. I believe that this is not coming to evidence, but I am going to ask you about the distance. Is that fair?
Sure. Yes, sir.
You agree that on one route, the distance from Mr. Melvin's parents' home to Miss Baker's home is 39.6 miles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm getting ads off of it. Yes, sir. I'm getting 40 miles.
39.6 added up 39.9 around it.
Yes, sir.
And I want to be specific. So 39.6, is that correct?
Yes, sir. This Google's giving me 40 on the nose.
Even?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take what Google gives you. The 40 miles.
I can switch my for you if you like.
Do you recall talking to a Mr. Lindsay Baker?
I have to look at my notes to double check.
Okay, sure. And I don't believe that would be in your individual. I don't know what all else you have, but
I pretty much only have anything that my name is on. I don't have anything else.
well, it's just, do you know who Mr. Baker is?
No, sir. Off the top of my head, no, sir.
That is fine. Did you ever visit Mr. Melton's parents' home?
I did not.
Okay, but he did tell you at the time that Miss Baker was killed, he was staying at the parents' home. Is that right?
Could you repeat that question for me one more time? Did you say the Baker's residence?
No, I might have said
Yeah, I think essentially, because I think it was Baker's.
the Nelson residence.
No, I did not. I'm going to do that.
Okay. So you don't know the layout of the home,
I do not.
but Mr. Melton did tell you he was staying in the basement of the home. Is that right?
No, he just told me he was staying there. I mean, he never told me where in the house he was staying. He just said he was staying at his parents' house. And on that same audio, you can hear Dad at the beginning say he's been staying there for groups of weeks. I hear him chime in.
But to your personal knowledge, you don't know where in the home.
No, I don't have information on that. May I turn my phone back off? Absolutely, because it will.
Now, we got between yourself and Mr. Miller, right?
Yes, sir.
And we've agreed that that interview took place on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you asked Chris during the interview, how did you start your day today, or what kind of went on today for you? Did you provide some
Yes,
answers? And Chris was able to explain his day in a calm and clear tone. Is that correct?
Yes.
He was not unable to answer any questions. Is that correct?
I believe everything I asked him, he did answer.
He was not fumbling over his words. Is that right?
No, there are times in that recording that he will get quiet. He won't say anything. But he was able to get through his conversation.
But we can both agree that he wasn't frantically crying. Is that right?
No, he was not.
But he did tell you that he was asked to identify the body that day. Is that right?
That's correct. Earlier in the day.
Okay. And we agree that Ms. Baker died on the same day. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he also described her as borderline fiancé. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He even spelled the name of Truck Customs for you. You recall that?
I did. I was having an issue with it. I believe in that tape, I asked him to spell it for me. But it could be the second interview I did because I was having a hard time finding it. But it could be the second interview I did with him where I asked him to spell it.
With hearing the first interview, first regulation. Oh, excuse me, Jason. Would hearing him spell out Truck Customs refresh your recollection?
Sure. Thanks in the first one, I'll disagree with you. It did spell it for me in one of those two because in my report I had it wrong.
Sure.
And I had to get it corrected.
So let me ask the question this way. You would not disagree that on January 19, 2001, Mr. Dillon spelled out Truck Customs for you during that day?
I would agree with you on that.
Now, while detailing this day, Chris stated that Josh came to his house after he woke up on the morning of this day. Is that fair?
Say that one more time.
Sure. While he was detailing his day to you, he stated that Josh came to his house on the morning of this day.
Yes, so that's how it could be.
And Chris stated that him and Josh only work together. Is that correct?
What do you mean by only work together? It's the two of them?
They don't have any personal relationship. Is that correct?
He advised that they work together, yes.
And the address Josh came to pick up Mr. Dillon was from Mr. Dillon's home. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
We discussed the address. And they drove to a company called Nash Plumbing together. Correct. And this was in Chris's truck.
That's correct.
Chris said that they arrived at Nash Plumbing between 7:35 and 7:40. Is that right?
Yes.
And he said while at Nash Plumbing, they loaded up. Is that correct?
We went there to get their supplies.
Would you agree that during the course of your investigation, you were unable to speak with any supervisor that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2000?
That's correct. I did not do that.
You were unable to speak with any co-workers that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2000?
That's correct. I was not assigned to do that.
You were unable to speak with any receptionists that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct.
You were unable to speak with any eyewitnesses that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain any sign-in logs or visitor logs confirming their presence at Nash Plumbing at all on January 19, 2001?
You're correct.
You were unable to obtain any business records that confirmed that Chris and Josh went to Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Chris claimed they loaded up and we agreed on that. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were unable to obtain any signed delivery or pickup receipts that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain invoices supporting that Chris Upton was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
You're correct.
And although they picked up supplies, you were unable to obtain any work orders that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing anytime on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Now, in regards to Chris and Josh and they work together, Chris told you that Josh was his employee. Is that fair to say?
Good to know.
You did not collect any W-2s or 1099s confirming their employment together?
I did not.
Mr. Melton, did you provide you with an employment contract showing that those two work together?
No, we did not.
Did you obtain any work-related emails between the two?
No.
I know it's 2001, but you didn't collect any work-related text messages between Jackson and Chris,
Yes.
correct? You were unable to interview any third-party coworkers that confirmed that Chris and Josh were together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris's father was with Chris during the January 19th interview. Is that right?
He was.
And during that interview, not even Chris's father confirmed that Josh and Chris were together. Is that correct?
No, he was not asked.
So we simply took Chris Melton's word.
At that point in the interview, that's what I did. Other folks were assigned to follow up on those things.
Yes, sir. Now, during your interview with Chris, he told you that his home and Josh's home was less than 1 mile apart. Is that correct?
I don't know if he gave me a direct. He did say they lived near each other. If I recall that correctly.
Do you recall Chris stating, drove back to their house, talked to let Josh off that little guy who lives like a mile from remember this one. And obviously Chris knew where Josh lived, Josh knew where Chris lived. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Detective Bridges, you personally never investigated whether Josh and Chris were personal friends. Is that right?
I did not.
Now, Chris stated after going to Nash Plumbing, he went to Truck Customs. Is that fair?
Yes. If you have to refer my notes, but yes, that would be the second location.
Question for you, Detective Bridges. Have you met with the state in this case?
I have.
Did you take notes of your meeting with the state?
I did not.
All right, Detective Bridges, what we're going to do, for purposes of the record, I have a whiteboard. We're going to write your name at the top, okay?
All right.
We're going to discuss the information that you're getting. Is that fair? Thank you for your patience.
No worries.
All right. So we're going to write, and you let me know if this is accurate. Your first place Chris says is Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the 19th?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, can you write Nash Plumbing here? Chris.
And for purposes, you may want to put the 19th on there because on the 21st, he added a location. So I don't know if you want to differentiate that or not.
So the first place is Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
And Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed. Is that right?
Not me, yes, sir.
All right. After Nash Plumbing, he said they went to Truck Customs. Is that correct?
Can I, yes, Truck Customs is number 2, yes, sir.
And he said that they went to Truck Customs at 9:30 a.m. or earlier.
May I refer to these?
Absolutely. And to be fair, he used the 19th or the 21st, whichever you like to use as far as.
He said around 9:30, yes, sir.
9:30. And I want to emphasize this language. He didn't say 9:30 or later. He said 9:30 or earlier. Is that right? It's page 1 and 2.
He says or maybe earlier. Yes, sir. You're correct.
And after leaving Truck Customs, Chris advised that him and Josh went to a home in Grayson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
We skipped something. He eventually tells you that he went to the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak with anyone other than Josh to confirm that Chris was in Grayson, Georgia on the day of his Vegas?
I did not.
Did Chris provide any documentation confirming that he worked on or went to a home in Grayson, Georgia on the day of his Vegas murder?
To me, no.
So just for you, we just took his word for it. Is that right?
For this on the day of, yes, it's preliminary, and then Sunday the same.
Yes, sir. With Grayson, Georgia, at the Truck Customs. Now, excluding Grayson, we can safely say that this Baker was killed between 7 a.m. and 11:32 a.m. Is that a fair window? And I can ask it a different way. At 11:32 a.m., the fire was reported. Would you agree with that?
Fire was reported at, I don't have notes on this, but at 9:00 whatever, the clock on her wall no longer worked.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. We can say 7 to 9, whatever. So we'll say 7 a.m. to 9 a.m.
I would get more comfortable with that time.
Okay, excellent. And you're aware at 7:45 a.m., a neighbor of Ms. Baker said they saw a white guy running through their backyard away from Ms. Baker's home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's not in my interview.
But you are aware of that.
I heard that, yes.
Okay. So it's safe to say that if that person was the murderer of Ms. Baker, it's safe to say that the murder occurred before 7:45 a.m. Is that correct?
If that's the murderer.
Correct. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Could be, yes.
So you knew that it was very important to confirm where Chris Melton, well, let me change that. It's fair to say that it would be very important to confirm Mr. Melton's whereabouts before 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
And for his alibi, he says, I started my day at my parents' house. Is that fair?
Yes.
In between, this is a specific time, he says between 7:35 and 7:40, right? At Nash Blunt, is that correct?
7:30, 7:45.
So based on what he told you, he said, I'm either at Nash Plumbing or I'm at Truck Customs. Is that right? 9:30 or earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
So after speaking with Chris, ACCPD's job becomes confirming Chris's alibi. Would you agree?
Yes.
Because if his alibi is false, would you agree that would suggest consciousness of guilt? Is that fair to say? Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase it there, man. If Chris Melton lied about his alibi, that would be significant in your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, we can agree that you actually took the next steps to trying to confirm Chris Melton's alibi. Is that fair?
Yes. I was part of that, but there were other things doing that also.
Yes, sir. You spoke with Josh McCurdy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You spoke with Mr. Fields here. Is that right?
I did over the phone.
And you spoke with Josh McCurdy not on the 19th, but the next day, January 20th.
That's correct.
And this, I'm not saying, but it's the day after his neighbor's death.
That's correct.
Now, Josh also told you they started their day in Nashville. Is that correct?
Yes.
For Nashville. And we agree that Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed.
From me, yes.
And we would confirm this to Nash Plumbing. Then after leaving Nash Plumbing, Josh says we go to Chick-fil-A for breakfast. Is that fair?
Yes, Josh brought Chick-fil-A up. Josh brought Chick-fil-A up.
Thank you. And we were at Chick-fil-A under Nash Plumbing. And then Josh says at around 8 a.m., they went to a house in Grayson to check for leaks.
Yes, he did 8 a.m. checking for leaks. Said behind the fire department on Georgia 20.
And I think we've already agreed Grayson, Georgia is unconfirmed for Grayson. Is that right?
From me, yes.
And then Josh says from Grayson, they go to Forsyth.
That's correct.
And did you confirm that Josh or Chris Melvin were at Forsyth?
I did know.
And they did provide you with the name of Truck Customs. I believe they did provide you with the address of Truck Customs. Is that correct?
He may not have advised me of it, but we did get the address from Truck Customs.
Perfect. But he didn't provide you with the names of anybody he spoke with in Grayson, did he?
Grayson, no. I don't know if he did with other detectives, but he did not with me. That's not what we should talk about.
So Grayson is unconfirmed, Chick-fil-A is unconfirmed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Unconfirmed here.
That is.
Grayson is confirmed, Chick-fil-A is confirmed.
Just by me, so you have my name on it, so yes, that's correct.
Correct. So you would agree between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. both Chris is unaccounted for by you and Josh is unaccounted for by you.
I have both their statements given at different times that corroborate where the other one was. So in this preliminary part of the investigation, we had a general idea of where they were. That's what we were going with at that time.
Well, when it comes to murder, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, we want to have facts. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And in this early stage, the 19th, 20th, 21st, we're trying to get information on three. So a lot of times when you're taking these cases in this first, you'll get somebody says this, as Chris did. He left information out on Wachovia, remember it now. People forget things like that all the time. You've got Josh's, and then you interview these other ones. And all you're doing is taking and aligning their timelines. During that first 3 days, that's what we were doing, is just aligning that timeline, getting the stories where everybody was, and then getting DNA, fingerprints, and things of that nature in order to work the case to push on the crime.
Correct. So I asked you this. At that time, you were a law enforcement officer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your job is to protect this community. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as we talk today, why are you defending Chris Melvin?
I'm defending the information that I gathered on the 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Well, wouldn't it be an issue if Chris Melvin says that they went to Grayson after 9:30 and Josh McCourty says that they went to Grayson at 8 a.m.?
Yes, but from the Wachovia video and whatever else, we've got that stamp at 9:08.
You're aware of the Wachovia video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But our timeline is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. 9:08 is outside of our timeline. We're saying 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that fair?
Well, yes, you want to say it that way, but to be in the Chick-fil-A is right next door to that also. To be in that area in under an hour and 15 minutes from Fawn Road in Athens on morning rush on a Friday, it's going to be very difficult to do.
My question again, why are we defending Chris Melvin?
Again, I'm defending what we were doing in these first 3 days of this investigation.
Detective Bridges, you told us that Chris's parents' home is only 40 miles away from his neighbor's home. And you've already said that January 19, 2001 was 9,000 days ago. How do you know what the traffic was like, Detective Bridges?
The route that we're going to their house, I drive a good bit, but I'll just say if you're going to do it in an hour, during that time frame, someone practiced Clark County, I'm not sure who did that drive, it's going to take you approximately that amount of time. Now, again, not defending Chris, I'm explaining to you how investigations in those early 72 hours are done with trying to line up those statements.
Of course it does. And I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is it takes an hour to get from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home?
Yes, with traffic, I'm saying yes.
Oh, hold on. Let's be clear.
So when I Google mapped it just a minute ago for you on the record, it said 1 hour and 4 minutes to do that 40 miles. So that was at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning past rush hour. So
You would agree 2001 Athens wasn't the city it is now, right?
Judge, I would ask, Detective Ricketts was in the middle of an answer, pretty cut him off with this next question. I'd ask Detective Ricketts to be able to finish his response.
You're gonna allow him to finish his response.
Sure.
Is there anything you wanted to add?
you know, I was just going off the recollection of what I pulled up at 10:30 in the morning on Google for right now. And yes, I'm sure traffic was different in 2001.
Well, let's talk about this. It's 10:30. Yes. We already discussed this. Yes. The person seen running committed this crime. He would have been traveling before 7:45. Is that correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. And he could have been traveling, we don't know, at 6:45 a.m. Is that right?
I don't know.
But you do know, as you just told this jury, that at 10:30 on February 10th, 2025, 2026 is an hour before the drive.
It's only because you asked me to look at that. That's the only reason I know
But
that.
that's irrelevant to our conversation about January 19th, 2000. Is that fair to say?
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. That'll be fine.
Now, we have a discrepancy in alibis, right? We have Josh saying Chick-fil-A. We have Mr. Melton not saying Chick-fil-A. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. They're both saying that. One's saying Chick-fil-A, one's saying that.
One saying what?
One's saying Chick-fil-A and one's saying the Wachovia Bank.
So you're saying the bank and Wachovia are next to each other?
They're close there.
So how do we explain Josh saying Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. and Chris saying Chick-fil-A after 9 a.m.?
Say that again.
Sure. Your testimony was that the Wachovia is right next to the bank. Is that fair?
Yes, they're close together.
And you just made the statement that Josh said Chick-fil-A, Chris said bank. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Josh said Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. Chris says bank after 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a discrepancy. Is that fair?
Or both things could be true. Chris could have gone by that Chick-fil-A and then gone back to the bank. The bank doesn't open until 9.
So my question is this: why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm not. You're asking for information, and I'm trying to give it to you from the 72 hours that we were working the very first. Now, in this, from the 19th, 20th, and 21st, not even working this case, I believe we did 20 some odd. I did 20 some odd interviews during that time. Typically, this is what happens during those first 72 hours, is you're trying to get timelines. And then over time, you start pulling those timelines together.
Do you know if Mr. Faust got that courtesy?
I don't work here anymore, sir, so I
But we can't agree that Chris Melton got that courtesy.
don't think Chris Melton got courtesy. I think we worked the case.
Oh, sure. We just talked about this. You said that you explained that the reason Josh said Chick-fil-A and Chris said the bank, you said two things could be true at once. You're saying they could have went, this is your testimony, they went to, I guess, to Chick-fil-A by the bank first, and then after 9 a.m. went back to the bank. That was your testimony, is that right?
Yeah, when we're looking at this during this time frame, so when you take somebody who's been involved with crime or whatever else, and they've been a victim of crime, and they're giving witness statements, things are recalled the next day or so. He forgot Wachovia, which is a timestamp thing. Don't know why I forgot that until Sunday. Don't know. Normal people, through the course of doing an investigation for almost 35 years, do not walk through and timestamp their day. You can give you approximates and say this and that. the majority of people I've interviewed for homicides, whatever else, and not saying at bank house at 908, whatever else. Now, I understand. This was a timeline of 3 days where we're trying to put people where they're supposed to be, and I testified to those 3 days when I did those. And some of the, like I told you, I didn't do those interviews, so I cannot answer that for you. But we're trying to put people in those spots and then see what evidence moves from there.
You would agree that Ms. Baker is the victim in this case?
100%.
Since January 19, 2001, Ms. Baker was the victim, is that correct?
100%.
And her family were victims, is that correct?
100%.
And ACCPD's job as law enforcement officers are to make sure the victims are taken care of, is that right?
Yes.
And to solve those crimes, correct?
Yes.
And when questions pop up as a law enforcement officer, your job is to answer those questions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your job is not to explain away those questions. Do you agree?
I'm not. I'm explaining away 72 hours.
I'm not saying you're right. My specific question is your job is not to explain away those questions.
I'm sorry. I took it as you were implying, but no, it's not. I agree with you.
Now, on January 20th, 2001, you spoke with Mr. Bill Teeters, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We're fine.
And Bill Teeters, the gentleman that worked at Truck Customs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you had no reason to believe whatsoever that Mr. Teeter and Mr. Nelson were personal friends.
At that time, no. On the 21st, no.
And based on your interaction with Mr. Teeter, you understand that Chris Melton's relationship with Mr. Teeter was solely as a customer.
At that time, yes, sir.
And you would agree that gives Mr. Teeter a certain type of credibility, right?
Yes.
You would have no reason to lie for Chris Melton, is that there?
Yes.
They would have no reason to try to cover up for Chris Melton, is that there?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Teeter told you that Chris came to his shop around 10 a.m., is that right?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
So we can say that Chris's trip to Truck Customs was confirmed, is that there?
Yes, sir. He said Chris had to come by there once in the morning around 10 a.m. The only appointment Chris had that day was at 4 o'clock. The initial appointment in the morning, the reason he said it on the table, he was just to show up for a measurement, and that was a stop-in. They measure the compartment or whatever else, and then they go. And they would come back for that appointment later in the day. But the appointment was from 4 o'clock.
So we've confirmed around 10 a.m., correct? But we still have not confirmed that window between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., is that there?
Yes, sir.
So based on what Mr. Teeter told you, it's fair to say when Chris Melton told you that he went to Truck Customs at 9:30 or earlier, that was not true, is that correct?
His timeline was off on that one. Because Truck Customs, if he'd have left the Wachovia to go there, he would have been there right around 10.
Detective White, did you answer this question?
Sure.
Do you feel the need to explain more Chris Melton?
Again, you're asking about a timeline, and I'm trying to explain to you from where that Wachovia was to Truck Customs is not a very far.
Well, this was my question. My question was not asked a different way. Chris said he was at Truck Customs from 9:30 or earlier. Do you agree?
That's what he said, yes, sir.
Bill Teeter said that he was at Truck Customs around 10 a.m.
That's correct.
And you would agree this is significant because when you told Chris Melton that you talked to Bill Teeter, he changed the time that he was at Truck Customs to 11 to 12:30 a.m. Is that fair to say?
The second interview is when he mentioned that he went to Wachovia.
Officer, we're talking about Truck Customs.
Yes. So and that's why I believe his timeline just slid just a little bit, but that was a timeline from 9:30 to 10:30.
Did Mr. Faust get the same courtesy from law enforcement to explain any discrepancies he may have had?
Judge, I'm gonna object for the questions, as well as lack of personal knowledge, as Detective Riggins has already said, he never worked the case at the point that Mr. Faust entered it.
I will draw a question.
I'm going to stand up, Judge.
Yes, ma'am. Whenever you told Mr. Melton that you told Mr. Teeter, Chris Melton then changed his time to somewhere between 11 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't know if I told Chris that I talked to Bill or not. I cannot testify to that. Chris told us about that, though, the evening he came in and brought up Wachovia, which in a normal investigation investigation, somebody bringing something else that they did that day is not that far out of the realm of possibility at all.
So this is possibility here. You say this would be normal for Ms. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the morning that Ms. Tara Baker was killed, this is normal.
What do you mean by normal?
Sure, you said this is not outside the realm of possibility.
I'm talking generalizing an investigation when somebody comes back in with the time. Like I said before, people don't roll through their day now pretty much with timestamp, especially in 2001. With phones and everything we have now, people can timestamp pretty sneaky well. I'm just saying that's along the realm of that kind of ballpark window that we're looking for, just to keep things for that initial 72 hours.
Well, I'd like to talk about police. Police, they the time stamps, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, police, they confirm. If you say you went somewhere, the police officer's job is to confirm, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, you gotta give answers to the community, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
You have to give answers to the family, is that right?
That's correct.
And if the family asks you, what was Chris Melton at 8 a.m., an appropriate answer isn't, well, in the general realm of possibilities, it could have been anywhere between these. Is that fair to say?
I understand what you're saying, and yes, that is fair to say. In that first 72 hours, we're putting in on the timestamps of what's happening in that first 72 hours.
Would you have any reason to disagree with me in the multiple interviews you conducted with Chris Melton? He has never stated that he went to Chick-fil-A.
No, sir, he's not to me. And he may have some other investigators after that, but not to me.
And we've already agreed that you confirmed, you never personally confirmed that Josh went to Chick-fil-A, right? That's unconfirmed.
By me, yes, sir.
Agree that you talked to Chris at the same time on January 21st, 2000. Is that right? Now, his parents were present, but his father was present at the interview.
Yes, they drove him there, but at the interview, I believe it was just a take myself.
You know, during your interview with Josh told you that he had worked with Chris for a year. Recall Josh making that statement?
Yes, sir.
However, Chris told you that he had only met Josh in December of 2020. Is that fair? I'm sorry, December of 2000. Please forgive me.
That's I understand. Done that a lot. I don't know, is that in my notes?
It's in the report.
That's a good possibility, and I won't argue that with you.
So, December 2000 was just a month from this date. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And if you can, right, Chris, 1 month, Josh, 1 year. And this is a very important area for this officer. I do think you did, I think you did an issue with the facts that you were given under the circumstances. So I do want to say that I do appreciate your service tremendously, okay?
Okay.
But I do want to ask you about the interview on January 21st, 2001, in regards to Chris's statement about going to Black Oak Youth. Okay?
Okay.
Now, he told you that he was in the bank on Friday, January 19th for 35 minutes. Is that correct? And that will be recorded here.
He's in the around 30 minutes. That's just what I typed in my notes.
Do you have any reason to disagree that he specifically said 35 minutes?
I put 30 in my notes, but 35 won't be on.
Would you like to hear out your report?
Yes, sir.
And if that's true, that Chris Melton spent 35 minutes in the bank on Friday, January 19th, you would agree that it's not an insignificant amount of time spent in the bank, is that right?
Yes, sir.
However, Josh never mentions going to the bank for 35 minutes with Chris, does he? He never mentions the bank at all, is that right?
He does not.
And we agree that Chris' father was with him on the January 19th and January 21st interview. Is that fair?
Yes, I don't believe he said it on the 21st. He did sit in on the 19th.
Okay, so we'll discuss the 19th. Chris's father never agreed with the statement that Chris left his home between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on January 19th while he was present
Yes, sir. Not that interview.
During the weekend of January 19th, 2001, you did not speak with Mr. Melton's mother, is that correct?
I did not.
Now, Dad knows that Tara has passed away, Mr. Melton, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Dad knows that Mr. Melton's son has conducted an interview with law enforcement, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
But Mom never calls you, but Mr. Melton's mom, she never calls you and says, hey, Detective Briggs, Chris was here with me that morning with Tara's death, is that right?
No, sir. I did not do that.
Chris's parents don't reach out to law enforcement at all, is that correct?
Except for coming to the police department twice voluntarily.
With Chris, is that right? Only Josh and Chris are the only two people that stated that they left Chris Melton's parents home around 7:15 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On January 21st, 2001, you're involved in the investigation. Besides Josh, there were no other witnesses or documents confirming where Mr. Melton was between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2000.
Past the 21st, I cannot answer that. But from the 21st backwards, that's correct.
I believe you mentioned this on the record. You told Chris that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Do you recall telling Chris that?
I did.
When you told Chris that, he didn't start crying, did he?
Yes, sir.
Chris didn't become upset, did he?
Yes, sir.
Didn't say I need a moment to myself, is that fair?
Numerous times in the interview, he stopped. But no, sir, he did not.
And Chris didn't say, I hope you find who did this before I did. Is that correct?
Not on the 19th. Mentioned it on the 21st while we were at the jail in between. I mean, went to jail to Phlebotomist, getting blood work done there. Just a statement he made in the hallway. But yes, sir. Not during an interview or anything of that nature.
Can you show us that statement?
It's not in there, sir.
And we've already agreed that January 19th was over 9,000 days ago.
100%.
But Chris did ask you about the evidence in the case. Is that fair to say? And specifically, Detective Briggs, Chris asked in response to you telling Chris that Tara was sexually assaulted, did you find some stuff on her life scene? Do you recall Chris asking that question in response to you telling him that this neighbor had been sexually assaulted?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that odd that his response was about asking questions about the evidence?
For a couple reasons of sexual assault, and one of the reasons John Newton and some of those folks were brought in for the sexual assault. If he's not sure she's been raped, sometimes people wonder down that road of how do you know that this person was sexually assaulted.
So can I ask you this before you finish? So it's normal to tell someone that's engaged or preparing to be engaged with another person that the love of their life has been sexually assaulted, and before they say
I'm going to
anything,
object to the form of the question that's being argumentative, Judge. I also asked the witness to be allowed to finish the answer they were giving before they were interrupted by Mr. Cruz.
I think that's correct. We're going to stand the objection to that. And if this witness chooses to finish his statement, they otherwise.
I'll withdraw the question.
Yes, sir.
We've established that Chris Melton was in his vehicle on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
At the police department?
No, the morning of January 19, 2001.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that you did not search Chris Melton's vehicle for the presence of Mrs. Baker's blood, is that correct?
No, sir. From the 19th to the 21st, I did not.
Well, any other time,
I did not. Yes, sir.
would you agree that it's important to search a vehicle in a murder case? It requires travel, and if the murder requires travel, you would agree that it's important to check the vehicle.
If you had a viable suspect at that time, then yes.
And Chris was not a viable suspect at the time.
At that time, through everything we were getting was going voluntarily, the timeline was coming together. So at that time, by the 21st, he was not.
Well, what choice did he have, officer? Because you say that he didn't agree with blood, he would have got warrant.
Did not tell him that.
But it's true, right?
100%. I would have. That was part of the interview when I started with him. At the very beginning of the tape, I make it very clear to Mr. Melton that he's there voluntarily and giving me a free and open statement. Because going into that interview, I don't know if he's a suspect or I don't know if he's a boyfriend of a victim. So as you start going down, that's what these 3 days are for, is to try to figure out what that person is, and then what do I need to get to prosecute this.
So my question, my specific question to you, if you can answer it with a yes or a no, he didn't have an option but to get blood. Is that right?
He did have an option, yes. At that time, he could have told me no.
And you would have got a search warrant to see what got blood.
We wouldn't have got blood that day, but it'd have been, I'd had to see a judge and move forward. Yes.
So you would have had his blood regardless.
Yes. But at that time, he did not, he was not told, hey, if you don't give this to me, I'm going to go get a warrant.
Sure, that's fair. And as far as coming to the police department voluntarily, were you the one that called the family and told them to come to Edrick?
No, what do you mean by the family?
Sure, his neighbors now.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, but you are aware that officers called them and told them to come to Edrick. Is that correct?
I would 100% believe that, yes, sir.
But to your knowledge, no one called Chris and told Chris to come to Edrick. Is that correct?
Well, Chris was tased by Miss Baker.
Law enforcement. We're talking about law enforcement.
Well, that's not the question he asked, Judge. I think the witness is entitled to answer the question that he was.
You're not allowed to answer. Well, I'll draw the question. I'll draw the question. Did law enforcement call Chris Melton to come to Edrick?
To my knowledge, no.
So he voluntarily went to Athens the day that he found out that his girlfriend was murdered.
Yes.
And you all asked Chris Melton to identify the body. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Durham, I believe, is the person that I can't testify to who asked him, but yes, he was asked to identify the body.
That's fair. And Chris Melton, you said that he didn't appear with a lawyer. Is that right?
He did not.
Okay. If he appeared with a lawyer, that would have looked suspicious.
It would have been way out of the law.
So if Chris is trying to avoid looking suspicious, the best thing to do is to appear voluntarily. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't believe so. But
You know, we talked about the injuries to Chris Melton's hands taken on January 21st, 2001.
yes, sir.
And Chris told you that those injuries came from punching a wall. We would agree that is drywall. Is that right?
It is.
And we would agree that the injuries to Mr. Melton's hands look like scratches. Is that correct?
Like abrasions would be what I call them. Abrasions.
What's the difference between abrasions and scratches?
Abrasions usually when you hit something and it slides, it's open. A scratch is usually a line or whatever else. An abrasion is usually wide or open. So if you look at the picture, there's more of an abrasion that hit that kind of thing.
Sure. Got it. Can we turn on the projector? Is that an accurate depiction of Mr. Melton's hands?
Yes, sir.
So you say this is an abrasion from punching a wall?
You know, if you look over, I don't have a pointer, but if you look over to the index finger, right, the ring finger and the next finger over it, that's what I'm calling abrasions right there. There's some other stuff on there that are nick scratches, things of that nature, but that's what I mean by abrasions, just that larger hit of something of that nature.
And this is my follow-up question. Sure. Can you confirm that Mr. Melton, let me say this. Mr. Melton told you on the 21st that he punched the wall, is that right?
That's correct.
You all didn't take pictures of the walls until 2 days later, is that correct?
I believe it's the 23rd when I went over there.
Correct. Did you confirm with anyone else that Chris Melton punched the wall and that's where those injuries came from?
I did not, but I believe somebody talked to his roommate and one of the reports.
Well, he said that his roommate wasn't present when it occurred also.
The only other person that would have been in the house was just the two of them.
So you don't know if they're talking about this.
No, I'm saying somebody else did, but I did not talk to that roommate.
And on January 23rd and 24th, 2001, you obtained a hair sample from Chris Melton, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And this was done with Detective Newman.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall requesting and obtain a court order for phone number 678-725-4136.
I believe that was the 24th that I did the hair samples. Is that correct? I said yes, but I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
This
this.
is correct. That 23rd.
Okay, the 24th. I have the 23rd, 24th written in there. I just want to make sure that's the date you're talking about. Is that the report you're looking at?
No, sir.
Okay. Yes, so we did do hair samples on these days.
And you also obtained a court order for phone number 678-725-4136. Is that correct?
I signed for it, and yes, sir, I did. I don't have a signed copy of that with me. Yes, sir.
After this, you'll take a break just in case the jurors need to use the bathroom.
And just let you keep going.
All right, is it okay if I approach you and show you the court?
Yes, sir, please. Yes, that's my signature.
And that number was for, you recognize that recognize that court.
I do recognize the court order and my signature. Yes, sir.
And the 678-725-4136 number belonged to Mr. Melton's cell phone. Is that correct?
From my recollection, I believe so. I can look back at my notes, but I think that's what he gave me.
And I believe it's listed in the court order itself.
Yes, sir, but I want to make sure that's the same number he gave me at the interview. Is that, you understand what I'm saying? Hang on 1 second. But I believe you're correct. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm okay.
I believe that's his name still. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to say review some documents.
Okay.
Can I approach you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
like what we used to get faxed to us when we put these subpoenas in.
You recognize those particular records?
I'll take your word for them. The document you showed me a minute ago was my signature for the request.
So let's talk about it first. Okay. Your Honor, I am not signaling. Just I would like to mark it to the record. Okay.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The witness has indicated that he doesn't have necessarily these records, but more importantly, as we discussed at the bench, they're not admissible in the manner that Mr. Cruz is trying to admit them at this time, and therefore they can't be testified to as far as contents from them and from the jury.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. On January 21st, 2001, you spoke with a young lady by the name of Miss Laura Sherlin. That's your January 22nd, 2001 report. This page 104, first paragraph, first sentence.
Okay, I don't have the 104 numbers. I just have some of my case reports. What was the name again you gave, sir?
Lauren Sherlin.
Yes, sir.
The name was Miss Sherlin was reported, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the former coworker, Ms. Baker.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions for you. I want to thank you so much for your patience and your time and your service to this nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Any reader, Ms. Jones?
I do, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, I want to go back and talk to you about some answers that you started during the cross-examination before being cut off. Mr. Cruz asked you a series of questions about whether you recall certain sporting events that occurred back in 2001, Super Bowl, World Series, things like that. And then you began to give an answer that talked about the differences between this horrific crime and those sporting events in your mind and your ability to recall certain facts.
Yes, sir.
How is it that the murder of Miss Baker is different than the Super Bowl or the World Series from 2000 and 2001 to you?
From the fall of 2000 to 2001, unfortunately, there were numerous homicides and a serial rape case in this case. Those incidents leave a lasting impression, if that makes sense. So it's not something that you forget. Now, when you read over your reports and records, you remember it. Those small things come back, the details come back. When you start reading back through your reports, it opens up stuff, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, it does. There was another question where you started to give an answer, and Mr. Cruz cut you off and then withdrew his question. It had to do with you beginning to talk about what you would have done if you had noticed a bunch of things were a thick coating on Mr. Melton's hands. Do you mind telling the jury what you would have done?
That was drawn out and like maybe my process. I was really asking what he would have done if he saw items on his hand. So I would ask, I would object to that question. That was nothing that came up across the board.
Okay. What is your specific objection, Mr. Cruz? Mischaracterization, perhaps?
Mischaracterization and relevance. It doesn't follow the line of relevance.
All right. Mr. Youngsley, your response to the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. I've got it in my notes underneath Mr. Cruz's cross. Obviously, the court will recall that in whatever way the court recalls it. But Detective Ricketts was in the process of explaining what he would have done if it were some kind of thick coating that Mr. Cruz stopped him in his answer.
Okay, I'm going to allow you to continue.
All right, so Detective Ricketts, I'm going to kind of ask you that question.
Okay.
During cross-examination, Mr. Cruz stopped you in the middle of your answer as you were discussing what you would have done had you found a thick coating of things on Mr. Melton's hands. Can you explain to the jury what you would have done if you had seen that?
Yes, Your Honor, I also object to that speculation.
Roll the objection.
Well, number one, if it's a large amount, you can't be fingerprinted. So that would have interfered with just the fingerprint if there was a large amount. Now, on the back of the hands or whatever else, there wasn't enough stuff on his hands to cover up anything that might have been there. You could easily see it. So if there would have been things, then we would have had to take pictures, and then we'd have had to move with Lieutenant Durham and some other ways that we'd have gone on from that moment on. But those were not noticed. And again, I'm literally holding his hand while I fingerprint him. I mean, my hands are holding finger by finger as I flip that hand over. I'm having to hold his hand.
Also, during your testimony, after the distance from 160 Farm Drive to Mr. Melton's parents' residence was established, you testified to a timing run that was done by ACCPD at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify that because I feel like it might have gotten lost in your testimony and questions coming in while you were talking.
Your Honor, this calls for hearsay. Yes, we explicitly did not ask him about the time step. Disagree with the time step. But the reason we did ask that is because we know under the law that's hearsay.
Right, any response to the objection?
Well, Judge, this is a response that was given to Mr. Cruz's question about what was done. The response is about what ACCPD did at the time. And the answer was given during Mr. Cruz's cross-examination. I'm just going back to talk about that answer. That answer wasn't objected to or asked to be struck or otherwise identified as hearsay by Mr. Cruz at the time. So it's in evidence, and I think it's an appropriate grounds for redirect examination.
Yes, sir.
I was just asking, Your Honor, I'll leave it to the discretion of the Honorable Court, but if that door is open, the reason I didn't go down the impeachment route with that line of questioning is because I wanted to follow the law. That is inappropriate to withdraw. Bring out the witness. That was not responsive to my question. But if the state is allowed to go down that line of questioning, I would just ask the court allow it to follow up with that line as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. The objection was with regard to hearsay. I don't find that this question is going to elicit hearsay. I'm going to allow you to ask it. Certainly on any recross, we will address any issue that the state might object to, and we'll take it up again if we need to, but you can go ahead.
All right, and so Detective Ricketts, what was it that you stated was the time period when ACCPD or law enforcement did a test run back in 2001?
It was over an hour with traffic. So it took them just a little bit over an hour to make that drive.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you just really briefly about your familiarity with some of these areas in Loganville, Grayson, Truck Customs. During your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you drive that route at least semi-frequently. I'm not asking you an address where you live, but in general terms, what area of the state of Georgia do you live in?
Toward Gwinnett County, that way off 78.
Are you familiar with these areas that we've been discussing, kind of independent of your investigation?
Objection.
Mr. Yamamoto.
So is the objection to the follow-up question that I asked or the answer that Mr. Ricketts gave to the previous question? I'm just not sure.
To the follow-up question, Your Honor.
Right? Do you want to respond?
Yes, I do, Judge. The follow-up question was, are you familiar with the areas that we've been discussing as it relates to Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson? So I think that is relevant.
Okay. Is that your objection?
That was not the follow-up question, Your Honor. The follow-up, he asked us about Gwinnett County to these areas, to these parts around here. That is not relevant. Mr. Melton stated what we do is outside of Gwinnett County. So Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant.
Okay. Let me just say this. I think you're referring to the question before the follow-up question, but we can talk about that. I think that is your objection. All right. And so that question has already been asked and answered. But let's let the state, if they choose to, respond to the objection about relevance when you asked about the Gwinnett County. You can respond.
Yes, Judge. I think Detective Ricketts during cross-examination indicated he was familiar with that general route. And now I'm going back to establish why it is that Detective Ricketts is familiar with that general route. And then, obviously, court heard the follow-up question, which had nothing to do with Gwinnett County. It had to do with his familiarity with these specific areas that we've been discussing.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
So, Detective Ricketts, I'll go back, I'll ask that question again. So, as it relates to the discussion we had about Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson, are you familiar with those areas?
Yes, sir. It's like a small triangle that we're there together. Loganville, Grayson, all those little areas are very close to each other, like in a triangle.
And so when you say very close, let's just talk about Loganville and Grayson. How close are we talking about?
5 miles or so. I mean, they almost touch each other, I would say.
Okay. Repeatedly during cross-examination, Mr. Cruz made reference to you being unable to obtain documents from Nash Plumbing and some of these other locations that both Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy said that they both went to. I just want to clarify, because I think sometimes unable can lead to certain impression. Did you ever actually even attempt to do that?
I did not.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you didn't ask and then someone wasn't able to produce them? It's just that you yourself never asked.
That's correct.
Also want to talk a little bit about differences in timelines. And obviously, Mr. Cruz had Mr. Hill write some things on the flip chart. I don't need the flip chart. Detective Ricketts, in your having received all that information from Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter about Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001, was there anything that you received from those individuals that caused you concern about the integrity of those statements regarding where they were?
No, similar to the whiteboard, we use a similar thing, simply go across. And on any kind of investigation, which started back when I did those and even to this day, we would go across with a timeline, and you get the second subject, and you go across with a timeline, and you get the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. And you start looking for consistencies and inconsistencies in those timelines. In this first 72 hours, just because Chris came back and remembered the bank, again, like I said when Mr. Cruz was talking to me, that's not abnormal for the timelines not to be minute by minute, to be some overlap. On that first 72 hours, we weren't concerned about that overlap. We weren't concerned about any of that. We wanted to move on toward getting fingerprints, DNA, and push the investigation that way. So we were trying to secure all that. But that timeline didn't give me any pause at the beginning. Now, we've had investigations before, just to give you a this or that. Investigations where as soon as you put the timelines on, you're like, these don't, they're in another world. So when they're close together and you can put that line close together on a board, you can kind of work that out. And I wasn't, in that first 72 hours, I was not at all uncomfortable in what we were doing.
And so as far as these variations that you saw that we've talked about between Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter, would those be consistent with variations that you had experienced in other investigations that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything unusual to you about those things not being minute for minute exactly the same?
In the first 72 hours plus, no. In that first 72, 96 hours, nothing was out of that realm of that I was concerned about, that I needed to move on quicker. If that makes sense.
And so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Cruz asked you about things that Mr. Melton's father may have said or not said to law enforcement. Was there another law enforcement officer who followed up with Mr. Melton's father?
In my recollection, yes. Lieutenant Durham was sectioning out what needed to be done. Again, for this case, on that weekend, that Friday, Saturday, I was scheduled to be back going to school on Monday, leaving the state. Canceled that trip because of Friday. This was way more important. But Lieutenant Durham was assigning people to do those tasks, to do those follow-ups. So yes, if somebody was assigned to do that follow-up and talk to that person.
Do you believe, 1 second. Believe that seeing a police report from Rebecca at the time, Taft, would help refresh your recollection?
Relevant. Improperly attempting to refresh a witness's recollection. Relevant. And improper attempt to refresh. Those are my subjects.
Okay, I'm not sure I know what you're trying to refresh. You didn't finish the question, so he's made 2 objections.
So first, as to the relevance factor, this would be information that Mr. Cruz solicited on cross-examination about statements made by Mr. Melton's father to law enforcement regarding Mr. Melton's whereabouts. So that's one, relevance. It is absolutely relevant, even independent of Mr. Cruz's questions on cross-examination, but certainly at the point that the information is solicited on cross-examination, it would be relevant in a redirect. Improperly refreshing the witness's recollection, what the law says about that is that a witness's recollection can be refreshed with anything, including things that might not make sense. I could hand him a pack of exhibit stickers and ask him if it refreshes his recollection, and it may or may not. So I don't think that that's a valid legal objection in this circumstance.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I have one. Double hearsay. Double hearsay. This report from one person that he's going to show the detective to ask, or just refresh his recollection as to what a third person says. So I add that objection.
Well, and Your Honor, if I may respond to the new objection. So once Mr. Cruz solicits that information on cross-examination, I believe he's barred from raising an objection during the redirect examination as to that same information.
Yes, one more time, yes, sir.
I know Your Honor knows the law. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you. All right, with regard to the relevance, I certainly find that this is relevant based upon both examinations. This court has heard with regard to this witness. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. With regard to the refreshing recollection, you are entitled to refresh this witness's recollection if it does. So you may refresh this recollection with anything. We're going to take it from there, and then I'll make a ruling on the hearsay. So you may go ahead with your refreshing recollection if you can.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz a copy of the police report from May 4th of 2001.
I am going to object. I don't understand how another detective's police report refreshes with his recollection. The foundation hasn't even been like, he never asked a question.
response to that objection before I make a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
The law is that if a witness does not recall, the state can ask, or the defense, any party can ask to refresh a recollection. It doesn't mean that the witness's recollection is going to be refreshed. Any party is entitled to use a document, an object, an audio recording, a visual recording, anything can be used to attempt to refresh a witness's recollection. I'm going to allow the state to attempt to refresh a recollection, and we're going to take it from objection, allow you to continue, and then we'll take it from there. I'll rule then, if necessary, on the other part of this process.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ricketts, I'm going to hand you this, and for the record, it is a police report from Detective Rebecca Taft from May of 2001. If you would, please review it, and once you've had a chance to review it, let me know. Yes, sir. Have you had a chance to review that report from Detective Taft?
Yes, this was one of the assignments.
Hold on 1 second before we get into any other testimony. Has reviewing that report helped refresh your recollection as to what other law enforcement may have done related to George Melton, Mr. Chris Melton's father?
Yes, I knew a detective had gone and interviewed them both. I just couldn't remember if it was her or John or Painter. I cannot not Painter, but anyway, I knew it was one of the ones. But yes, this is the recollection of the report that I remember seeing.
Okay, all right. So I'll come get that back from
All right, and at this point, since the recollection has been refreshed, I'll send the jury out for just a moment and take something up outside your presence, just to assess the case.
Okay, I'm going to ask the foreperson, or I'm going to ask the jury. Let me just ask all of you. I got a message that you are done listening to the tape. Is that a consensus, or do we need to play the whole thing? We certainly can do that. Which one? That we're all done? Is that correct? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show you the documents that you have asked for. And counsel, if you can make sure that the group that we talked about is what you want to submit. Is that it also? Or is that something different? Okay. I'm going to pass it around. And what we're going to do is start in the front row and have you all look at them and just pass them along because they need to be viewed in open court. And if you change your mind, everyone, and you need to hear the rest of that tape, just let me know and we will do that.
Testimony, and that was the mitochondrial DNA report. So I just want to make sure that that's with these reports.
You may approach. Yes. For the record, these are 102, 103, 105, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168. That sound right from the state? All of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, that sounds right from the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give these to you all in a second. Take your time. Don't rush. And you let me know when you're finished. They can't go back with you again to the jury room, but you can look at them as long as you need to here in the courtroom. I also want to tell you this. I'm going to give you a cautionary instruction. And this is based on the fact that you have reheard some testimony in this case. The cautionary instruction is this. Please remember that it is important to consider the whole of the evidence that has been presented in this case and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to any evidence you may have heard twice. Thank you. Mr. Otero, if you will start with all of these exhibits, and I think we just start in the front row and take your time, and you all let me know when you're finished. And everyone be at ease until we are notified that the jury is finished. Thank you.
I'm thinking because they just looking over the DNA reports and they're not listening to any actual testimony. I mean, we just really like watching the lawyers just sit there and an attorney, like they're not doing anything per se. Um, so I think that what we will do here is we will go back and look. We start finish listening to the testimony that we were rewatching, only because like they not doing nothing. I won't take it back to the the DNA guy's testimony. I mean, the detective's testimony because we just listened to that. But I did get it queued up because I was like, well, I was gonna watch it so we can actually see some facial expressions and stuff. But let me get us some additional testimony up that we can watch. I definitely don't think that we'll have a verdict today. That's what I can tell y'all. Um, we always like looking at Chris' testimony. Put Chris on the screen. And I'll keep an eye out on if anything happens in the courtroom, if I'll let you guys know. Yeah, I don't think that we're gonna do anything for the jury for that portion. But I don't think the jury, I don't know, I don't have an answer for why they asked for that. I mean, all we can do is speculate, right? So,
All right. If you would please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record and just speak towards the microphone both now and when you're giving your answers, please.
Chris Melton,
for the one who said if you can hear it.
CHRISMELTON.
Y'all should be able
And
just
Mr. Melton, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in
So we'll
Loganville,
listen to Chris
All right.
testimony. Nothing more is like
Walton County, and got an address, but I went to Loganville High School and School District.
Okay. And did you graduate from Loganville High School?
Yes, sir.
What year was it that you graduated from Loganville High School?
1996.
After you graduated from Loganville High School, did you go to college anywhere?
Yes, sir. Georgia College in Milledgeville.
Okay. Back when you were in high school, did you play any sports?
Yes, sir. Football, track, a year of golf. He's always was pretty busy with sports and involved with the school.
Once you got to Georgia College, where is Georgia College?
It's in Milledgeville, Georgia.
All right. When you got there, did you try to get connected with anything that was sports related?
Yes, sir. Once I was there, I wasn't on any type of sporting team, and I kind of missed the interaction. I missed being involved with the school, and I actually had a friend that I had made along the way that had come and introduced me to the cheerleading squad, and I thought that was interesting. So that's where it started there, sir.
Had you done any cheerleading before that or anything?
No, sir.
All right. Did you take to it pretty well?
I did.
Okay.
I was pretty athletic, and with the coaching and so forth and the support, it came pretty easy. Yes, sir.
Did you end up finishing your degree at Georgia College or leaving before you finished?
I left before I finished.
Okay. And so I want to go to your time while you were actually there at Georgia College. Did you ever meet a young lady by the name of Tara Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you meet Tara?
I met Tara through actually one of the cheerleaders I have become friends with, Phil Peavy, and his sister was Ashley Peavy. And that was one of Tara's closest friend, if not best friend. And that was how we had the introduction.
And Ashley Peavy, does she have a different name now? Is she married?
Yes, I believe it's Ashley Hall.
Okay. And if you pardon me for just a minute, I'm going to pour myself a glass of water. Would you like the glass of water?
Yes, sir, please.
You guys, I'm gonna pour me a glass of coffee. Maybe some coffee. Would y'all like some more coffee?
So Ashley Peavy, who is Ashley Hall, now introduced the two of y'all. When you left Georgia College, where did you go?
Once I left Georgia College, I moved back home with my parents.
So when you and Tara met at Georgia College, did y'all ever go on any dates or anything?
Yes, actually, the first date we had was her sorority, AD Pi sorority formal, and she did not have a date. And I was approached, would I be interested in being her companion for the evening, and I was all for it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was our first date.
At the time, was Tara someone you were interested in romantically?
Before that, I would say no, sir.
Okay.
We had introductions, and I thought she was gorgeous, but I wasn't pursuing. No, sir.
Okay. And so did your relationship become more serious after you left Georgia College?
Yes, sir. We the night of the formal, we kind of had a spark, and while I was at the school, we kind of would cross paths and so forth. But in social events and so forth, but our relationship took off after I had left, and she had moved back to her parents, and we got reconnected, and that's when it really became an exclusive relationship.
And you said when she went back to her parents, do you know where her parents were living?
Her parents lived in Lovejoy.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing when she went back home?
She went back home. She started working at a law firm, a real estate law firm.
In Lovejoy?
I believe it was.
Okay.
They're in the vicinity.
While she was at Georgia College, do you know what kind of student Tara was?
She was an incredible student.
Okay. How long, if you know, did it take her to graduate from Georgia College?
I believe it was early. I believe she was a year early on her graduation.
Okay. And do you know how many degrees she graduated with?
2.
All right. How did that compare to you as a student?
She outperformed me by all means. In most, I would say.
And I'm sorry, I cut you off. You said in most?
I would say in most, yes, sir.
Okay. When you got home and college didn't work out for you or wasn't for you, what were you trying to do with your life, or what did you decide to get into?
Well, I was introduced to a plumbing ad in a newspaper by my mother the first day that I made it home. I came down the stairs, and as I turned the corner, she's sitting at the dining room table with the newspaper open and had already highlighted a plumbing job that was advertised. And she said, you're getting to work.
Yeah. So you weren't just going to get to hang out and watch TV, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that something you began to pursue kind of more seriously than just passing the time and making a little bit of money?
Yes. Once I got involved, it actually became interesting. It seemed like a different side of my brain was activated. It was actually fairly easy to me. I'm not downplaying what the tasks are, but it's something I connected with very quickly. My father's side, he was a very good engineer, fabricator, pipe fitter. He wasn't necessarily a plumber, but he could build and take down and reconstruct about anything you could think of.
Okay. And were you and your dad pretty close?
Oh, very tight.
Okay. Is he still with us?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And when did he pass away?
May 26th of 2024.
And so I want to get back to you and Tara's relationship as you're living with your parents and she is back home with her folks in Lovejoy. Around what year is this?
98.
Okay. Did you text a lot of people back in 1998?
I don't think I could text in 1998.
All right. So how is it that you and Tara were able to reconnect after she gets home and you're home?
While I was still at Georgia College, we had started having affections for each other. We weren't in a relationship, but each time that we crossed paths, our eyes would lock and we'd smile and spend some extended period of time together. And during that time, before she left, before I'd left, she had found me on campus and made sure that I had her information back to Lovejoy where her parents were, her phone number, her address, and she had written it on an index card. And once she handed that to me, I folded it up, put it in my wallet, and made sure I never lost it.
Okay. And so how far away from each other were y'all living during that time period?
Quite a distance.
Okay.
I would say.
As best you can recall, do you remember how long it took to drive from your parents' house to her parents' house, roughly?
Hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. How did the relationship progress? Was it something that started quickly or slowly, or how did that happen?
Well, it progressed with the first phone call. I reached out, and our first conversation, it was like we had been talking the whole time. And I recall spending 2+ hours with her on the phone, and it just came naturally. And I recall her just being, so funny, so smart. She was intriguing. She just bragged about her family, her siblings, her parents, what they did. And the conversation would just naturally roll out. And that made me want to continue to speaking with her and further on. And then we spoke day after day after day. And then I was invited out to her home for our first visit and pretty much our first date.
Okay. After your first visit and first date, how often would y'all get to see each other in person?
On the weekends, mostly. She was working, I was working, and we would see each other like Friday night or like a Saturday night, what was available, working with our schedules. Never spent the night. It was just always a day visit, a night to the evening, and then either I would have to leave, and then we would find things to do, locally, or at her parents' house. We'd watch movies or spend some time with the family or whatnot. But that's how it slowly progressed there.
So. As you continued that relationship, did you learn anything about Tara's plans for the future?
Yes, she had admirations to go to law school. And at first, I remember she wanted to be a Supreme Court justice at one point, if I'm not mistaken. And then she got into, when she was working at the real estate law firm, that sparked her interest. She started getting more involved in that, and I think she liked the, as she would say, happy law, and that kind of fit her and suited her personality better.
And so, did she have plans to go to law school?
Yes, sir.
Is there anywhere in particular that she wanted to go to law school?
UGA.
All right. And is that something she was able to accomplish as far as being able to attend UGA Law School?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall when it is that let me ask it this way. Did Tara end up moving out of her parents' house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did she move to?
Her first apartment was Timothy Woods.
Okay. Timothy Woods, where is that? What city?
That is in Athens.
All right. And when, if you recall, did she move to Timothy Woods?
'99, I would say, around that time. 99,
Okay.
somewhere in that area.
So when she first moved to Athens, did she move here to start law school or to start something else?
When she moved to Athens, she had a job at another law firm. Excuse me.
Was that law firm in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember how long roughly she worked there until she started law school?
Yes, sir. I would close to a year,
Okay.
I believe.
And so when is it that Tara started law school?
2000.
All right. And I want to back up and talk about what you were doing in this time frame. We talked about you had kind of found a home in plumbing. It was something that suited you and that you learned pretty quickly. Is that something that you were continuing to pursue?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so were you working for a company or how were you working as a plumber during that time period?
And when I began, I worked for a company named Car Plumbing, and they had great ownership, great superintendents, great instruction, and that made things easier. And once I was there and I was exposed to the environment and blueprints and the procedures, it sparked I was a hands-on person. I liked putting things together. And so that helped me in actually pursuing plumbing in itself. I could see the potential. The owners of the business were very well off. They were very successful. So I saw a future in that. And that was a goal at that point. I could see that maybe this is something I need to stick with.
Did you ever move out of your parents' home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did, where did you move to?
I moved to Jamestown North in Athens.
Okay. Do you recall where in Athens those apartments are, or what type of residence was it?
They're more or less like townhomes, 2 stories that are close proximity attached. And South Millage Avenue is where they're located.
Okay. And when is it that you moved to Athens?
I moved to Athens in 2000.
All right. So at this point, how long had you and Tara been dating as a couple?
I would say over 2.5 years.
Okay.
At that point, around 2 years.
And so you moved to Athens when in 2000? I'm sorry.
I believe it was in April of 2000.
Okay. And so you're in Athens also. This is the first time that y'all are living back in the same town since y'all were in Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's the first time you're living in the same town since your relationship has been serious over the last 2 years or so. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But y'all are living in 2 separate places, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How often would you get to see Tara once you moved to Athens?
Definitely. I was happy because we did get to see each other more often. I could see her pretty frequently on a daily, if not a daily basis, multiple times a week, upwards of 5 days a week.
Okay. And so we talked about the Timothy Woods address that Tara lived in from 99 to 2000. Did she move somewhere else in Athens around the time she was starting in law school?
Yes, sir. I believe it was Deer Park.
Okay. Who did she live at Deer Park with?
She lived with, at the time, Ashley Peavy and Valerie Lang. I believe it was Valerie's last name.
All right. And Ashley Peavy, you mentioned her before from Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How is it that Tara knew Valerie?
I believe she met her through Ashley. I think it was Ashley's old roommate, but previous roommate before.
All right. And so were Ashley and Valerie seeing anyone romantically?
Yes. Ashley was in a relationship with Chris Hall, to who I believe who she's married to now, and they met in Milledgeville also, from my understanding. Valerie, I wasn't familiar with their relationship, and I'm sorry, but I can't quite remember his name.
Well, that's okay. So would you ever go over to Tara's residence once you moved to Deer Park?
Yes.
Okay. And would Tara come over to your residence at Jamestown?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever spend the night with each other?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so would she spend the night more often at your residence than you would at hers?
The majority of the time would be my place.
Okay. Were there times though when you would stay over at her place sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there times when you would go and hang out there?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a key to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
All right. Are you aware of any of the boyfriends having keys to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what that law school experience was like for Tara. Once she started in law school, would that have been, August of 2000? Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
Okay. What was that experience like for her as far as academically and time constraints and things like that?
It was a new challenge. Her academics previously, I would say, came pretty easily to her. And then when she started law school, it was more consuming and definitely much more of a challenge.
Okay. Is that something that kind of compressed y'all's free time?
Yes.
I can rephrase
All
the
right, I'll
question.
sustain it, allow you to rephrase if you choose to.
How did law school affect Tara's free time?
It definitely consumed more of her free time.
Okay.
She had to spend more time there.
And so at this point, you're in Athens. Where are most of your plumbing jobs happening though?
Walton County, Gwinnett County, some in Rockdale County, and the northern side of Forsyth, and sometimes even in Hall.
Okay. So all west of Athens.
Correct.
Okay. Who were you working for back then?
I started with McCarr Plumbing, and I worked for them for 2.5 years, I would say. And there was a point that after I really had the hang of it, and I really knew I had a grasp, and I had been a crew leader at this point for multiple years, I decided that I think I was going to pursue a stepping stone, which at that point would be referred to as subcontracting. And so at that point, you would purchase your own vehicle, your tools, your equipment. You would have your own insurance, and you would have your own employment as far as employees that would work for you.
Okay. And so you're getting ready to try to take this next step that you just described. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I want to back up a little bit and talk about that and kind of the broader context of you and Tara's relationship. Obviously, Tara's a very high achieving person. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. She is a large motivation for me to so early want to pursue the next step.
And you mentioned it right there. You called it a motivation. Were you ever intimidated or discouraged or upset by Tara's achievements?
Never.
Okay. How did you take it?
I took it as a good thing. I was supportive. I knew from the beginning her ambitions, and I always try to be supportive in any way I could. And she did the same for me.
And so, we talked about when you were at McCart, you mentioned going out on your own subcontract and you got to get all this stuff for yourself. At McCart, were you using your own money to buy gas to go to jobs and fuel, or gas to go to jobs, or other supplies or anything like that? Or was that part of what was given to you?
No, sir. Once you are a crew leader, you're issued a vehicle, gas card, all your equipment, tools, fittings, and so forth. Whatever's needed to complete the job, they supply.
Okay. So who was paying for gas when you were working for McCart and living in Athens and having to travel for jobs?
When I was working for McCart, they paid for everything.
Was that the case for you as a subcontractor trying to go out on your own, or was it different?
It was different. Yes, sir. And I was responsible fully for everything.
All right. And so at this time, where were your folks living?
They were living, it's a Covington address, but it's in Walton County.
Okay. And so that address, was that closer or further from most of your jobs than where you were living in Athens?
Much closer.
Okay. Based on that, did you make any decisions about how you were going to spend your time between Athens and other places?
Yes, sir. I had just started working for myself maybe a week prior. Okay. And
I'm going to stop you just a week prior to what?
To Tara's death.
Okay.
Okay. I was within a few,
Okay, we got some more action in the courtroom. I'm going to take us in there. Let's see what they're talking about.
Either about childcare or let their family know that they're staying later tonight. And I'm going to allow that, but I'm going to have the foreperson come out in just a moment, and she can give those instructions that they can use their phones for that reason. I'm going to remind them that they can only use it, of course, for those purposes and not for any research or anything of that nature. So that's what I wanted to just put on the record. Nothing, more extraordinary than that. But I wanted all counsel to be here, of course. All right. If you'll just knock on the door and ask for the foreperson, Mr. Carroll, thank you. Hello, Madam Foreperson. I've gotten word that several jurors need to use their phones to call family or make other arrangements. And so certainly we're going to allow that. But I'm going to ask you, since you're the foreperson, to remind them that, of course, they can only use their cell phones for those personal reasons, that they can't use it for any research, to do any Google mapping or anything of that nature. And I know you all know that, but I certainly just want to put that on the record and give you that task of reminding them of that obligation. But they can use their phones for that reason. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, will be at ease.
I'm sorry, y'all probably didn't hear that.
And she can give those instructions that they can use their phones for that reason. I'm going to remind them that they can only use it, of course, for those purposes and not for any research or anything of that nature. So that's what I wanted to just put on the record. Nothing, more extraordinary than that. But I wanted all counsel to be here, of course. All right. If you'll just knock on the door and ask for the foreperson, Mr. Terrell, thank you. Hello, Madam Foreperson. I've gotten word that several jurors need to use their phones to call family or make other arrangements. And so certainly we're going to allow that. But I'm going to ask you, since you're the foreperson, to remind them that, of course, they can only use their cell phones for those personal reasons, that they can't use it for any research, to do any Google mapping or anything of that nature. And I know you all know that, but I certainly just want to put that on the record and give you that task of reminding them of that obligation. But they can use their phones for that reason. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, will be at ease.
Make a decision was to stay at my parents' due to the cost and the additional expense of the travel. I still wanted to keep my place in Athens. I had no intentions of moving from there, but I did like having my place something close to Tara. So when we did have free time, we did have a place to meet, go. I could have my own space. But during the work days, I would stay at my parents'. That way I had a truck, a trailer for hauling equipment. They had the space, and they were roughly in one direction, 50 plus miles closer to most of my jobs.
Okay. And so at this point, we're talking about January, within a couple of weeks of Tara's murder. Do you still have your apartment at Jamestown?
That's correct.
Okay. How was the state of you and Tara's relationship, in those months leading up to her murder?
Everything was wonderful. It was difficult for us not to see each other as much as we would have liked, but we were both in the understanding that we were pursuing future paths for us to have a better future together. And so she was supportive of my pursuits, and I would be supportive of her pursuits, but our relationship was strong.
And you mentioned in order for us to have a future together, is that something that y'all talked about, a future together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk with you about some difficult things, obviously. I want to talk with you in particular about the morning of, well, let's start with Thursday, January 18th, going into Friday, January 19th. Okay. Did you talk, and I don't want you to tell me what people said to you, okay, but did you talk to Tara on Thursday, January 18th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, if anything, was significant about that weekend that was coming up in a couple of days, sir?
It was her birthday.
Okay. And what was Tara's birthday?
It was the 20th.
All right.
And that would have been the Saturday coming up.
Did y'all have any plans for the weekend based on the fact that it was her birthday?
Yes, sir. She had, there was, I believe, law school students and even co-workers from the law firm, if I'm not mistaken. And we were going to go out and have a kind of a mixed mingle drink kind of social event in celebration of her birthday.
All right. Is that something you were excited about?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how Tara felt about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did she feel about it?
She was excited.
All right. And then, I want to talk about January 19th of 2001. When you woke up that morning, what time did you get up, and what was your plan for the day?
Okay. I would have woken up somewhere between 6:30 to get ready. Josh McCurdy, who worked for me at the time, he would arrive at my house around 7:15, and then we would go from my house to Nash Plumbing. Nash Plumbing offered the ability to use my subcontracting abilities. Some companies would only work in-house employees, but Nash Plumbing would allow us to work there. So around 7:15, we went to Nash Plumbing to load up for a task. They would issue me that task that morning. We had just previously completed one. Within just a few days prior to that, we had started and finished it the day before. So at 7:30 to 7:45-ish, we arrived at Nash Plumbing to load up the materials for the next task. And then
I want to stop you for just a second there. You're saying you get assigned a task at Nash Plumbing. What do you mean by a task?
Okay. Well, Nash Plumbing has the licensing, the contract agreements with developers and contractors. They work the figure sides of things, the overall cost.
The bidding?
The bidding.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As a subcontractor, you are paid per fixture. And so there's a per fixture cost being such as something like and I did rough ends before the sheetrock went in the houses and so forth. The houses are studded when the roofing's put on. And so I would get the assignment from them. They would give me the address, the person, the superintendent to whom I would meet. And then I would go to the job sites and I would lay out with them the blueprinting and so forth and what is intended to be installed. And they would supply me in return. Nash would give me the fittings, the pipes, the glue, the adhesives, the fasteners, whatever is needed to be installed. But I've supplied the trucks, the vehicles, the fuel, and the help and insurance. That's the agreement at that point.
Okay. And so I just want to back up. You mentioned an individual by the name of Josh McCurdy. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that that's someone who is working for you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you know Josh?
I met Josh when he came on to work for McCart Plumbing. And he actually ended up on my crew that I was in charge of. And when I decided to leave, he and I had a good relationship. We got along very well. I saw potential in him that he could gain in his abilities, and he was always reliable and so forth. I asked him, would you be interested to come work for me as I step out into this next leg? And he agreed, and that's where that started.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you your full date of birth, but can you tell me what year you were born in?
78.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to do that at the front end there. And so at this point, let's go back to January 19th of 2001, now that we have a little explanation of how the business model worked between you and Nash Plumbing. So on January 19th of 2001, you said you went to Nash Plumbing to get your task. After you get your task, when you're working for Nash Plumbing, is there anything else you have to do while you're there?
Once they tell me the amount of fixtures, the size of the house, I have to load up the appropriate fittings, pipe, the linear footage that's needed to be installed. And then we load that onto my vehicle, and then we take it to the job site and we do the installation.
Typically, on average, how long does that process of determining what you need and then loading it all up, how long does that take?
Take anywhere from 45 minutes to even sometimes upwards of an hour and 15 minutes to hour and a half.
Is that dependent on the size of the assignment that you've received or the task that you've received?
That's correct. Along with, there's other contractors there that hold, we'll say, the same subcontracting title, and they're also loading up. So sometimes you have to kind of move around and wait your turn to speak with the owner and so forth. But we're all kind of, if I'm there without other people, it can go much faster. But if it's a busy time like the subway or whatnot, so to speak, in the office, it can take you a little bit longer. And depending on the size of the house, yes, a small house takes less time than a large house to pull your materials.
After you did finish getting loaded up, where did you go next? And I mean, I know it's been 25 years, but as best you recall, where did you go next?
I went to Wachovia in Loganville.
Okay. Is it the Wachovia and Loganville, you know, approximately how far away that is from Athens?
From Athens, 50 to 60 miles.
Okay. And about what time were you at Wachovia?
Right after they, I believe at the time opened, is around 9 o'clock, 9 to 9:10, somewhere in that area when I arrived.
And so when you got to Wachovia, did you go inside the bank?
I did.
All right. And what were you doing inside the bank that day?
At that point, I believe I was depositing a check and I was withdrawing money.
Okay. After you got done at the bank, did y'all leave?
That's correct.
All right. And where did you go?
From Wachovia, I believe it went to Truck Customs in Loganville, just to talk to Bill, the owner. I had planned to have a ladder rack. We had talked about this and had something ordered in. That was a ladder rack that was going to be installed onto my work truck to help out. And that would be the next place, to my recollection.
And I mean, Truck Customs, feel a little silly asking this question. Seems like it's right in the name, but what type of business was Truck Customs?
Okay. They would do modifications, all types of modifications, from tires to lift kits to toolboxes to ladder racks, anything that would help with, work or appearance on vehicles.
So the first time you got to Truck Customs, you made reference to a pipe rack a few minutes, or probably not even a minute ago in your testimony. Was that ready to be installed when you got there the first time?
No, sir, it wasn't ready.
Okay. And so what did you do at that point?
Josh and I went to a house in Grayson. We had previously completed the installation. So with that being said, we had to fill the piping with water, pressurized on the water piping side, and then you fill the drain piping with water to have it ready for inspection for the county to come in. And it was my duty to go back and do an inspection to make sure that we didn't have any leaks or any corrections that had to be made.
All right. Were y'all able to complete that task?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there anything else that y'all were supposed to be doing that day?
Yes, sir. We had to go to Forsyth, the house I had loaded up the materials for previously earlier that morning.
From your task or assignment from that morning from Nash?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And where was that house?
That would have been, I believe, in the northern part of Forsyth County.
Okay.
In Forsyth County.
Did you go to that residence?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what phase of construction was this home in?
It was in the new development phase. So the foundation has been installed. The framing has been completed, excluding the roof. They had not put the decking on the roof, and they were in the middle of trying to get the decking put on. And it was at that point, it was literally like raining that day, and rain was coming down inside of the house. So I had the opportunity to meet with Mike, who was the superintendent. I'm not really sure who the contracted company was. It was doing, but I met with Mike, who was in charge of doing the layouts, and we got the blueprints, and we completed the layout for the house, and I unloaded the plastic fittings and piping because it wasn't really at risk of being stolen, not like copper piping. So I held on to that where I didn't have to haul that back and forth. And so we left that on the site.
Well, and you mentioned risk of being stolen and copper piping. The stuff that you left at the site, is that stuff you can turn in for money at a salvage yard?
Not really. No, sir.
Okay. And so given the rain that was coming down, were you able to complete what your task was supposed to be that day?
No, sir.
All right. And why is that?
With the water coming into the house, my next step would have been pulling electrical cords and electrical equipment to drill the appropriate holes in their location. So once that happens, it's too high of a risk of electric shock. So we just didn't go any further with that.
Okay. Where did y'all go from Forsyth County as best you can recall?
I believe we went back to Truck Customs. I just swung back in just to talk to Bill to get some measurements to make sure he could construct the pipe rack at that point, to the right lengths and distances and pinpoints, and it still wasn't ready at that point.
All right. And so where did y'all go next?
I recall going from there back to Nash Plumbing and speaking with Jody Nash, who is the owner's wife. This would have been a husband-wife operation, but they were successful. They had lots of work that was coming through, but Jody is the one that was in charge of getting us to our appropriate assignments and paperwork. And I went back there just to swing in to let her know, this is where we're at with the Forsyth house, and I will be coming back, Monday, to get that house started.
And where'd y'all go after that?
We went back to my house. Went back to my parents' house. Josh's vehicle was there. At this point, he could go back home. He lived in close proximity. Go back home. We're on some downtime for the moment, because at that point, when I went to Truck Customs, we had established a time that I could return and it would be ready for the installation. I could leave the truck with him for an hour or so and he would complete the installation, and that's why we went back to my house for a short period of time.
Okay. And about what time of day would this have been at this point?
Okay. Arriving back at my house, that would have been maybe around 2 o'clock or so, 2 to 2:30-ish. I know that we had agreed to meet back up at my house around 3:30 to 3:45 to make the trip back to Truck Customs in Loganville, to drop off the vehicle. He followed me in his personal vehicle where we could leave the vehicle and then just kind of run around and do some personal things and errands and so forth while that installation was being completed.
And what time, if you recall, were you supposed to be back at Truck Customs or could be back at Truck Customs to pick up your truck?
That once it would take about an hour or so. Once I would drop it off at 4, it was going to take an hour 15 minutes, he said, to have the installation complete.
Okay. Did y'all ever go back to Truck Customs to get that installation done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About what time was that?
We arrived approximately around 4 p.m.
All right. While you were at Truck Customs, well, let me go back and ask this question. At that time period, what types of communication devices or ways that people could contact you did you have?
I had a pager, a cell phone / Nextel, if anybody recalls what Nextels were. So that's the Nextel aspect of it was mainly used like through the contractors and glorified walkie-talkie. But I had a cell phone and a pager.
Yeah. Well, and it just for folks that might not remember, and I think I remember, but can you explain, what was it about those Nextel phones you said was a glorified walkie-talkie? What do you mean by that?
All right, Nextels could only communicate with another Nextel. And so you didn't have a phone number, so to speak, but you had a pre-issued number that you could type in, and then basically you would push the button and speak, and then that would directly alert the other person on the other line, and they could hear you, and then you would let off the button, and then the communication could continue back and forth.
So it wasn't necessarily like a ring and answer. It was almost like a system where you come on like a public address system.
More or less.
Okay. And so did you receive any kind of alert from anyone while you were at Truck Customs?
Yes, I received a page.
And that page, do you know who that came from?
It came from Miss Baker.
Okay. And when you say Miss Baker, are you talking about Tara or somebody else in her family?
Tara's mother, Virginia Baker.
Right. And if you recall, what was the initial page that you received?
If I can recall, I believe it was her home phone number
Okay.
came through.
And did you reach out to Miss Baker?
Yes, sir. I reached out. I asked if I could use Bill's phone number, Bill's phone at Truck Customs, and he allowed me to use his phone for a moment to return the call.
Okay. And I don't want you to get into the specifics of words that someone said to you. But what did you learn when you called Miss Virginia Baker?
She had told me that there was a fire at Tara's residence. Her car is the only one in the driveway, and there was a body discovered in the fire.
Okay. In that moment, what was your reaction to hearing that information?
Devastated.
What, if anything, did you do right after that as far as where you were going to go or what your plan was or what you were trying to do?
I recall once I got off the phone with Miss Baker, I kind of just was in shock, and I had to take a moment, and I recall, I believe somehow either I ended up taking a knee or two knees or sat down on the floor to have a moment to recover in the showroom. And then once I came around, the attention was on me, and I remember Bill, I believe, reaching out and asking if I was okay, and Josh was like, "Are you okay?" And I looked at Josh and I said, "You need to get me to Athens right now." And he agreed.
Okay. So what did y'all do from there?
Josh took me in his vehicle. They had already taken my vehicle back for the installation. So we jumped in his vehicle and he drove. And as we're en route to Athens, I'm trying to reach out I'm calling 411, trying to find Ashley and Valerie's parents from their last name. And kind of at that time, I believe I knew Ashley was from Milledgeville area, and I can't recall now at the moment where Valerie was from, but I did at the time. And I had also, when I was on the phone with Miss Baker, she had stated there was a body in the fire, and they did not know where Valerie or Ashley were at that moment. They had not made contact.
Was that part of the reason that you were trying to get a hold of them or their families?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to sustain that, ask you not to lead the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Why were you trying to get a hold of Ashley and Valerie?
I was trying to figure out where everybody was. I had, with the information given to me, I already felt at heart that I knew who this was just based on whose car was in the driveway, but I was uncertain, and I wanted to reach out to her parents and anybody I could get a hold of to see if they had been in communication, and also to inform them of what had happened.
Did y'all eventually arrive in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived in Athens, where did you go?
What I can recall is when I was on the phone with Ms. Baker, I think Athens Clark County had reached out to her, and she informed me of that. So I reached out to Athens Clark County and called, and I went straight to the police department. Is where I was told to go from the police department. They said, come straight here. And so that's where we were.
And I think that it's kind of indicated in your answer, but let me just ask it to clarify. When you say that you reached out to Athens Clark County, is there a particular department or agency or part of Athens Clarke County that you reached out to?
Not that I recall. I think it may have just been like the main number at that time.
The main number for what?
For the police department.
Okay. All right. And so you went to the police department. At any point, did you leave the police department to go somewhere else?
Yes. Once I was there, they had asked me a few questions in a room, and then they asked me if I would identify her body.
What went through your mind when they asked you that?
I really did not want to agree at first because I was aware that there was a fire, and I didn't want to see any of them. You know, no matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation that may have caused, and it was difficult just to comprehend. And then the detective, he asked if I would identify the body because he did not want the parents to have to identify the body, and I could save them some grief. So I agreed.
Where did you go at that point?
They took me to Deer Park, and they took me to the scene.
When you got to the scene, what did you do next?
Once we got out of the car, the detectives wanted to walk me into the house to identify her, and we were stopped at the door, I believe, by a fireman, if what I can recollect, and he said he cannot come in here. And at that point, they came up with a different plan. They walked me back to the curb and said, we're going to do this a different way. And they took a picture, and I got to identify her through a digital camera image from the camera itself.
I want to take you back to July 2000. Were y'all, when I say y'all, I mean you and Tara, were y'all celebrating anything special as far as a milestone or anything in that time period?
Yes, sir. Along the way of starting to date back when she was at her parents', when we can kind of considered us exclusive, we both would agree upon that first date, that when I came to visit would be our first, date timeline. And so it was July 4th weekend. And so July 4th, we considered that our anniversary. Yes, sir.
So July 4th of 2000, based on what you were saying, 1998, is that what you just said?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. So what anniversary would that have been for y'all?
We're looking at, what's that, 99, 2000, close to, I would say 3 years.
Well, so from July of 1998 to July of 2000.
To 2000, okay.
Yeah.
99, 2000, 2 years. I apologize.
Did you get Tara anything special for that anniversary?
Yes, sir. I got her diamond studded earrings.
How did she feel about that gift that you had gotten her?
Oh, she adored them. She realized, and we had discussions that, this is representation of where we've been and where we're headed. And once she put them in, to my knowledge, unless she was to clean them or whatnot, she always wore them. Every time I saw her, she always had these diamond earrings in.
On January 19th of 2001, did you talk with police about those diamond earrings at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As When I was shown the pictures of Tara, I was in utter shock, just in the moment. But as I got to gaze upon these pictures, it did not look like Tara. And I couldn't, for certain, even identify her. And it just came to mind, if this is Tara, she's wearing the diamond earrings. And so they returned into the house. And then he returned back to me. And when he opened his hand, he had one of the diamond-studded earrings. And that's when I knew for certain it was Tara.
So you see the diamond earrings, and do you communicate your certainty to them that that is Tara?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, about how many police officers are out there at the scene, as best you can recall?
I know just regular uniformed police officers, I would guesstimate maybe 3 or 4. But surrounding me at that very moment, if you include the person that's holding the camera, I'm not sure if these are detectives, there's approximately 4.
And I'm sorry. I thought something was trying to get communicated to the bailiffs, Judge. So I just
Does anybody in the jury need something? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, you may continue, Mr. Yellman-Chile.
thank you, Your Honor. So about 4 uniform patrol, 3 or 4, and then you're surrounded by some detectives. Is that what you just said?
That's correct.
Okay. What type of feeling were you getting in your perception of the way that those detectives were interacting with you and talking to you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Mr. Yellman-Chile, any response?
Yes, Judge. I don't think that it's speculation to ask Mr. Melton what his perception of certain people's actions towards him were.
Overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Melton, I'll ask you the question again, sir. What was your perception of the way that those detectives surrounding you were treating you and speaking with you? And I'm not asking you to say what people said, but what was your perception of the situation?
I felt as if they were gazing upon me, and I could feel the intensity from them staring at me as they were angry. And I would say,
did you?
Anger.
That's all right. And if you could, I know it's difficult. All witnesses do it. Make sure that you speak clearly and loudly towards the microphone so that our court reporter is able to make a record. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever leave the scene that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We went. Yes, I was taken back to the police department at that point. Yes, sir.
Okay. That night when you were at the police department, did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do so voluntarily?
Yes, sir. As there was a point in time that I was taken back to the police department. My parents, I had called to inform them what had happened. They were they had difficulty of finding the location. They knew where I had an apartment at Jamestown North, so the police gave me, they took me in an unmarked vehicle back to my place where I could meet with my parents. And then my parents, we went back to the police station.
Okay. And is that the point at which you talked with police after your parents took you back to the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a lawyer with you?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
When you spoke with the police that evening, did you tell them or did you answer all their questions truthfully?
Yes, sir.
After that interview concluded, where did you go?
We were put up in a hotel, Holiday Inn, near the downtown area, and that was provided by the police department. They said when it was all concluded, it was late, and it had been an emotional day, and we were all exhausted. And we were put up in a hotel room, my parents, my mother, my father, myself.
Well, and let me ask you this and back up a little bit. When you interviewed with the police on January 19th, did you have any kind of things on your hands from working?
Yes, sir, which I usually did, like primer, and glue, solvents. They can stain your hands. Primer is purple in color. Some may even say kind of purplish blue, and whatever it touches, it stains. Piping cement, it kind of adheres to you pretty well. And I had things such as, I believe, that on my hands. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to go forward now to January 20th of 2001. This is the day after. At that point, did you ever return to those Jamestown apartments that you had an apartment at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My parents had taken me back to the apartment to grab a few things.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. How do you typically deal with very stressful situations with difficult emotions involved?
Traditionally, I bottle it up inside, and I bottle it up inside and try to hold a secure presence for myself and the people around me. And yes, sir.
What happened on that day, on January 20th, the day after Tara's murder, once you got inside of your apartment, townhome, however you want to describe it?
Once we entered my apartment, my parents were with me, and I started having an extreme emotional moment. And they recognized that it was hard for me to hold it in any longer. And I do recall my parents coming to me and wrapping their arms around me and trying to get me to calm down. And in that moment, I actually felt claustrophobic. I felt restraint. And I remember pulling away from my father to get away from him. And then I spun around, and there was a wall in front of me at the bottom of the stairwell. And it was the sheetrock wall. And I just remembered unleashing my emotions on the sheetrock wall. And I punched it, I don't know, maybe 30 times, maybe more.
Did that do any damage to that wall?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did it do any damage to your hands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. What kind of damage did it do to your hands?
It scratched my hands up. It swole my hands up. Fortunately, I didn't break anything, and I guess fortunately, I didn't find a stud in the wall. It was mainly sheetrock, and as I went through the sheetrock, I was finding, I believe it was the concrete siding on the outside. It was an exterior wall, so I was punching through the sheetrock and hitting the concrete siding to the outside, and I was knocking, to my knowledge, I was knocking the siding loose also.
Okay. The next day, that's January 20th of 2001, after you stopped at your townhouse, apartment, whatever you want to call it, at Jamestown, where did you and your parents go after that?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. So on the 21st, did you speak with law enforcement again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is it that you were going back to speak with them about and do?
I believe to answer further questions. At that point, they were asking for further information to my knowledge.
Okay.
And once I got there, we had discussed blood work and other, blood work and other things that may be needed, like hair samples and such.
Okay. Was this something that you were having to do because of a court order or search warrant or something?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it something that you did voluntarily?
Absolutely.
Okay. At this point, we're 2 days away from January 19th. You've already testified about how you felt the police were looking at you. Did you take a lawyer with you to that meeting on the 21st?
No, sir.
Were you honest with police about the questions they were asking you to the best of your recollection?
Absolutely.
Stand, I'll ask you to rephrase if you choose to rephrase.
Okay. Did the police ask you questions?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them honestly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that day, January 21st, were there any photographs taken?
They had taken pictures of my hands. I had to remove my shirt. They had taken pictures of my body, I believe, which included from my head to my waist, and I can't remember if I had to remove my pants, but I do remember from my waist up having to strip down to have photos taken also.
Okay. After you finished having photographs taken, did you end up having blood drawn?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, and if you don't, that's fine also, but was it the same or a different detective who talked to you on the 19th and the 21st?
I believe it was the same.
Okay. And so after you finished that interaction with police officers, what did you do?
As far as, can you rephrase? Can you ask?
Sure.
Once again?
Yeah. So we've talked about you go and talk to the police, then you go and do a blood draw. What did you do after you got done with the blood draw?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. Obviously, there's an investigation going on during this time period. Did that investigation continue to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How during this time period, how are people who were in your life reacting to the investigation and to you?
I know, just distance.
Overruled. You may continue.
I'll ask the question again, Mr. Melton. How were people in your life or around your life reacting to the investigation being ongoing and reacting to you?
I could see that there was distance occurring. Like people would just it started fading away. Friends, and even, I hate to say, even family members that would just stop communication And if it was discussed or brought up, or if I was in an area or a room that people knew of what had happened to Tara, I felt that I was being looked at as the person that would have caused this. And that's the perception I was feeling. That's feelings that I was getting.
You testified earlier about having a tendency to bottle up your emotions. How were you doing emotionally during that time period?
I'm struggling. I am struggling. Daily, I have to put on the best way I could describe as a facade to make it through the day. I understand that I have to make it through daily, but at night or whenever things stop, such as work or things that keep me sidetracked, especially the nights were horrible. I would find myself on my knees, pounding the ground, the sand, and whatever, just finding myself so mad at God that I couldn't understand. And I would wake up so many times for the longest time in the fetal position where I just cried myself to exhaustion. But every day, each time I would be so angry and find myself in this position. As mad as I was and not understanding how God could allow the devil and his angels' house, I would feel warmth and thoughts in my head that weren't my own, telling me not to give up, not to give in. And it gave me the strength to get up each time and strap on my boots and carry on through the day. And this cycle continued for a long time until I just couldn't recall certain things and it would fade. But through the days, I would just find a way to make it through and keep my mind occupied and just dread of the next night to come. And it was so difficult. But I found a way. Jesus helped me get through this and carry forward. Is that,
Mr. Melton?
yes, sir.
Overruled.
Mr. Melton, I'm going to ask you, sir, did law enforcement continue to reach out to you at certain times during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When they reached out to you, would they ask you for things or ask you questions, or what would they talk to you about?
just different things. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to get my thoughts together at the moment.
Well, that's okay. Let me ask you this, at any point, did you refuse to speak with law enforcement or retain an attorney to speak with law enforcement?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your mindset as far as, why you were continuing to be cooperative with the investigation?
I always believed that the truth would set me free. I had nothing to hide.
Mr. Melton, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions for you right now.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Good morning, Mr. Melton. My name is Attorney Amai Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. And under the authority of this court, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
They are falling out.
Well, let's talk about January 19th. Would you agree that today you were much more emotional than you were on the day that you learned of Ms. Baker's death?
I was holding it together best I could.
So your borderline fiance is murdered and you were holding it together on the 19th, but 25 years later, you have emotion about it?
In that moment, when I'm finding this out.
Mr. Milton, that's a yes or no question.
Judge, the witness is allowed to answer Mr. Cruz's question.
That's correct.
When this tragedy occurred, and I'm taking this information in, I am telling myself inside, do not collapse in this moment. Hold it together. There are other people that are also relying on you. And I had to get through this. And that's where I'm at.
Who was relying on you during your initial interview with police?
The police, her family, her friends, anyone who loved her.
So the police were relying on you to hold it together during the interview?
If I'm not holding it together, I can't think things through.
Sure. Did you know that your DNA was found in Ms. Baker's anus?
I was informed.
Who told you that?
Liz and Jeremy from the GBI.
When did they tell you that? Because in the recorded interview that we have, they didn't mention that to you.
That's my recollection.
My question is when? When did they tell you?
If that's not the correct recollection, I'm not sure at this moment.
Let me ask you this. When was the last time you met with the state?
This morning.
Okay. And they talked to you about your testimony?
We went over what the courtroom would be like.
Okay. So this is rehearsed. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say rehearsed.
But you went over it not just this morning, you went over it a couple of times last week, is that right?
We have established a process in which would occur in this courtroom as far as steps that are taken once I get here, whatnot.
Okay. So the questions that you were asked today, you already knew you were going to be asked those questions, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Milton, I am going to.
Can I say something to this? Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Milton, would you like a slim mark or a big mark?
Slim.
All right. Let the record reflect that I am going to give you a black Sharpie. Okay. I'd like you to write the very first time that you mentioned during your direct examination in regards to your actions or where you went on January 19, 2001. Do you understand that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Can you please write the first place you went on January 19th on that board there?
And Your Honor, I would ask that if Mr. Cruz is going to ask the witness to engage in whatever this is, that be repositioned to a place where the jury can actually see it.
I can do that. We'll start on page 2.
Would like to also be able to see it. I guess, Judge, do you want us to move or do you want him to move it over there?
Chris, I think perhaps moving that back would be best for everyone to take a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Sure.
All right, thanks, sir. May I proceed?
Sure. Can you write the first place you went and the time that you went to that location? Okay, so I want to make sure I'm correct. You wrote Nash Plumbing 7:30 to 7:45. Okay, so you remember from January 19, 2001, you went to Nash Plumbing between those times. Is that fair to say? Okay, but you could not remember when law enforcement asked you if you knew Ms. Baker was going to be alone in 2006? You can take a seat, Mr. Melton.
Along the way, I'm questioned about certain things, and I pull up my best recollection. Post this, I've been traumatized. I'm grieving. My mind is certain things and certain times. It's hard to pull from. And in those moments, stress also, in times it's more difficult than others in certain moments to recollect certain things. And sir.
Let me catch up. So it's easier to recollect an alibi than it is to recollect whether or not the girl that you love told you that she was going to be home alone.
For this question, it's argumentative and improper.
Sustained.
Sure. So it's easy to remember where you went on the 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Melton, so after you left Nash Plumbing, where did you go?
After I left Nash Plumbing, I went to the bank.
Okay. Can you write the time that you arrived at the bank on the board? You just put bank and then you put the time.
Gonna work him like the jury. He getting up and down, Mr. Milton. I'm about to work him.
Sure.
That too big suit off. Who gave her that suit?
So just ask you. So you can remember that you went to Nash Plumbing, and then after that, you can remember that you went to the bank from January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
But you cannot remember from January 18th whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be alone.
At that time, it could depend on when the question's asked. It's not. If it's in a stressful moment, I'm going through things and trying to pull from times prior to this, when I'm not trying to, how should I say, lock in on certain things previous to this, it is difficult.
Would you agree?
Previous to to her death. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
I should say, it's like certain days, if somebody asks you what you have for breakfast, I couldn't tell you. But if I'm concentrating on after certain times, yes, I can on certain things. But it's hard to describe.
So I'll switch gears because I do want to talk about a difficult subject with you. You mentioned that you were told that your DNA was in Ms. Baker's anus. Is that right?
Yes, there was a point in time. Okay. I know.
And we've agreed that that time didn't occur during your recorded interview. Is that right?
I can't recall.
That is fair. So let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. You would agree that Ms. Baker did not engage in anal sex with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Is that correct?
I wouldn't really know if she was sexually assaulted anally. Like, I don't.
Well, we can't have it both ways, Mr. Melton.
I don't understand that.
Previously stated that Ms. Baker, not Ms. Baker, I'm sorry, Ms. Bigham
I see.
and Jeremy Howell told you that your DNA was in her anus. Can we agree on that? Is that fair to say?
Maybe I'm mistaken on how I found that information out. Maybe
I'm going to object to lack of personal knowledge. Mr. Cruz is asking this witness about information relayed to him as hearsay by other witnesses who had the actual information. So I think that's both lack of personal knowledge as well as calling for hearsay.
All right. Any response to the objection, Mr. Cruz?
Sure. Mr. Melton stated that he was aware that his DNA was found in Ms. Baker's anus. He stated that Ms. Bigham and Jeremy Howell were the individuals that told him. We're fleshing out his knowledge in regards to what he's aware of, Your Honor.
I think as to the form of the question, I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. But there should be no reason that your DNA should be in Ms. Baker's anus. Would you agree?
I mean, other than if we have had sex and it has transferred from there and say drained down to that area, then.
That is interesting that you say drain, because did you know that's the exact same thing the state is arguing in this case?
I mean, it makes sense though.
So your DNA is in her anus because it drained down in her anus. Is that your position?
I would say that would.
Again, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge, lack of foundation. There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Melton's aware of these things. That would all be through GBI crime lab witnesses who do have personal knowledge and scientific information. And so there's no foundation for these questions, and he's asking for things that are outside of Mr. Melton's personal knowledge. He's asking about things.
I would object to a speaking objection, Your Honor, and just ask the state to state the ground.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection. He was just explaining his objection. I'm going to respond in the same way as the last objection. I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question, allow you to rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Would you agree that in order for your DNA to drain into Miss Baker's anus, you would have to have sex with her. Can we agree on that point?
Agree.
Did you have sex with Miss Baker the day of her death?
No, sir.
The last time you saw Miss Baker, was it 6 days before, 10 days before?
From the beginning, I said I saw her the weekend prior.
From the beginning, you said that?
Yes, sir.
That you've seen her the weekend, and that has always been what you said.
There was a time that I was confused, and it was 20 plus years later. And then I made a statement that I felt like maybe it was 10 days prior, and I was confused at that point because I have always said, from even meeting with the detectives from the beginning, that we were together that weekend. And then time had gone by, and I had even spoke out publicly for the first time.
Mr. Melton, to my question, is that a yes or a no?
He's in the middle of providing his answer. Again, the witness has a right to answer Mr. Cruz's questions in the manner that he believes the answer should be given.
It's non-responsive, Your Honor, and I would ask the state to stop the speaking objections because they are coaching the witness in the middle of his testimony.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection and I'm going to sustain the state's objection. This witness is allowed to respond to your question. And if he's in the middle of responding, no one can interrupt. You may continue if you choose to do so.
Well, time had gone by. And then I had spoken publicly. At this point, I have stated over and over again that we were together the weekend before. And then there was a point in time that Tara's mother had stated that she was at her house.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
I am going to sustain that objection.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't want to send the jury out, but I would like the approach to understand the parameters of which I could.
Oh, he can't win. He can't win. They letting the state do everything that they want to do, how they want to do it, when they want to do it. He is cooked. He is cooked. It ain't gonna happen. He's not gonna be able to question this witness. This is absolutely terrible. I can't believe this judge. Like, she gonna tell him that his thing is sustained and that this guy can explain, but then he gets to explain it too much, and the state like, whoa, you talking too much. So now they objecting because they just letting him do all this talking. Oh, she's not gonna let him question him. Oh goodness, I am about to be hot over here. Like, I'm sick of her. I'm so sick of her. She gonna be right there with Alicia Andrews, judge, where they gonna overrule it, kick her off the case or something like that if this man gets convicted, because she is not allowing questioning the way it should be handled. Oh, they get to do whatever they want to do because he not babying him and walking him through this stuff. Oh no, everything is wrong. And he don't have the answers. Now he got to do all this explaining. Whatever happened to...
No, sir. I think it was in my old bedroom.
Y'all remember what that means? Yeah, there you go. It just makes sense for it to drip. I don't agree with that, because if y'all had whatever kind of romantic stuff 3 days later, now I can see up and them finding like DNA, but down, like somebody not wiping good enough, like 3 days, that should be gone. I don't get that part.
Your current residence, I won't say your address, but your current residence is the same residence that your parents stayed in 2001. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that correct?
At that time, I would have been on the second story.
Forgive me.
Bedroom.
I asked that question wrong. The week before Tara's death, you went to your parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that right?
No, sir. I think it was in my old bedroom in the second story.
Course indulgence, Your Honor.
feel like I remember the Wiz. I feel like he like the Scarecrow with Michael Jackson on the thing. Like you can't win. That's what I was thinking of. When the little birds was going around him, it was like you can't win, child. Can't get out of the game. Or I might watch that. Dun, 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 dun. You can't win. When birds was, it was like you can't get off of there. Oh gosh, I better stop the crows, right, Liz? It's like you can't.
I move to introduce as defense exhibit number 32, Mr. Melton's May 5th, 2024 interview with Miss Elizabeth Bigham. Minute mark is 1442 through 1448. And before I introduce this, you do recall speaking with Miss Bigham, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and I would ask you play minute mark 1442 through 1448 into the record.
All right. Any objection from the state?
I don't think any of the foundation for proper admission has been laid. However, if this is that interview, the state would stipulate to the foundation for the admissibility.
Can you all confer about whether that's accurate since you're offering to stipulate?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem.
All right. You may proceed. And it is, are you asking to admit it, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That portion.
And just that portion. Mr. Yalamanchili, are you objecting to what Mr. Cruz has just offered into evidence? That particular disc.
I don't have a transcript pulled up, Judge, but accepting Mr. Cruz's representation that what he's going to play is the answer that he just asked Mr. Melton about that he didn't recall, I don't have the objection.
All right. And it is that minute mark that the defense has just articulated is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you said that was what, Mr. Cruz? I'm sorry,
1442
Thank you. Go ahead.
through 1448.
Okay.
Yeah, the state didn't hear his interview.
I was working there and driving back and forth with my parents that we had to finish basement. So then that's where I was keeping in well, pretty much Jersey.
I guess while they're getting everything queued up before I forget, I want to say shout out to Dr. Rachel for the gifted membership. Keep it green this morning. We have a moment of silence. I don't want to forget. So thank you so much.
There and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, that we have finished basement. So then that's where I was keeping well, pretty much Jersey.
Did you hear that? I was driving back and forth. We pretty much had a huge basement. That's where I was keeping, and then I cut the audio off.
I hear that.
So you were staying in the basement, is that correct?
I would stay in, there's times I stay in both. We had finished basement and I had the bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
And the furnished basement was set up as a place to stay, a place to hang out for whoever. And then also had my,
Overruled.
So
You may continue with your.
the finished basement would have like a couch, sofa, TV, things, and us in my old bedroom upstairs also had a bed and so forth. And I would stay and, hang out in one, stay in the other, depending on who was there at the time, if we had visitors or whatnot. So I would stay in the basement if nobody else was using it.
narrative.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So with that being said, I feel like kind of both are true. I had my old bedroom and they had a furnished basement.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34. And Mr. Melton, you recognize Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 as photographs of your house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I believe Defense Exhibit 33 is the side of your house, and Defense Exhibit 34 is the back side of your house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to, have those photographs been altered in any way?
No.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Now, Mr. Melton, you would agree there's a reason why you would say that you were staying in the second story of the house, correct?
As far as
There's a backdoor exit on the basement. I believe that's Defense Exhibit 34, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
there's a basement exit. Yes, sir.
And there's also a side exit from the basement, which was Defense Exhibit 33. Is that correct?
There's one exit. There's a door on the backside that goes into like a dead space that's more for access.
So Defense Exhibit 34, the backside is a door to enter and exit the basement where you don't have to go in the house. Is that right?
The side door would be. The back door is not.
But either way, there's an exit there's an exit from the basement and the entrance into the basement. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you recall your parents talking to law enforcement?
They did.
And they were one of your alibi witnesses. Is that right? Were you aware of that?
I would say yes. They knew I was there.
And you're their only child?
I am.
And by the time law enforcement spoke with them, you had been staying with them for 4 months. Is that correct?
I had started staying with them after this incident. Yes. So, yes.
After Tara's passing?
That's correct.
So if any other witness said you moved home months before, that would be untrue.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about Miss Baker a little bit, okay? We'll switch gears and come back to some of this stuff. Would it be fair to describe Miss Baker as super friendly?
That'd be a fair statement.
You would also describe her as down to earth?
Correct.
She did not have any racial biases?
No, sir.
And although she was a law student, you would agree that she was not pretentious?
I mean, no, sir. Not unless it's for little specialty things like our collections of things, but no.
Now, is it fair to describe Miss Baker as a casual dresser, shorts, hiking boots, sweat top type of girl?
Yes, sir.
She was more of a flats over heels kind of girl. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. And she had more of on her day-to-day appearance, she had more of a casual appearance that did not include daily makeup. Is that right?
I would say, light makeup, if any.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 35. Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness to show him Defense Exhibit 35. Do you recognize the photo of Miss Baker?
It's Miss Baker. Sarah.
And is that how Miss Baker, makeup-wise, hair-wise, is that how she carried herself mostly on a daily basis?
I'll say yes.
And that's the fair, accurate depiction of Miss Baker as you would remember her.
I'll say yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to ask you about the times that you visited Miss Baker's home in Deer Park. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Is it fair to say that you've probably visited Deer Park more times than you could count?
She wasn't there a terribly long time, but I would say, yeah. We've been there many times.
Okay. And during the times that you visit Miss Baker's apartment, you'd see normal foot traffic. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And that foot traffic was due to a Walmart being on the opposite side of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I say there's a Walmart. Yes, sir. And
now, the majority of that foot traffic, it was African Americans walking. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say.
And those African Americans were typically in the late teenage, young adult range. Is that correct?
I would say it would vary, but I would say young teenagers, I would say.
Now, in regards to Miss Baker's passing, on January 19th, you testified that you went to the scene of Miss Baker's death.
That's correct.
And while
Yeah, so just so y'all aware, it has come to my attention that the jury is working late. I don't know how late they are planning on working, but that's the thing. They wanted to work late. So I personally, guys, I definitely think that we'll have a verdict today. I think that we'll have a verdict. They didn't come in to 12:30. I mean, because it doesn't sound like they're gonna have a lunch. It looked like they took a phone break for 10, 15 minutes. So yeah, I definitely think that we'll have a verdict today. But we shall see. We'll keep an eye out. Because I can't imagine a judge staying so late, right? I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Maybe they don't come back and say they can't come to a verdict. But okay, we'll finish listening to some of Chris's old messed up testimony.
While at the crime scene, you were asked to identify Ms. Baker.
That's correct.
Okay. You were shown a single photo of Ms. Baker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'll let the record reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as defense exhibit 36. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as defense exhibit 36. You recognize the photo?
I believe it's the photo I saw.
This was the photo that you were shown to ask to identify Ms. Baker?
No,
This was not the
I
photo.
don't believe that was the photo.
Can you describe the photo that you were shown to identify Ms. Baker?
I believe that her head was turned slightly. And there's coverage that
Mr. Melton, you're just shown a photograph of Ms. Baker deceased, and you have not shed a tear.
come on now.
It's coming. Give me some time.
I need a moment. Like,
Sure.
I'm getting them together. I'm hyperventilating right now. This is the way I react when I'm up under extreme stress, sir. It's coming. Yeah, put your head up on your hip.
all together. Okay.
He about to cry
So
now.
let's switch gears while we're here. You testified on direct examination that you became so upset that you punched the wall in your apartment. Is that correct?
When I unleashed the emotions, yes.
Okay. And when you unleashed the emotions, you became extremely angry. Is that correct?
I was upset. Yes, that would. I was upset at the situation.
And the way you chose to release your emotions through violence. Would you agree?
Towards that wall.
But you told the jury that the injuries to your hands came from punching the wall. Is that right?
My injuries came from punching the wall.
Okay. And we've already agreed. Well, you testified that the wall was sheetrock. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 37. Defense Exhibit 38. Defense Exhibit 39. And Defense Exhibit 40. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40.
Okay, I put it on Do Not Disturb. Look at him. He take a deep breath in, deep breath out.
Your Honor,
Sigh.
let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 38 through Defense Exhibit 40.
He over here woosah.
I'm sorry, 37 through 40. Please forgive me. Is it okay if I approach you, Mr. Melton?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Deep breath in, deep breath out. Deep breath in. Deep.
Please take a moment and take a look at Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. You recognize Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 as the wall that you punched. Is that correct?
I would say yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how that wall looked after you punched it?
Say from what I could recollect.
Sure. Has that photograph been altered in any way?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
But you have no reason to believe that photograph has been altered in any way. Is that correct?
I have no reason to believe.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask to publish to the jury.
Granted.
The state did not tell me it was gonna be like this. He closing his eyes. He like literally shaking his head. They didn't tell me it was gonna be like this.
Let's talk about the injuries to your hands, Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Of course, indulgence. And the photographs of your hands have already been admitted through, as Defense Exhibit 29. Elected. And Your Honor, I just asked to republish the photographs of the hands to the jury.
Granted.
Of course, indulgence, Your Honor. I need one of these photographs. Mr. Milton, I am going to show you one of the photos from Defense Exhibit 29, and we're going to talk about some of these injuries. All right, can you see your hands on the screen, Mr. Milton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would agree, for the purposes of the record, I am making a fist. Mr. Melton, you would agree that a fist looks like this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you make a fist and show the jury what your fist looks like? Okay, excellent. I want to talk about this injury here on the side of your thumb. Can you explain how you got that injury from punching drywall?
My hands are from work.
Are they?
I mean, no, I'm just saying my hands from work are naturally have nicks and such on them, but that very well could have occurred. I mean, from punching through a wall, there's also things inside the wall. There's siding on the wall that has, once you go through, there's nails that may have been there. But at that point, I mean, I have little nicks and cuts just from my profession.
But Mr. Milton, isn't it fair to say as a plumber, you wear gloves?
No, sir.
You never wear gloves?
I wear gloves, but not 100% of the time. No, sir.
Well, I showed you Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. There's a pair of gloves hanging on your wall, Mr. Milton.
Hanging on my wall.
But you don't use them.
When you're working with your hands, you work quickly also. And you don't have time to always have gloves on. And at that point in time, I'm not working with raw sewage or anything. This is new materials. So with that being said, you not worried about bacteria or anything infecting your hands. You just work through it.
So today, on February 9th, 2026, you remember exactly how you were working on January 19, 2001.
It's easily to assess because I worked it for so long.
Sure. But you don't remember whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be home alone the day before her death.
You know, in moments under stress, I can't recall everything.
So let me ask you about this injury here. So did this come from the wall or did that come from work?
Is that an injury?
Right here.
don't know if I.
Or how about this injury here, Mr. Melton? How would you get this injury on the top of your hand going in this direction from punching sheetrock?
That even appears. Oh yes, when you punch, even when you punch through walls, you got to pull your hand back. I'm punching into a wall, pulling my hand back, punching through a wall, and even at work, I have nicks, cuts, and even burns from soldering pipes and hot materials. I can't tell if that's an injury from hitting something or an injury from work, and it may look like that even looks like it could be even a slight solder. It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard for me to assess that.
But this is the first time in 25 years that you've ever made the statement that these injuries were from work. Would you agree?
I've never been asked the question as far as if they're from.
And just to make sure we're on
I can recall.
Just to make sure we're on the same page. Your exact statement was to law enforcement is the injuries. Matter of fact, we don't even have to go to law enforcement. Your exact statement in the court before these jurors was that these injuries came from punching the wall in your apartment. Do you recall making that statement?
Was this prior to being shown pictures?
Mr. Melton, do you recall making that statement?
Yes, I had injuries from my hands from hitting the wall. That's what I recall.
But when I asked you about the injuries, you are now saying that they're from plumbing and hitting the wall. Is that right?
Well, I have, when you're pointing out specific things, like I do have from plumbing, you're going to have nicks and cuts or whatnot from that. Just.
My question is, during my examination of you, this is your first time saying that these injuries are from plumbing. That's a yes or no question, if you can.
Since you just asked that question, I guess I would have to say yes. And
once the jurors finish looking at the photos, we'll go over some other photos as well. Now, on the day of Tyra's death, you voluntarily went to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe the state asked you a couple of times, did you hire a lawyer or did you refuse to speak to him? When you agree as the boyfriend, if you refuse to speak to him, you would look even more guilty?
Restate the question.
Sure. The state asked you on direct examination multiple times about whether or not you got a lawyer or whether or not you refused to talk to him. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. When you agree as Ms. Baker's boyfriend, you would look more suspicious if you refused to talk to law enforcement.
If I refused.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we agree on that. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, I'm always wanting to be cooperative.
Sure. But that was a yes to my question, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree you would look more suspicious if you refuse to give blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You will look more suspicious if you refuse to give hair. Is that right?
Correct.
You will look suspicious if you refuse to talk to him. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you conducted an interview with Officer Bill Ricketts on the 19th. Do you recall that interview?
I believe so.
And you said you believe so. Are you certain that you remember conducting?
Yes, I remember an interview on the 19th.
And your father was present with you during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he sat with you for the entire interview?
Yes.
Okay. And during that interview is when you told law enforcement that you were at your parents' home at 7:15 on January 19th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall during the interview being asked how would you describe you and Ms. Baker's relationship?
Yes.
And your response was that she was your borderline fiance.
I recollect.
Okay. And you advised him that you and Miss Baker were very serious at the time of her death.
Yes.
I believe you established with the state that the truck you used for work at the time of Miss Baker's death was your own work truck, the truck you purchased. Is that right?
Correct.
Now let's talk about Josh McCourty. The state asked you about your relationship with Josh, and you stated that he was just a coworker that you met at McCart Plumbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Josh stays less than a mile away from your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Josh knew where you lived. Is that right?
Yes, he worked for me.
Okay. You knew where he lived?
Once we became coworkers.
And you two attended the same high school?
That I'm unsure of.
You're unsure if you attended the same high school with someone you stated was your employee, Mr. Melton?
That's correct.
But to law enforcement, you only identified Josh McCourty as somebody that you work with. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you stated on direct examination that while at Nash Plumbing, you loaded up supplies. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. But at no time did you provide law enforcement with any documents related to your employment at Nash Plumbing. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in regards to your alibi that you were at Nash Plumbing at 7:30 through 7:45, we just have to take your word for it. Is that correct?
I would say so at that point.
And law enforcement did, in fact, just take your word for it. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I would say to my knowledge.
Sure. Now, you stated after leaving, today you stated after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to the bank.
Correct.
And did you go over that with the state when you all met?
I knew when I had gone to the bank, but yes.
Okay. And you all discussed your timeline before you came to testify here today?
I had gone over it, a refresher.
However, on January 19, 2001, you told law enforcement after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to Truck Customs. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I may have not heard you all the way. Say it again.
Sure. On January 19th, 2001, when law enforcement asked you what were you doing that day, you told law enforcement that after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to Truck Customs.
On the 19th, yes, I did say that.
And you advised law enforcement that you arrived at Truck Customs around 9:30 or maybe earlier. Is that right?
Not earlier, probably 9:30ish to 10.
Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time that you've had the opportunity to discuss your whereabouts on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
I have been questioned in the past
Okay.
several times.
And you told do you recall making the statement, Truck Customs spelled with the K, TRUK, KUSTOM, and you were asked, okay, and do you know about what time it was? You made the statement the first time was about early 9:30, maybe earlier. Do you recall making that statement?
It seems fair.
So at some point you leave Truck Customs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Melton, do you still have the marker I gave you? All right, perfect. Can you write Truck Customs on that under the bank? And the time that you were at Truck Customs? All right, and you can say right there, Mr. Melton, if you're comfortable, you can write the time next to Truck Customs. Okay, so now it's not 9:30, it is 10 o'clock. Okay, let's do 9:30 through 10, just to make sure that's accurate for the jury.
And Judge, I would ask that if there are going to be questions asked, that the witness be allowed to return to the witness stand so he can speak into the microphone.
I think that makes sense. So everyone can hear, including Ms. Satterfield. So you may have a seat and answer any questions in front of the microphone. Go ahead.
So at some point you would agree that you leave Truck Customs, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you leave Truck Customs, you go to Grayson, Georgia, correct?
Correct. I go to Grayson.
Now, and you can write Grayson on the board for us, please. All right. So do you recall speaking with Detective Ricketts 2 days later on January 21st, 2001?
Yes.
And would you have any reason to disagree that January 21st, 2001 was a Sunday?
No.
During your second interview, you advised Detective Ricketts that you stopped by the bank. Is that correct?
Yes. Then I had failed to mention that I went by the bank that morning. Yes.
And you stated that you were in the bank for a total of 35 minutes. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Next to bank, can you put 35 MIN and circle it? Just you put it there, that's fine. Now, during your second interview, do you recall Detective Ricketts coming to you and telling you that he went to speak with someone at Truck Customs?
Yes.
Okay. And in response, before he could tell you what he learned, you would agree that you changed your answer about the time that you went to Truck Customs. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. Do
you recall making a statement? It's like before 12. I mean, it was probably 10:30, 11:30. Do you recall making a statement?
I don't recall the statements, but yeah, I would say, I would say, okay. Yes.
Yes or no, Mr. Melton? Do you recall making a statement?
I'll say yes. Yeah. Yes.
So is it fair to say that the actual time is between 10 a.m. and 11:30 on the 19th? Based on your statement?
As far as being at Truck Customs?
Yes, sir.
And you stated what you did say? What did you just say? I'm sorry.
Would it be fair to say that the actual time of being at Truck Customs is sometime between 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.?
That's pretty broad, but yeah, I would say, okay, it would fit in there.
Now, during the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told for the first time that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that fair?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. During the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted.
I don't recall being told at that point. I had been told Adam, Tara's brother, had called me that morning and had kind of informed me that this is what we're looking at, that they had been informed.
So let me ask the question again. On January 21st, 2001, you knew that Tara had been sexually assaulted. Is that right?
That day, yes, I had been informed that day.
Now, law enforcement also informed you of that. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Would hearing the recording refresh your recollection?
I would say if I heard it, it would help reflect. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to refresh this witness's recollection outside the presence of the jury.
Right, and this is a good time for a restroom break, so I'm going to send you all into the jury room. This will be a good restroom break, so we'll take a little bit of time. Please don't discuss the case.
All right, just for purposes of the record, let the record reflect that the last question asked to Mr. Melton was during the January 21, 2001 interview. And was stated how I said it. You were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. At this time, we were refreshing his recollection. We were playing Chris Melton's January 21st, 2001 recorded interview. Minute mark 11:51 to 12:02 for purposes of refreshing Mr. Melton's recollection.
Oh, it reverted well? It's on lawyer right. Oh, thank you.
I Mr. Melton, I'd like you to listen to this and let me know if your memory is refreshed. If you need to hear any other portions of it, I don't mind playing, okay?
Lobotomists and that kind of blood people there, they take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning, we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got. Did their thing Saturday, and of course on the weekend there's none of the lobotomists and that kind of blood people there. They take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got. Tara was probably sexual assault.
Yes, sir.
All right, the witnesses' recollection is refreshed.
All right.
I am ready for the jury.
All right, could you bring the jury in, please, sir? Thank you. You all may be seated. Mr. Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Melton, during the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that you didn't start a crime. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't become upset. Is that correct?
I would say not correct.
You said that's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Did you make outward expressions of anger?
No.
You didn't say you needed a moment to yourself, right?
Correct.
You didn't even say, I hope you find who did this before I do, did you?
Correct.
Instead, you asked calmly, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Is that right?
Correct.
Now, at the conclusion of the January 21st, 2001 interview, and I believe you've seen the photographs of your hands, pictures were taken of your hands. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think I have a better version of those hand photos I would like to show you. This is going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 41. There are 13 photos in Defense Exhibit 31. It will be a omnibus exhibit, photos or better quality photos of Mr. Melton's hands. While the state is reviewing the same, Your Honor, I'd just like to clarify the record. With Defense Exhibit 29, there are There are 9 photos in Defense Exhibit 29.
Sorry, say that again.
Just for purposes of clarifying the record, for Defense Exhibit 29, there are 9 photos collected in Defense Exhibit 29. Thank you. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton the 13 photos of his hands marked as Defense Exhibit 41. You would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 is the same thing you saw in Defense Exhibit 29. Let me change that. Please forgive me. You'd agree that Defense Exhibit 41 are photographs of your hands. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and a little bit better quality than Defense Exhibit 29. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. And those photos are a fair and accurate depiction of your hands as they were on January 21st, 2001. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 41 and the 13 photos included in same into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, after the photographs were taken of your hands, while at the hospital, you did a blood draw as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you remember giving a blood draw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's January 21st, 2001.
Correct.
Okay. After you were asked for hair and blood in January, your parents told you they're going after you, Chris. Do you recall them making that statement to you?
Yes.
You know, you discussed with the state the photograph you were shown of Miss Baker to identify her body. Do you recall us talking about that?
Earlier?
Hmm?
When you showed me?
Correct.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. And you stated that was not the photo that was shown to you to identify her body. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Milton.
I was looking through a digital camera with a small frame, and it was fuzzy, and it's hard to. Anyway, it's not as high quality as what you're showing here, but no.
But we could agree she had a sheet over her body. Is that right?
I believe she had something draped across her. It was at the bottom frame of the digital image.
All right. So I asked you this question. Do you remember telling law enforcement that the photo shown of you, Miss Baker, had a blanket covering her from the neck down? So I saw her face and her hair.
Correct.
And the photo I showed you was a photo of Miss Baker with a sheet covering her from the face down, the neck down, and you saw her face and her hair. Is that right? Okay,
Correct.
But we can agree you did not see a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Do you recall a police officer interviewing you about you telling Mrs. Virginia Baker that you saw a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck?
Not a black cord wrapped around her neck, no. I don't recall that.
You don't recall?
I do recall in the original photo that I saw, there was something draped over her, and I could recall seeing something black. I didn't know what it was. But like I say, I don't think that's even the image I saw.
So, Mr. Melton, we're speaking, the specific question I'm asking you, and you might have answered, I just want to make sure I'm clear. In the photograph you saw Miss Baker, it was her with the sheet from the neck down. Do we agree on that?
The one you showed me, yes.
Okay, not the one I showed you, the one you described to law enforcement.
I believe I stated there was something from, I don't know if I said sheet, but in the digital camera at the bottom section of the frame, it kind of stopped. You could kind of see something laying there.
Sure, Your Honor. Mark, I moved to Mark. Move to mark the audio recording of Chris Melton with Detective Newton as defense exhibit 42. Mr. Cruz. Yes, sir. And just to make sure we're on the same page before I play this, law enforcement asked you, do you remember how much of her was exposed during that, in that picture that you saw? Your response was, they had a blanket covering from the neck down, so I saw her face and her hair, you know. You were asked, okay, you couldn't see any of her body or body parts. Your response was, no, I did not see any of her body. You don't recall making that statement?
I recall.
Now, you testified on direct that this was just a terrible experience for you. It destroyed you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you and I both could agree Ms. Baker's death is a true tragedy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On Thursday, January 25th, 2001, you went to Miss Ashley Peavy's house. Is that correct?
What's the dates?
January 25th, 2001.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is 6 days after Miss Baker's death.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. And while at Miss Peavy's home on the 25th, which we've agreed is 6 days after Miss Baker's death, you called Miss Leah Tucker. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was after 8:15 p.m. It was nighttime. Is that fair to say?
I can recall the time.
That's fair. But you set up a dinner with Miss Tucker at 5:30 p.m. the next day. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it sounds, she was a close past friend. Yes.
All right. And then on January 26th, despite your future fiance being brutally murdered, you called Holly Hufford. Would you agree with that?
I don't remember a Holly Hufford, but I do recall someone that was hurting, like as in anguish, but I don't recall who Holly Hufford is.
You remember somebody else hurting and being in anguish?
Everybody around us.
But you set up a lunch with Holly Hufford for Friday the 26th.
I don't recall.
Okay. But we can agree it wasn't Miss Holly Hufford's fiance that died. It was your fiance, right?
That's correct.
Do you recall Miss Ashley Peavy Hall joining you and Miss Hufford for lunch?
I remember us joining for lunch with someone. If this is Holly, okay, yes.
Okay. And during that lunch, you were flirting with Miss Hufford 7 days after your fiance had been brutally murdered.
Reflected? You said, is that what you asked?
Flirted.
No.
You did not?
No.
During that lunch, you were gently rubbing Miss Hufford's lower back.
No. I recall this individual having an emotional moment, describing what she was going through. And I realized this person was in pain. And I reached over and I believe I did like a comforting touch to just acknowledge that it's okay. They're not okay, but to have her understand that we're all going through this and it's going to be okay.
Would you be surprised if Ms. Hufford said that she was shocked by your actions during the lunch?
I would be surprised.
After lunch, Miss Ashley Peavy Hall and Chris Hall, they left. Do you recall that?
I say vaguely, okay.
Do you recall telling them that you were going to continue hanging out with Holly?
This is a long time ago. I don't really recall this, but it would sound like someone who is, yes, that I would try to comfort not flirt with or try to set up a date or anything. No.
Well, let me ask you this. On January 27, 2001, isn't it true you tried to comfort Ms. Hufford at 10 p.m. At 10 p.m.?
How so?
Did you contact Ms. Hufford after 10 p.m. on January 27, 2001?
I could believe I could have made a phone call.
Do you think it's appropriate to call women at past 10 p.m. at night after you just lost your fiance?
You object to the form of the question argument.
Sustained.
Yes, ma'am. Didn't you invite Ms. Holly Hufford out on the town when you called her past 10 p.m. that night?
Honestly, I don't recall the conversation.
Now, again, we discussed how much, or you told this jury how much Ms. Baker meant to you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall discussing with law enforcement Ms. Baker's law school memorial service that was held shortly after her death?
Yes.
And that discussion occurred on June 20th, 2001.
Okay. I'm not sure about the time.
Do you
the
have any
dates.
reason to disagree that it occurred on June 20th?
No.
Instead of attending Ms. Baker's law school memorial service, you went to a country concert, correct?
Correct.
And you knew about the memorial service 4 days before the concert, is that correct?
Correct.
And your stated reason for not going to your fiance's candlelight vigil was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Is that correct?
Correct. Can I give further explanation?
Well, I have a question for you. That woman was Lauren Sherling.
I think the witness is asking for some direction.
Right. Well, and I think the record needs to reflect the witness was asking the court a question, which is not necessarily appropriate, but based on the state's interjection, I will say this with regard to all witnesses. All witnesses must answer the question if they can, yes or no, and they are entitled to explain. And so I'll let you ask the question again. And if this witness has the opportunity to explain, feels he needs to, he is allowed to by law. But you may ask the question again, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. He answered my question, Your Honor. So the question I do have for you is that woman was Lauren.
Your Honor, I think that the witness is allowed to explain his answer.
And I would ask you to go back to the former question, Mr. Cruz, and we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, sir.
The question that I asked you, Mr. Melton, your reason for not going to the candlelight visual was because another woman talked you into going to the concert.
No, that's not accurate.
That woman was Lauren Sherling.
That is accurate.
Okay.
Can I explain? Do I have the opportunity? Do I?
All witnesses are allowed to answer yes or no and explain their answer if they choose to do so.
Okay. Well, I'd choose to explain. Lauren was one of Tara's closest friends that loved Tara. She worked with her at the law firm in Athens. That's how they met. They became very close. Along the way, we all became close. We were all extremely grieving. There was a time that we did not see each other as far as physically in proximity. But she would reach out periodically and check in to see how I was doing. She was a very dear friend. She is one of the only few that actually would reach out to see how I was feeling, and then we would converse and we would talk about our feelings of the situation. At the time of this vigil, I did not know anybody at the law firm. I was grieving. I also was feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable with any presence I was of anybody that knew the situation. I would walk in to any room or any environment, and then people would separate, create distance, look at me with angry eyes. So I did not feel comfortable being there. As much as I wanted to show respect, as much as respect as I had.
Overruled.
So with that being said, Lauren had an opportunity. When she called me up, she had an opportunity to create in a different environment for myself. She said, maybe you need a different headspace. Come out and try to enjoy something. And so she invited me along with her group of friends. And she had had these tickets for an extended period of time. And she had one, and she says, if you want to join us and try to get a different headspace, maybe this environment will make you feel better. And so I accepted, and genuinely, it did make me feel better.
Okay. So to my question in regards to, and your reason for not going to the candlelight vigil was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Your answer was no. Is that right?
You stated that she talked me into going. She didn't. She heard me through, and I believe that it's more of she gave me permission to accept that it's okay, Chris. It's okay that you can try to do something to feel better about your situation.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. I think you and I could agree you're a very charismatic person. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the way you were talking with law enforcement when they were interviewing you?
I wasn't aware if I was. I mean, this is my demeanor.
Sure. When the state and yourself was going over your testimony, is this how you were talking with the state as well?
I'm unaware. I mean, this is who I am.
But I would like you to answer my question with a yes or a no. Okay.
I'll try my best.
The reason you didn't go to the candlelight visual is because Ms. Sherling told you you shouldn't go. Is that a better way to put it?
No.
Mr. Melton, this isn't your first time discussing the candlelight visual, is it?
It's been discussed with a detective.
Okay. And your statement was, or do you recall making a statement, and which even Lauren didn't go to that when she was part of that. Even the people she worked with were going to be speaking there at the memorial service. And they suggested to her that she shouldn't come. And I talked to her about it. And she's like, it's not something you want to be at, Chris. It's just not trying to talk me out of it, just trying to tell me how the situation is going to be. But I didn't go to that. Is that accurate?
If that's on a recording and you have it verbatim, but I don't.
My question is that accurate? Yes or no?
I don't think it's completely accurate.
I move to introduce Defense Exhibit 43, which is the June 20th, 2001 audio recording between Mr. Melton and law enforcement. Now I ask the report to introduce time stamp. $425 to $455, Your Honor.
Do you have a number of that exhibit?
Defense Exhibit 43.
43. And I'm sorry, say it one more time, the time stamp.
4 minutes and 25 seconds to 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
All right, thank you. And you're asking to introduce that?
Just that portion, correct.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
There's been no foundation laid for the recording, Judge. So that is our objection based on foundation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection, allow you to lay a foundation, Mr.
Sure. Excuse me. You recall talking to law enforcement in regards to going to a country concert with Lauren Sherling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you hadn't heard this audio recording. Would you like to hear this audio recording?
In the section that you're referring to, I would say yes.
Okay, perfect. So, Your Honor, this is what I would ask. I would ask if I could allow the witness outside the presence of the jury to listen to that portion of the recording to determine if he recognizes that recording, Your Honor.
All right, any objection, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
No, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you leave for a moment don't discuss the case, this is another break, and we will take a lunch break. Don't worry. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
Atlanta to go to a country concert. Going to, there was a total of 6 people. Is that correct?
Sounds accurate.
Okay. It was Miss Sherling's mother and father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was her neighbors, which was a guy and a girl couple.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was a country concert at Turner Field.
Correct.
Okay. So you and Miss Sherling left Athens when Miss Baker is having a candlelight visual to travel to Atlanta to go to a country concert.
I don't remember where we left from. I don't recall that. But I do recall going to a concert, and it was in an open stadium, and you get to walk around and listen to country music.
You remember that, but you don't remember whether Miss Baker told you she was going to be alone the day before she died.
Sustained.
Chris, the week before Tara died, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized your relationship with her. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about the question.
Do you remember the incident?
I remember nothing happening the week before, but I had answered a question to a detective. And I remember telling, there was an incident that always stayed in the forefront of my mind that I realized I had hurt her feelings, but I didn't realize at that time the question was.
So our jury has went home. I guess maybe they got to sleep on it again. Oh gosh. We will pick back up, I guess, with Mr. Chris tomorrow with his testimony if need be. I'm not sure what time I'll open up the room tomorrow. I'll kind of see when the jury is going to be back in. Let me see. I think Miss Sylvia is probably going to have a recap. Let me see if she started her stream. I mean, I don't know. Let me see. So I see Lisa from the attorney's office that came on here with the Florida Law Group. She's over at Catnall Williams. Let's go over there and hang out. She's talking about the Faust trial and everything. And let's go see what we can dive into over there. Awesome show. So I am going to take us over there. I'm going to go over there and hang out for a little bit. So I will redirect us over there. Hopefully you guys want to hang out over there. If not, I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be in both of our cases tomorrow. Our one in Georgia that we started today with the unaliving of 4 people at the Apalchi. I don't know why I'm about to say this wrong. Apalchi High School, where the father gave his son a gun. The father is Colin. He gave the gun to his son, Cody. We're in that trial, and we're also in our trial, the wife in the tank that's out of Detroit. So we'll be in both of those. But definitely hang out. I'm going over here to Catnall Williams to see what Lisa and what Kat are discussing in regards to the case. And I will see you guys over there. All right. Have a good one.